Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican police service.
Thanks, I don't want pickles either.
Alrighty. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Good morning to you this morning. Good Thursday morning. I see everyone has taken their seats. Thank you for being on time and ready, even though I was late. Exclamation point late. I'm here though. I'm here. We're going to begin. We have a long day ahead of us, and oh my goodness, if you watched this yesterday with Brandy and you're here for round 2, we have a couple things we have to say. First of all, we have to say that content warning. We are going to see pictures today from the crime scene, and these will include unblurred, unobscured, unfiltered images of 2 deceased victims, both Mr. Miller and Sharon. Those pictures will come up, and they will come up multiple times today. They are very, very raw. Just I'll put it out there. That's what we're going to get. So be aware of that. I'm not going to be filtering those out. I'm not going to be cutting away from those. We have seen them before. I don't think they're any worse than what we've seen before. They're basically some of the same pictures, not all of the same pictures we've already shown. But there might be a couple different angles. That's coming up.
Because he's the guy.
Also, so there's the content warning. Okay, you've got a content warning. Also, the powers that be that were streaming this yesterday had a doozy of a time. It was a Monday for them. Let's just put it that way. If you were watching with Brandy and suddenly the feed just stopped, yeah, that happened. It jumped all over the place. It jumped to, on my feed while I was trying to record this, it jumped to some completely different case from months ago. I've got 3 different pieces to put together, and it seemed to go forever. So
is that correct?
We've got like 4 hours of testimony to get through very quickly. We might have to watch it a little faster. Anyway, that is... That's going to be fun. So we've got that. I stayed up a little bit too late watching this. I did pop in and say hi to JT while he was in the night court, and so I need a little sleep. I'll probably doze off during the show. Aliens tried to abduct Brandy. Yes, we tried to get around the abduction part. I think I've smoothed this out, but we've got 3 different videos to show. Before that happens, we have to do something else, and we have to first properly recognize. Come on, why is that not working? This button always works, and it's not working today. Let's see, US key. Well, where are we at? Where's my fill source? Oh, it's not connected, that's why. Okay, there we go, now it's connected. There we go. We have to properly recognize Golden Girl, who is a repeat offender, although it was almost in a prior lifetime last time she won. This is, I would even say it was maybe even a misdemeanor offense or an offense committed as a minor when she was first in chat last time. But we do know that this is not your first offense. You are a repeat offender. And now, as a punishment, you have to own the internet for the rest of the day, at least until we go live again after the lunch break, assuming we get one, because we have so little time today. But Golden Girl, it's good to see you there first in chat again. It's wonderful to have you there. Welcome. Hope you enjoy doing all the work you have to do and enjoy the feed yesterday. Did the lost feed from yesterday reappear? From the one we were supposed to watch yesterday? I haven't looked. Now that Brandy helped us out, that's all we needed. I have not gone back to check. It is dark in the room. I think it's like cloudy. It's overcast, I think is the problem. And then I've got my blackout curtains going as well. So between those 2 things, that's why it's dark. Let's see. We have, oh my goodness. Wow. She would be 104 today. She's gone 40 years now. I'm so sorry. I still miss her every day. Happy birthday, Mom. Have an easy day. Happy birthday to Louise, your mom. Gone 40 years now. So sad, but keeping her memory alive. That is wonderful. Speaking of Louise, who does she share a birthday with? Because we need to sing some happy birthday songs. I think Sharon. Sharon, I think you're on this list. Am I right? Yes. Sharon, it's your birthday. We're definitely going to sing to Sharon. Who else? There were some more people asking if I could sing today. I'm gonna need you guys to help me out because I've missed a lot of chat. Let's see. There's a buffer. Oh, Samantha helped us out here. Okay, so we have Sharon McDonald, Dodie Sweeney's son John. We're just going to say John for for brevity, and Carrie H. son. Carrie H. is there a name, or do we sing Carrie's son? Because I can try to fit it all in. It gets a little awkward the more we add. But if there's a name, we can do. Okay, so Dodie's husband. Is it Dodie's husband and son? Now I'm confused. Dodie, you're going to have to... Okay. Let's see. And Picky. Oh, my goodness. I need this all in one chat. Where's my birthday list? Here we go. We have Sharon. We have John. We can have like a whole verse just of names. Also, Shelson. I'm going to need some names here. What do we call these people? Carrie and Picky. Why can't you guys like space out your birthdays, make this a little easier for me? We had like nobody yesterday, very few, and then a ton today. I think that's it. Shell's son is Nick. Okay, we'll put Nick on here.
Is that correct?
And Carrie H., what was your son's name? It's a verse of names. It will be. It's gonna be rough. Okay, let's see. Carrie H., speak now or forever hold your peace. What was your son's name that we can put on this? Oh, I guess my screen is not updating. You probably told me already. Let's see. Let's see. Makes for yesterday no birthdays. I know it's like when it rains it pours, and it's a good thing. We like to have everyone's birthdays. Okay, we'll try to do Carrie's son. I'll try to do that because I've not seen a response from Carrie. She might be backed up and watching us a little later. Need to channel our current judge to get all the names in. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think I'm ready. I think I'm warmed up sufficiently. All right. We're gonna get ready for this song. It's gonna be a doozy. Carrie's son. Here goes. Wish me luck. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Sharon, John, Picky, Nick, and Carrie's son. Happy birthday to you. I'd give that about a 7. Just because I had a little trip there as I was reading the list. But 5 birthdays is pretty good for one day. That's pretty good.
I'm not a cat.
And statistically, I think that's higher than it should be for a group our size this morning. But we made it work. Those that have a birthday today, whether it's yourself or a family member, thank you for being here. Thank you for spending your time with us. We know there are a million places you could celebrate your birthday, and being part of that is special for me. I object. It's my neighbor's mother's 4th husband, ex-wife's birthday. We're going to need the name, Gail Pet. And they're going to need to watch. That's the thing. That's going to be the thing. Happy birthday, all. It was pretty good, says Rudy. It was pretty good. It was like meh. It was meh. Okay, No, it's my husband, John. Dodie, do I have to sing again? Instead of, I just said John. I just said John, Dodie. Even though I thought I was singing about your son, John, I just said John, which technically, had he heard, he wouldn't know I was thinking about someone else. Does that apply?
I'm not a camel.
I have to do it all again. I can't do that. We don't have time. Is the problem? We don't have time. We have to get going on all the goodness that happened yesterday. And man, there was a lot of goodness. There really was. It was. Let's see, not that video. Why? Okay. Oh yes, we're back.
Scratch all that. That was terrible.
It was terrible. I do apologize. It won't happen again. Okay, this has to go somewhere else. That goes there. Here we go. Here we're gonna switch. Okay, we're just beginning. Okay, and this I'll also say we play musical chairs today, right? In the witness stand, we have people that are standing up, sit down, stand up, sit down, and they, because of schedules, like one guy's like, oh, he has to leave early, he's got something coming up, and they let him go, and then another guy comes in and he talks for a while, and they're like, oh, you have to leave because the other guy, he has to leave sooner than you. But he still has time right now, so they bring him back, and then he finishes, and then they bring the other dude back, and so it's like it's the whole. It's like the hokey pokey. They're standing up, turning themselves around. That's what it's all about. So that's what we have. There are some slower parts here. I realize that the testimony that we're going over today, this morning, is not incredibly gripping. It does have some interesting details that are pertinent to the case. The cross is where it gets spicy at the end of the day. So to sort of understand the cross and see why it's getting spicy, you sort of have to listen to the boring parts. So that's where we're at, but you guys know how that drill works. All right, Future says, you have a voice. Did you ever sing in public, church, band, karaoke, community choir, etc.? You should. My family used to sing the national anthems for the Scottish festival. So we would sing Canada, America, and Scotland. I guess Scotland is just like a drinking song, but we would sing that. And it was O Flower of Scotland. And we sang it a little bit differently, and it's almost like something you could sing if you were in like the football stand swaying back and forth. O Flower of Scotland. You know, you almost want to sound drunk when you do it. But I think the Scottish appreciate that. We've got a few people here. It's a fun song to sing. Anyway, so yes, we did sing a little bit. My family likes music. They always have. We sang together a ton, but anyway, neither here nor there. We need to get started. Birthday song is over. We are going to begin. Let's see. I will tell you. There was one time. This is not relevant, but there was one time we were singing. I sing in church choirs as well. There was one time we were singing. God Save the Queen. Yeah, so that was UK, right? I think we were singing God Save the Queen, and we butchered it. Like, just everyone in a different key butchered it. So bad. That was the last time we sang in public, I think. I was wondering if you sang the church choir, you'd have a wonderful voice. I'm not that good. I really am not. I can sort of fake it a little bit, but
I object.
Once you start asking me to do technical things like reading sheet music, that's where my skill levels just fall off. Graphic photos will be shown. Thank you. We almost need to keep this pinned on the screen all day today because they sort of come up with no notice. Just know that the first witness, they will not come up, but the second witness was the police officer. He's the guy who took the photos. And we're basically going to walk through almost everything he took, as far as at least a representation of everything he took. He took like thousands of photos, and we're gonna see 50 or 100 of them or something. So imagine walking through the crime scene, starting out in front of the house, through the garage, past Mr. Miller's body, down the hall, over Sharon, into the bedroom, around, looking in the safe, looking in each room. That's what we're going to be seeing on screen, and all these pictures, most of them are shown.
Bring the jury.
But because of the mess up that happened on the live stream, there is a half-hour period where all we see is a blurry shot of the witness, and that's all we've got. That's the only thing that was televised. They actually stopped one feed and started another one, and we didn't get the multicam. So if you're asking me, please show the defendant, please show the judge, it's just not available. It's just not available. So that being said, viewer discretion advised. We're going to kick this off and begin. Let's see. Lexi says, back from vacation. I can't believe the facial hair is still there. Happy to be back. It's happy to still be here, and we're happy to be here with you, Lexi, as well. Welcome back from vacation. Hope you had a great one. All right. I feel like I've got a ton of energy right now, which means I'm probably going to crash. So please do keep me awake. We'll get through this together. And let's begin about now. Here we go. Okay. Our witness is coming in. Looking sharp.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can type !CW for a content warning to appear on the screen as well. So periodically, if you guys feel that's necessary for new
First name
viewers,
is Juan, Juan.
that can be triggered.
Last name is Guzman, Guzman.
Thank you very much. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been with Metro?
15 years.
And what division are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the technical and surveillance section. What we do is
You're going to hear this all day.
we manage and support the entire agency and outside agencies with covert cameras, GPSs, pen information, call records, and also using that information to locate people.
Okay, when you say pen information, you're talking about pen registers?
Correct.
Okay, and and what are pen registers?
So pen in itself doesn't stand for anything. A pen is essentially collecting activity on a telephone. So phone numbers in, phone numbers out for any specific phone number.
Okay. So one of the things that your division does is analyze and review phone records. Would that be fair?
As a support unit, yes.
And with respect to this case, an investigation into the murder of Sharon Randolph and Michael Miller, where you provided a series of phone records.
I was.
And did that include cell phone records for Thomas Randolph?
It did.
Did it also include home records for Thomas Randolph?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, with respect to cell phone records, did Mr. Randolph have a cell phone of 702-556-4285?
That's what I was provided, correct.
Okay. And I'm publishing Exhibit 326. We are in a folder called Thomas Randolph Cell Phone Records, and the file I'm opening is that number 702-556-4285, and it indicates Thomas Randolph's cell. It's an Excel spreadsheet.
The only thing worse than a PowerPoint is a spreadsheet with a lawyer who won't stand by the microphone.
These records appear familiar
That's what
to
we
you,
get.
sir.
They do and they don't. So these records go back to 2008. At that time, I was brand new to the department.
That's not what I mean. I meant in reference to the cell phone records you in fact reviewed. Are these the cell phone record, the spreadsheet of the cell phone records?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
He just about blew the whole
If
case.
you could, if you look at this.
These records look familiar?
Second
Nope.
cell, what is the date of this first phone call?
December 20th, 2007.
All right, and you have Mr. Randolph's cell phone number under the calling number, correct?
Correct. So the calling number would indicate where the phone activity started at.
Okay, so that's the phone making the call, correct?
Correct.
And then the called number is the person he is trying to reach out to, whoever is using the phone number, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want to go down to the last entry. What is the date of this last entry here?
That is June 2nd, 2008.
All right. Now, were you, in preparing for this, did you take these phone records and upload them into a software that can calculate certain information about the phone records?
Yes.
What's that program called?
So the program that I used for this particular set of records is called PLX. PLX is owned by a company called Penlink, which is out of Nebraska.
Okay. What sort of general information can you pull using PLX?
So the way PLX works is PLX doesn't change any of the records ingested into it. I essentially upload this Excel file, which if you had to scroll through all of these lines, line by line, it would be kind of hard to visualize the actual phone activity without doing all sorts of filters. When I enter this information into PLX, it makes it quite easy for me to determine what are the phone numbers most frequently called, what days of the week he calls, what hours of the day, how long the calls lasted. So it provides a easy way to view these records without altering them.
In the course of your preparation, were you provided a cell phone number for Sharon Randolph?
Yes.
Were you provided a phone number associated with Michael Miller?
Yes.
Were you provided a phone number associated with Liz Labrador?
Yes.
And were you also provided a phone number associated with T-Mobile's voicemail system, a number you call T-Mobile to get your voicemails? Or did you locate that?
I located that within the records.
Okay. So you inputted these cell phone records into PLX, is that correct?
Yes.
Did it generate a series of reports?
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, you were provided home phone records for Mr. Randolph?
Yes.
Did you also put that in PLX?
I did.
Did it also generate reports?
Okay, so this is our first video. This is when they had the first problem. So we're going to close this one out. It's early on in the day. This is part 1 is done. We're ready for part 2. That's part 3. Where's part 2? Here's part 2 right here. Here we go. This next part is 34 minutes long before they had the next snafu. And we're gonna listen here. I think during this one we get to the second witness. So this guy's going to be on the stand for maybe half an hour more total. And we dropped a couple minutes of testimony there, but
Number
it's,
738.
I don't
column
think
C.
people
Can you
missed
please
anything.
read what that number is?
Mike Miller,
All right. Could you please provide the date of that call?
February 12th, 2008.
This column D here, what does that provide? What information is column D providing?
So if you scroll to the top of that spreadsheet, it actually tells you that it's the duration of the phone call.
Is that in seconds?
In seconds, correct.
Okay, so this call is how long?
1,072 seconds.
Morning, Nicole. Morning, Unique Detail. Welcome. Yes, this is, I'm on the edge of my seat.
In this area here, cell number 1750, what is the date of this call?
So I can't see the 1750.
Sorry. You can't see it.
This is a bad spreadsheet.
Not on my monitor.
Eventually, the witness will
If
prompt
you can just
the lawyer to
maybe I can adjust
widen the column so we can even read the stuff that's in there. It's good fun.
Does that help you at all?
Oh, perfect. So 1750.
Oh,
Firm just sent a super sticker
Column
with
1750 is a phone call
you,
associated
Nicole.
to Mike Miller, or
And
the phone
what's the
numbers.
date on that?
It's May 6, 2008.
Okay, so these records include the 6th,
I
it
need
also
water.
includes May 8th, is that correct?
Correct.
Were there calls made to Mr. Miller on the 8th?
Yes.
Okay. Let's turn to, you mentioned there are reports. So, was there a statistical summary done for Liz Labrador, analyzing the calls between Thomas Randolph's phone number and Liz Labrador's phone number?
Yes.
Opening call statistical summary. Liz Labrador. I'm going to enlarge this a little bit. So between December 20th, what was the date on? What was that date? Do we know what the date was? The first entry again? I don't want to misspeak.
I don't
Do
recall.
this. So it's December 20th, right? That's the
Correct,
first entry.
2007.
Last entry is June 2nd.
June 2nd, 2008, yes.
Okay. So, how many total calls were made between Liz Labrador and the defendant's cell phone?
If I can explain this sheet just
Sure.
really quick for the jury. So when I imported those raw records from T-Mobile into PLX, this sheet I actually chose which phone number I wanted to analyze. This sheet is an accurate representation of all of the times that there was phone activity between the phone number belonging to Thomas Miller and Lizzie during that entire date frame.
Thomas Randolph.
Thomas Randolph during the entire date range of those call records. So during that time, there was 335 voice calls between those two phone numbers.
There's a category here called direction. What does that mean?
Direction is whether the phone calls were incoming or outgoing to Thomas.
How many outgoing calls did Mr. Randolph make towards Ms. Labrador?
321 phone calls, which is a total of 96% of that entire call activity.
Okay, and she only called back, or at least that number only called back his number 14 times?
14 times or 4%.
All right. There's a column here that says duration. What percentage of those calls last over 2 minutes?
49% or 164 phone calls.
All right. Aside from calling his voicemail, who was of the three numbers you were provided, Ms. Randolph, Ms. Labrador, and Mr. Miller, who was the number one most frequented call, aside from voicemail calls?
Mike Miller was.
Okay.
Well, I guess I should have asked you to explain during what date range.
Sure. I want to talk about the total range right now, from the 20th of December to June 2nd. Who was number one?
Sharon Randolph.
Okay. Let's just look at the calls. How many numbered here?
This is 335 phone calls.
All right.
Number one is Sharon.
Now,
Between Lizzie.
yep, let's publish a statistical summary for Ms. Randolph's cell, publishing that report. How many towards Ms. Randolph?
331 phone calls.
Opening Mr. Miller. How many phone calls to Mr. Miller?
234 phone calls.
So during this range, Ms. Labrador is number one at 335. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What is the percentage of outgoing calls to Mr. Miller?
I just want to verify that we're on the right spreadsheet. Can you show me the top of that?
Sure.
As in maybe minimize my document screen there. Okay. So we're looking at the Mike Miller spreadsheet.
Yep.
Incoming was 59 phone calls, or 25%. Outgoing phone calls to Mr. Miller was 175 phone calls, or 75% of the time.
So 75% of the call time, Mr. Randolph's phone is reaching out to Mr. Miller.
Correct.
What percentage of those calls last longer than 2 minutes?
38% of the phone calls, or 89 of the phone calls.
Additionally, you looked at home records as well, right?
Correct.
Publishing Mike Miller's call statistical summary. How many calls are being made from the home phone to Mr. Miller?
35 phone calls.
How many are there outgoing?
All of them, 35.
Mr. Miller, which exhibit is this?
This is Exhibit 326, Your Honor. The folder is telephone records, and the subfolder is Thomas Randolph home phone TAS.
Okay.
And it states statistical summary, Michael Miller. When we open the statistical summary from the home phone to Ms. Labrador, how many calls were made to that phone number?
3 phone calls.
How many of them were outgoing?
All of them.
All right. You mentioned that there is a calendar chart. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm opening the cell phone task folder for Thomas Randolph. I'm opening the calendar chart for Mr. Miller. What are we looking at when we look at these calendars?
All right. So on this particular view that we have up here right now, we're looking at February of 2008. The phone activity between those two phone numbers starts on February the 12th. And it's indicating that there was one outgoing phone call from Thomas to Mike Miller. The arrow at the top right indicates that that is less of activity as there normally is between those two phone numbers during the evaluated period.
Okay. But as you go through this, you can basically see on a calendar how many times that they talk per day. Is that right?
Correct. So for instance, an example of that, if you could go back, please.
Sure.
For February 21st, that box is green and the arrow shows pointing up. That would indicate that during that specific date, there was more phone activity than average between those two phone numbers.
And essentially what we're looking at is this calendar captures those 234 phone calls from that statistical summary. Would that be correct?
Correct, and just spreads it out month by month, day by day.
I'd like to turn to the month of May. For the entirety of May leading up to May 8th, is there a day that they don't talk? Or are there calls happening every single day between Randolph and Miller?
From May 1st through May 8th, every single day has phone calls.
Okay, let's look at
That's
the
a
month of
week.
April. Is there a single day? How many days in the month of April are there no activity?
Only April 19th, April 22nd has no activity.
Let's look at the month of March. How many days are there no activity between Randolph and Miller's two phone numbers?
March 1st has no activity. March 22nd has no activity. All of the other dates show some kind of activity.
All right. Did you also count out or determine how many phone calls let's do it this way. You indicated that the first call between Mr. Randolph and Mr. Miller occurs on February 12th. Is that correct?
Based on those phone records, yes.
And the last phone call is on May 8th. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you count up or calculate how many calls Mr. Miller had with Liz Labrador during just that range of time?
I did.
How many calls were there?
I don't remember the exact number. Should be on one of these reports.
That was like the mic drop moment, how many calls there were, and he doesn't remember. It's like I put it on a spreadsheet somewhere. Look at his fingers on the desk. He's like drumming his hands.
You could, Your Honor, if we just briefly approach.
Yes.
There we go. We're going to approach really quickly. Turn the sound down just a tiny bit. JT has a dog cam too. Brandy has a Lucy cam. I've thought about spreading Legos on the floor and letting my kids play there and just like point the camera at them. But my wife's like, no, that's probably not the best thing to do. I just don't know if I can have a pet. I'm not sure if I'm responsible enough to have a pet, honestly. That sounds like a very adult type thing to do. We have our A cam. I'm in the corner. Does that count? Maybe I'll get a feed from the cows and we'll have like a cow cam. Not quite as cute as Lucy or JT's.
Ladies and gentlemen, this witness does have an appointment that he has to make at a certain time, but we didn't want to keep you guys waiting. So, sir, at this point, I'm going to excuse you. I'm going to remind you that you are still under oath. This witness's testimony will resume when he's back from his appointment. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
I have things that are cuter than pets.
These are just reminding you you're still under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone.
I will, thank you.
Okay? State, you may call your next witness.
We're going to call Jeff Smith for stand.
Okay, so here's the witness that's going to be it's going to be fun. He's going to be on for pretty much most of our morning. Little R.A., tell Dad you want a cat or a dog, says DMB.
Little R.A. says, I want a cat or a dog or Zoe.
A cat or a dog, or Zoe, which is the dog, right? Yeah, all right.
But he's a girl.
He's a girl. That's right. He is a girl. Very important distinction. All right.
You do solemnly swear the testimony
Yeah.
about to give in this action.
Luckily, he got his mom's looks and not mine.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. You can state and spell your name for the record, please.
Jeff, Jeff Smith, Smith.
State your name, everyone.
Thank you.
Here comes the cop with the hair. He has all the hair.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
When you have that much hair, you can part in the
Please
center.
tell us what you do for
And
a
it
living.
looks good.
I am a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you been with Metro?
It'll be about 20 years in November.
What do you do for a living, or what division are you currently assigned to at Metro?
I am assigned to crime scene investigations.
And have you been in that division essentially your entire time with Metro?
Yes.
All right. If you could, tell us a little bit about your training and educational experience.
Training, basically, I got a business degree in accounting from Texas Tech, did that for a while, and then came out to Las Vegas. When you get hired on as a crime scene analyst, you go through about a 4-month academy where they teach you how to do everything you do on a crime scene, which starts with photography, taking notes, processing for latent prints, and then how we also recover and impound evidence.
The camera's iris.
And then we also have training that goes on throughout our career, as far as homicide investigations, fatal traffic accidents investigations, officer-involved shooting investigations, things like that.
Okay. So fair to say, even over the course of all these years, you continue to train and keep up with your education, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Were you working for Metro on May 8th, 2008?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to a shooting event that occurred over at 6517 Rancho Santa Fe Drive here in Las Vegas, Clark County?
Yes.
When you responded to that area, was that under event number 080508 3131?
Yes.
Who did you arrive there with in relation to your crime scene analyst team?
Usually on a call like this, we'll have more than one. So it was myself, then it was Chelsea Collins, and then our supervisor, Gary Reed.
All right. Is there a division of labor that occurs when a team of crime scene analysts go out to a scene?
Yes, that's correct. Usually on a case like this, one of the crime scene analysts will do the photos and produce the crime scene investigation report, and then the other one will impound all the evidence from the scene and also do a diagram.
What were your responsibilities on that night?
I did the photos and report.
All right, and what was Chelsea's responsibility?
Chelsea impounded the evidence, and then she produced a diagram of the scene.
Okay, and then your supervisor, did he do anything in particular, or was he there to assist?
He's there to assist, work with us, work with homicide as far as us working all together, making sure that everything gets taken care of.
So in this case, there were 2 bodies in this house, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say there was probably a large number of police in the general area.
Yes, that's correct. When we arrived, the house has been secured by patrol, so they're making sure that the scene is kept pristine, and then they're also putting up their yellow crime scene tape and all that.
In general, what is 6517 Rancho Santa Fe, and what I mean by that, is it a house, an apartment, a trailer? What are we talking about?
It's a house, and it's located on the south side of the street, and the front of the house faces north, and it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house.
Is it in a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
When you arrive to this scene, are there patrol officers much farther away from the house preventing people from coming in and out?
Yes, that's what we'll do on a big call like this, is they're trying to expand their crime scene tape and making sure that we just don't have people coming into the scene.
So it's part of the responsibility of some of these patrol officers to literally just block off certain roads, entry and access points?
Yes, correct.
So you mean they're not all stuffed inside the garage? There's not 20 patrol officers all just hanging out in the garage of your crime scene? Right,
that's correct. They're out making sure that the crime scene, the people are staying out of the crime scene, as well as patrol officers are staying out, as well as detectives and all that.
He likes all sports.
Based on your experience well over a decade of doing this, when you start preserving or walling off a crime scene, does every patrol officer have a right to come walking through however they see fit?
The patrol officers are told to stay out of the crime scene. Once everything is made static and it's no longer a dynamic crime scene, once
Can somebody ring a bell?
Fire department or medical technicians make their way in, then they make sure that everyone stays out of this scene.
I would imagine it's a goal of any police department to make sure that every crime scene is preserved, correct?
Yes.
and I'm not trying to make light of other crime scenes, but I would imagine when you have a double, it may even take on a heightened level of
Do you call it a
concern.
double?
Right, that's correct. Yeah, they want to
Double
make sure
homicide,
that
or just
they
a double?
get kept out of, everyone's kept out of the scene.
When you were able to walk this entire scene, is that correct?
Yes.
When you walked the entirety of the scene, was it covered in police officers or law enforcement personnel?
No, it was not.
All right, let's talk a little bit about, first, I want to show you what's already been admitted as stage 214. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
That is going to be the diagram that Chelsea produced.
All right. What are we looking at up here where there appear to be two vehicles? What is that?
That is up at the top right corner is going to be the garage.
He can talk and
Okay,
pour
is
at the
that
same time.
kind of towards the front
He's not
part
even
of the
looking.
house?
Yes. Like I said, the house faces north, so you got the little N on top, which indicates north. So that up there is going to be that northeast corner. And if you went a little bit farther past the edge of the piece of paper, then you'd have the roadway, Rancho Santa Fe Drive.
Analyst Smith, you have a mouse to your right. And if you look over to your right, you might be able to move that around, right? Can we? Okay, cool.
Yep.
It's moving.
Okay.
So can you show us how you could enter the home from the garage? Can you show us where that is?
The garage, the door leading into the house from the garage is going to be here, just by the foot of this deceased body right here.
Now I
so there's
see.
a door going into the garage, and it opens into a hallway.
All right.
We'll see these
And
pictures
if you're
soon, but
walking
for a little
through
while,
that
we just get to see
hallway,
him.
So in this picture, it would be to the right. What is to the right in that hallway?
To the right in the hallway would be, it's just a wall there.
Okay.
If you,
I'm just getting it backwards. So
Yeah, to the-
let's pretend we're just looking at the picture. Let's do it that way.
Okay.
All right. So as you walk through that hallway, what are these two little blue triangles? What is that?
that is just a closet door. So there's just a hall closet right there.
All right. When you go a little bit beyond that, what is to the right? Continuing, is there another room to that right?
Yes, there is. It's I'm calling it the northeast bedroom, but it had been set up as an office.
All right. You travel farther down the hallway. There appears to be a person or a body there. Who is that?
That's going to be Sharon Randolph.
Okay. Is there another bedroom to the right?
Yes, there is. Then we're calling that the central bedroom or the east bedroom.
Okay. Were there a set of drums in that room?
Yes.
So sometimes maybe if we call it the drum room, you wouldn't get confused.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Opposite the east bedroom and just over Sharon, what is that room to the left of Sharon?
That's just a bathroom right there.
Okay. And if you walk straight down this hall past Sharon, what do you enter at the opposite end of the house from the garage?
That's going to be the master bedroom.
All right. If you were to go towards where Sharon's feet are, and you start heading to the left in this photograph, what is this rectangle area right here?
That's going to be a little bit of a hallway that just takes you from the bedrooms into the rest of the house, the living room, family room area.
All right. And I'd like to turn your attention to what has been denoted as the family room. Is the kitchen also depicted there?
Yes, it is. The kitchen is just south of that family room.
All right. To the right of the kitchen, there are these little blue lines. What's that supposed to denote?
Those are French doors that open into the backyard.
All right. In the complete opposite end towards the front, there's another kind of quarter circle blue line there. What is that?
That is the front door leading into the residence.
All right. So essentially there are three, at least in terms of doors, there's three entry points into this house. A front door, the garage door in the garage, and then in the back there's the backyard door.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It's going to start right after lunch for us. It's a late start for
Publishing
them.
Exhibit 1.
It's early for them,
What
but
do we
late
see
for
here?
us.
That is going to be the front of the house.
All right. Publishing Exhibit 2, is that a closer version of that home?
Yes, that's going to be just mainly showing the garage area there.
Do you see anybody standing in that garage?
I do not see anybody standing in the garage.
We're catching up from yesterday. This was yesterday afternoon. We're waiting for court to start at noon. We've just cleaned up all the
Publishing
technical
3,
issues
what
and
are we
put all the
looking at
videos
here?
together.
That is the front door leading into the residence.
Are there any people standing in this area?
No.
Publishing 4, what are we looking at here?
That is going to be, this is the, on the right side of the picture is the house just to the west, and then you're kind of looking back towards kind of the northwest corner of the house at 6517.
All right. Publishing 5, What do we see here?
That is going to be the side of the house on the west side.
Okay. And is that green door, is that a gate that leads to the back part of that house?
Yes, it is.
Publishing Exhibit 6. What are we looking at here? Maybe I'll do this. Let me approach because the lighting is so backlit. Maybe that's here. I don't know. Can you tell what you're looking at there?
I think that is going to be the west.
He just said,
side of
maybe
the
I'll
house.
just approach.
Inside.
Never asked the judge.
Side of the house?
Yeah, inside that gate we just saw.
Okay. And maybe if we zoom in a little bit, maybe with this lighting, do you happen to see a green gate there?
Yeah, way in the back. Yeah. So it's from the backyard looking towards the front of that gate.
You had an opportunity to look in the backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you remember about the backyard? Was there anything in the backyard?
There was a pool that took up most of the backyard, and then there was like a detached small garage, like a one-car garage, kind of / storage area.
And Your Honor, may I just approach freely without requesting? Thank you so much. I'm going to show you what's been intended.
Yes, since you didn't ask last time either.
Just take a look at those real briefly and just tell me if that is a fair and accurate depiction of the pool area.
See if the lawyer glances at his hair jealously.
Yes, it is.
Nope.
Publishing 7.
Yeah, he's gonna drink all that water, I think, by the time he's done.
Publishing 12.
Especially the second time on the stand on cross.
Wait, I hope those weren't out of focus before. I apologize. Let's republish 7 for a second. That's part of the backyard of the house?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm intrigued by the wave in his hair. Like, I want to know,
Publishing 12.
is it like hairspray or
more
gel,
over
or is
to
that
the
just a
right?
natural?
Yes,
curl?
correct.
Is the back door to the house open or closed?
It is open.
Publishing 13. What is that structure that we're looking at in the center of the photograph?
That is the small garage that I talked about, where kind of the one-car garage storage area.
Okay, when you arrived there, did it appear open?
Yeah,
Yes.
let's do this.
Approaching the 14 through 18, take a look at these and let me know if those are fair and accurate depictions of that structure you just described.
Yes, they are.
Publishing 14. Is that what it looked like?
Yes.
Is there also a door that enters into that structure?
Yes, there is. You can kind of see it on the side, on the right side of the picture, just kind of near that motorcycle.
Why don't you take your mouse and you just kind of hover over it?
Yeah, kind of right here is that other door.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified a white door to the right of the motorcycle. Did you notice anything that was in the door or the doorknob when you got there?
There was a set of keys that was hanging in the doorknob.
Publishing state 16. What are we looking at there?
Those are the keys that I saw.
Okay. Publishing 15. What are we looking at there?
That's just a farther back picture of that door with the key. And you can see the keys that are hanging out of it.
Were there any signs of forced entry to this door?
No, there were not.
And also in relation to the backyard
This
door
might
that
double.
went into the house, were there any signs of forced entry there?
There were not.
We're counting any sort of facial scratch. Good morning, Brandy. Welcome. We miss you.
Approaching the state
We miss Lucy as
1929.
well.
You mentioned that you walked the sides of the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Take a look at these and let me know if these accurately depict the sides of this home. from the exterior.
How am I missing these? Am I looking away to the wrong times?
Yes, they do. And there were some of the homes, and then there was one that was behind that garage.
Trying to read chat, and every time I look away, you guys tell me I missed one.
Publishing 20.
Where?
Publishing 21.
I think I've seen like 3 of them.
You mentioned that there were gates, correct?
Yes.
To either side. I want to turn your attention to the west gate. Did something jump out to you about the west gate?
There was a padlock that had been placed on the ground in the rocks.
Like a combination lock?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing stage 26. Is this that gate?
Yes, it is. And you can see the lock is down in this area. On
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified a kind of a darkened, almost black silver object between what appears to be a red flower pot and a rock. Publishing 27, is that kind of closer look at the door to the gate?
Yes.
Publishing 29, is that combination lock?
Yes, it is.
I think he has
Publishing 30, what are we looking at here?
That is the front door leading into the residence.
Were there any signs of forced entry?
No.
Publishing 31, is that another example of that gate?
Yes, it is.
To the front door?
Yes, the security gate on the front door.
Publishing 32, what are we looking at here?
That is looking at the garage.
All right. How many vehicles are in this garage?
There are 2.
I want to have you turn your attention to the sedan. Did you find anything that was impounded that was to the left of that sedan in this photograph?
Yes, there was a cartridge case on the left side of that sedan, kind of right up next to the wall.
All right. Publishing 33. Is this a close-up version of that sedan?
Yes.
His confidence level drops
Publishing
quite a bit
34.
on the cross.
Do you see the general area where it is? Maybe if you could take your
worth
mouse
watching.
and circle the general area where you think it was found.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be over in this area here.
Let the record reflect the witness made a circle around what appears to be, I don't know, it looks like a push pin board, maybe leaned up against the wall, and there appears to be an oval kind of area rug, or at least a floor mat. Publishing 35, do you see, and I may need to zoom in. Do you see that card case?
I do, and that's going to be that cartridge case right there.
He calls them
Okay, let the record
card
reflect the
cases or
witnesses
carts.
identified a small object just, I don't know, to the upper left of that floor mat near the wall. When you were briefed on this, did you have an understanding in general about where these shootings occurred?
We were told that they had basically happened in the garage area, and that's kind of what I was able to see. I don't think we got a definitive description. I knew we had a body in the garage, but as far as what I was seeing, as far as the evidence, it showed that it was all in the garage.
Okay, so what you're saying is when you're looking around, you're seeing things, evidence of a fire, of a shooting happening in the garage?
Correct, yes.
Okay, you weren't present when anyone was describing actually how it went down?
Right. I don't think they gave us a definite description as it
Okay,
occurred in this place.
Okay, so just so we're clear, what you're saying is when you were looking around, it seemed to you it happened in the garage because of the things you were collecting.
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Publishing 30, this is 36, is that kind of a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 37, even more close-up version of that
Yes.
part?
Yes.
Every time he touches his face, it's a missed opportunity to run his fingers through his own hair. I keep hoping he does
Publishing
it.
38, what are we looking at here?
It's just showing the cargo area of the SUV.
And here come the aliens. Wait, why are we at the... Was this the second one? No. Did I screw this up? Hang tight. Let's see. That's we're at the end of this one. Oh, that was part 2. Okay, part 2. We're getting to part 3. Okay, so this is the part where we have pictures. Okay, so at this point, just be aware. Content warning. We are going to see we're going to see stuff. We're going to see basically everything that happened at this crime scene.
That was terrible. I apologize.
No, I didn't mess this one up. I promise. We're going to see stuff. We're going to see injuries, graphic injuries that were sustained in these 2 murders. We're going to see the aftermath. There's going to be blood. There's going to be bullet holes. There's going to be the bodies as they were found by the police when they showed up. So just warning on that. If viewer discretion is advised, I don't think this is best for kids to see. But this we've shown it already once on this. This court is showing everyone. It's open to the public. We're viewing that way. So we're gonna continue.
This photograph. What is this rectangle area right here?
That's going to be a little bit of a hallway that just takes you from the bedrooms into the rest of the house, the living room, family room area.
All right. And I'd like to turn your attention to what has been denoted as the family room. Is the kitchen also depicted there?
Yes, it is. The kitchen is just south of that family room.
All right. To the right of the kitchen, there are these little blue lines. What's that supposed to denote?
Those are French doors that open into the backyard.
All right. In the complete opposite end towards the front, there's another kind of quarter circle blue line there. What is that?
That is the front door leading into the residence.
All right. So essentially there are 3, at least in terms of doors, there's 3 entry points into this house. A front door, the garage door in the garage, and then in the back there's the backyard door.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Publishing Exhibit 1. What do we see here?
That is going to be the front of the house.
All right.
Okay, now we're doing the walkthrough, so we're going to
Publishing
be seeing
Exhibit 2, is that a closer version of that home?
Yes, that's going to be just mainly showing the garage area there.
Do you see anybody standing in that garage?
I do not see anybody standing in the garage.
Publishing 3, what are we looking at here?
That is the front door leading into the residence.
Are there any people standing in this area?
No.
I missed it, Samantha. I could have pinned it on the
Publishing
screen.
4, what are we looking at here?
That is going to be, this is the, on the right side of the picture is the house just to the west, and then you're kind of looking back towards kind of the northwest corner of the house at 6517.
All right. Publishing 5, what do we see here?
That is going to be the side of the house on the west side.
With the infamous
Okay.
green door.
And is that green door, is that a gate that leads to the back part of that house?
Yes, it is.
Publishing Exhibit 6, what are we looking at here?
A chair.
Maybe I'll do this. Let me approach because the lighting
Yeah.
is so backlit. Maybe hard to see, I don't know.
No, he just doesn't remember what that picture is.
Can you tell
That's
what we're
fine.
looking at there?
I think that is going to be the west side of the house, inside. Yeah,
On the side of the house?
Yeah, inside that gate we just saw.
Okay. And maybe if we zoom in a little bit, maybe with this lighting.
I'm going to need it, Brandy. I'm going to
happen
need
to see a
it.
green
Thank you
gate
so
there?
much.
Protection Foundation UFO.
Yeah, way in the back. Yeah. So it's from the backyard looking towards.
I'm
the
told
front
I
of that
need
gate.
your sound effects, Brandy.
You had an opportunity to look in the backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you remember about the backyard? Was there anything in the backyard?
There was a pool that took up most of the backyard, and then there was like a detached small garage, like a one-car garage, kind of slash storage area.
Sorry, I fell
Your Honor,
behind.
may I just approach freely without requesting? Thank you so much. I'm going to show you.
It's the second time he asked for that.
Just take a look at those real briefly and just tell me if that is a fair and accurate depiction of the pool area.
Yes, it is.
Publishing 7. Publishing 12.
There are going to be
Those are that. I hope those
17
weren't on the focus before. I
distinct
apologize.
times
Republish 7 for a second.
over the next couple hours, next 3 hours, where very graphic images
That's
are
part of
shown.
the backyard of the house.
17 times, some of them very close up of head wounds sustained from
Publishing
a
12.
gunshot.
Is that
So,
panning more over to the right?
I can't.
Yes,
I
correct.
can't make any stronger warning than that.
Is the
we're
back
getting
door of
closer
the
and
house
closer to
open
this,
or
so just be
closed?
aware.
It is open.
Publishing 13. What is that structure that we're looking at in the center of the photograph?
That is the small garage that I talked about, where kind of the one-car garage storage area.
Okay, when you arrived there, did it appear open?
Yes.
Approaching the 14 through 18. Take a look at these and let me know if those are fair and accurate depictions.
We're missing lots of scratches, I'm pretty sure, right now.
Yes, they are.
Hermione's just sitting there surfing the web.
Publishing 14. Is that what it looked like?
Yes.
Is there also a door that enters into that structure?
Yes, there is. You can kind of see it on the side, on the right side of the picture, just kind of near that motorcycle.
Why don't you take your mouse and you just kind of hover over it?
Yeah, kind of right here is that that other door.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified a white door to the right of the motorcycle. Did you notice anything that was in the door or the doorknob when you got there?
There was a set of keys that was hanging in the doorknob.
Publishing state 16. What are we looking at there?
Those are the keys that I saw.
Okay.
Quick set.
Publishing 15.
It's an easy lock to pick, or so I hear.
What are we looking at there?
That's just a farther back picture of that door, with and you can see the keys that are hanging out of it.
Were there any signs of forced entry to this door?
No, there were not.
And also in relation to the backyard door that went into the house, were there any signs of forced entry there?
There were not.
Hey, Donnie, I'm aware there's going to be pictures. We've seen them before. I'm seeing we're picking up new viewers every minute. The count's growing, so I just want to make sure everyone's aware. Someone might walk in and the
Approaching
first thing they see
state
is,
19 through 29.
a crime scene image. I just want to give them the heads up.
The sides of the house, is that correct?
Yes.
We're going to show them.
Take a look at
That's not a
these
problem
and
for
let
me.
know if these accurately depict the sides of this home from the exterior.
There's our defendant who conveniently only falls asleep when his lawyers walk up on a sidebar, knowing that the camera is then going to be focused on him.
Yes, they do. And there were some of the homes, and then there was one that was behind that garage.
Publishing 19. Publishing 20.
Much better lock than a quick set. Better tolerances. And I like the key getting
21.
the keyway in as well.
You mentioned that there were gates, correct?
Yes.
To either side. I want to turn your attention to the west gate. Did something jump out to you about the west gate?
There was a padlock that had been placed on the ground in the rocks.
Like a combination lock?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing Stage 26, is this that gate?
Yes, it is, and you can see the lock is down in this area. On
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified a kind of a darkened, almost black silver object between what appears to be a red flower pot and a rock.
The record is so reflect.
Publishing 27, is that kind of closer look at the door to the gate?
Yes.
Publishing 29, is that combination lock?
Yes, it is.
This witness has a thing for scratching his
Publishing
face.
30, what are we looking at
And
here?
we're counting how many times
That
he does
is
it.
the front door leading into the residence.
Were there any signs of forced entry?
No.
Publishing 31, is that another example of that gate?
Yes, it
to
is.
the front door?
Yes, the security gate on the front door.
Always good to have a deadbolt.
Publishing 32, what are we looking at here?
That is looking at the garage.
Okay, here come,
All right.
here come the
How many
content warning
vehicles are in
pictures.
this garage?
There are two.
I want to have you turn your attention to the sedan. Did you find anything that was impounded that was to the left of that sedan in this photograph?
Yes, there was a cartridge case on the left side of that sedan, kind of right up next to the wall.
All right. Publishing 33. Is this a close-up version of that sedan?
Yes.
Publishing 34. Do you see the general area where it is? Maybe if you could take your mouse and circle the general area where you think it was found.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be over in this area here.
Let the record reflect the witness made a circle around what appears to be, I don't know, it looks like a push pin board, maybe leaned up against the wall, and there appears to be an oval kind of area rug, or at least a floor mat. Publishing 35, do you see, and I may need to zoom in. Do you see that card case?
I do, and that's going to be that cartridge case right there.
Cartridge.
Okay, let the record reflect the witnesses identified a small object just, I don't know, to the upper left of that floor mat near the wall.
The defendant's on methadone for pain mitigation, and it makes him sleepy.
When you were briefed on this, did you have an understanding in general about where these shootings occurred?
We were told that they had basically happened in the garage area, and that's kind of what I was able to see. I don't think we got a definitive
I think we do have
description.
overlap.
I knew we had a body in the garage, but as far as what I was seeing, as far as the evidence, it showed that it was all in the garage.
It's the
Okay,
aliens.
so what you're saying is when you're looking around, you're seeing things, evidence of a fire, of a shooting happening in the garage.
Correct, yes.
Okay, you weren't present when anyone was describing actually how it went down.
Right. I don't think they gave us a definite description as it
Okay,
occurred
just-
in this place.
Okay, so just so we're clear, what you're saying is when you were looking around, it seemed to you it happened in the garage because of the things you were collecting.
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Publishing 30, this is 36, is that kind of a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 37, even more close-up version of that
Yes.
part?
Yes.
Publishing 38, what are we looking at here?
It's just showing the cargo area of the SUV.
Was anything impounded to the right of this vehicle in between that shelving unit and this vehicle?
There was another cartridge case in that area.
And that cartridge case is on the total opposite end of the other cartridge case?
Yes, that's correct.
I think this feed and the one we just watched
Publishing
were
39, is this the general area where it was located?
Yes.
So we've got a bit of overlap here for about half an hour.
Publishing 40,
Basically, it was an alien abduction,
I
and
might zoom in, but do you happen to see it?
Yes, that's going to be it right
you
there
happen
at
to
the
see it
bottom.
with the mouse where
Okay,
I'm
let
pointing.
the record reflect the witness has identified a small object almost nearby, well, at least in the perspective, it's kind of nearby the wheel well. I mean, it's not really there, but kind of close to the wheel well of the car. In states 40.
Is it weird that I want to know what's on his shelves?
Publishing 41.
Don't let me
Is
in
that a
your
close-up
garages,
of
people.
that same case?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 42. What are we looking at there?
And that's just going to be a close-up of that cartridge case.
Right? I want to approach with what's been marked or what's been admitted as 43 through 47. What are we looking at in these photographs?
It's going to be the area towards the front of the two vehicles and a fire extinguisher that's on the floor,
Okay.
kind of by the right front wheel of the sedan.
Publishing 43. So this is depicting kind of the front fenders, or at least some of the front parts of these vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is this black object on here on the ground?
That is a black ski mask.
All right.
And blood.
When you walked through this garage, did it look completely disheveled, or did it appear to be somewhat organized?
It was somewhat organized. It wasn't disheveled or anything. It looks kind of common, with any type of garage.
Now, I want to point towards this tan area here. What is this object here?
It's going to be a refrigerator.
Was Mr. Miller's body next to this refrigerator on the opposite end?
Yeah, his back is sort of resting against the corner of the refrigerator.
I want to publish States 45.
Just go ahead and do it.
Do you see that refrigerator?
Yes.
What is on top of the refrigerator? Let's zoom in for a second.
Now, this is my sort of peeking
You
around the
see.
garage. What's on top of your refrigerator?
Actually, let's do this. I'm going to approach first. Take a look at this. Tell me what you see a stack on top of the refrigerator.
Looks like a crock pot along the edge of the front here, and then just some other box towards the back, and just a few other, items that are covering up most of the top of the refrigerator.
So there's a number of items stacked on top of that refrigerator.
Yes, that's correct.
Analyst Smith, I have a question for you. When you first arrived in that crime scene, were those items spilled out onto the floor?
No, they were not.
All of those items remained on top of that refrigerator?
Yes.
Even that crock pot that's sitting on the edge of the freezer door
Yes.
and that large box didn't fall down at all?
Right, that's correct.
You mentioned there was a fire extinguisher found on the ground.
Yes.
Publishing 47, is that fire extinguisher?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When you looked, showing you proposed 45 again. When you looked in this area, I want to turn your attention to this hanging step stool.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that little object right there?
Yes, I do.
Is that a screw?
Yeah, it looks like a screw or a nail sticking out of the wall.
Okay. Were you advised as to what had been previously hanging on that screw? I don't know if you got, don't worry about them. Just you go ahead and answer the question.
I don't recall. I believe
Object.
I heard later that's where
Object.
the...
Don't worry about them. Answer the
fire-
question.
I'd object to that. That's hearsay.
Oh, you know what? We can move on.
All right, that objection we sustain. That comment will be stricken from the record.
But
the
there's
jury's
a
heard it.
Screw there, correct?
Yes.
But
Partially out of the wall, right?
Yes.
And just to be clear, that screw between Mr. Miller and that screw is the refrigerator, right?
Yes.
with all of these other objects stacked on top of the fridge.
Yes, correct.
And you didn't find a single one of those objects on the ground at all.
Right, correct. I'm photographing it the way it was when we arrived at the scene.
I want to publish Exhibit 44. Is this that same refrigerator?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember what that black object is?
That I do not recall what that is.
Okay, but it's documented, correct?
Yes.
And it's photographed?
Yes.
And sequentially, that photograph was taken right before you took pictures of the fire extinguisher, is that right?
I believe so, or in that same general area.
46. Is that the fire extinguisher on the ground?
Yes.
All right. In your experience in investigating crime scenes, have you ever seen fire extinguishers affixed to the wall of a house?
I have, yes.
Okay.
There's part of Mr. Miller's head there. We're going to see more of him. Just heads up. It seems weird that there's a dead body in the garage and we're focused on the fire extinguisher. We're just ignoring the fact that Mr. Miller's lying dead next to us.
I want to show you published Exhibit 52 for a second. What is this object here?
That is the refrigerator, just the other side of it.
When you looked at that side of the refrigerator, did you see any apparent blood transfers on the side of that refrigerator?
No, it doesn't appear that there are any.
No smears, no nothing?
No.
Did you see any dents in that side of the refrigerator?
No, not that I recall seeing.
No dents on the side of the refrigerator?
Publishing 48. Is this one of the two bodies that was found in the house?
Yes, it is.
What is on this individual's hands?
He had on a pair of black fabric gloves.
Okay. If you could, please tell me what type of footwear this man is wearing.
He is wearing brown cowboy boots.
Oh. I noticed that when you were processing this crime scene.
This is a different exhibit. Can you throw
Oh, I apologize. I'll just republishing 48. I think it was upside down before. So it's 48. But let's just orient it this way. I noticed when you took all these photographs, this man was still present in your crime scene.
Yes, that is correct.
When you arrived, did you come to learn this person's name is Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Okay. Had Mr. Miller been transported by paramedics?
No, he had not.
Okay. You've been to plenty of homicide crime scenes, I'm sure, in your career.
Yes.
In your experience, if there tends to be a chance to be able to actually save someone, are these people transported to the hospital before you even get a chance to process the scene?
Yes, yeah. We'll go to a lot of homicide scenes where we don't have a victim there because they've been transported.
So it's fair to say if the body is still in your scene, they were dead by the time you've arrived?
Right, that's correct.
I'm counting that one. Might have been a shoulder, but couldn't tell.
Publishing 50. What are we looking at here?
That is a black bag. There's a lot of jewelry inside of it. Towel, I believe a tank top or a t-shirt.
Okay, so there's one bag here, there's a second bag here. What's
Yes.
that object there?
And then that is a blue Adidas hat.
A baseball hat?
Yes.
Nearby it, is there a ski mask?
It is, but it's just off, I believe, off the picture.
Both are objects that you wear on your head, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
That was a big one.
In your experience, even just life experience, you ever see someone wear a ski mask and then put a baseball cap on top?
I don't believe I've ever seen that, no.
But that's in your scene,
Yes.
next to this nearby ski mask.
Yes.
Ultimately, when you look at the ski mask, did there appear to be any bullet holes in that ski mask?
I don't believe that there were any holes in it.
I want to turn your attention to this object here. What is that white object there?
That is a light bulb.
Okay. I'm going to publish 51. Is that kind of a overhead view of that area?
Yes.
On that night, did you recover any carts from that toolbox?
No, we did not.
Do you come later to learn that members of your crime scene team do recover a cart from there?
Yes, we had another crime scene analyst go out about a week later, and they ended up finding one in that toolbox.
And was it located underneath that light bulb?
Yes.
I just think that the fire extinguisher was taken off the wall by Mike Miller. I think he knew what was going to happen and ran in there looking for something to defend himself. I don't think he had a firearm.
What is this object here?
That back in the corner is going to be like a fire poker set.
Okay, is it in between a water heater as well?
Yes, yes. I think I get a little bit of the water heater hit there on the right side.
On the night that you were there, did you recover any carts from that general area?
Not from that area, no.
Do you come to learn that a week later, a member of your crime scene does recover a cart back behind there?
Yes, that's correct.
If they've got sentencing today, right, Lisa? How are we going to fit that in?
Publishing 54, that's a view of the ski mask?
Yes, it is.
And do you see the baseball cap also nearby it?
Yes.
All right, where could you show the jury where that is using the mouse?
Okay, so the ski mask is here, and then the baseball cap is down here at the bottom of the picture.
Ultimately, during the process of your processing crime scene, did you or someone take any steps to move Mr. Miller's body?
The coroner, when we're ready for them at a scene, will come out and they will do their investigation of the body, and then the body is removed from the scene.
Did you and your team notice anything in that scene after his body had been transported by the medical examiner's office?
When the mortuary moves the body, there were 2 bullets that came out of his clothing onto the garage floor.
Okay.
Oh,
Publishing
it was the
55.
hair. That was the one.
Is that the general
Fingers to the
area
hair.
where Mr. Miller was previously?
Yes.
And I'll approach with 56. Do you happen to see one of the bullets?
Yes, I do.
Where?
Right there.
Okay. Publishing 56. If you could show us in the mouse, where is it?
It's going to be right there.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has identified what appears to be a bullet, and it's nearby kind of a plastic container for a lead. You mentioned that there was a second bullet, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Approaching with space 57 and 58.
This witness touches his face a lot, and so we're just counting how many times he does on the stand. He's got fabulous hair, though.
I think that's going to be our second bullet.
Okay, you have your 2 fingers out here.
Yes. Yeah. So the second one is towards the bottom third of
Is
this.
58 an enlargement of that?
Yes, it is there.
Okay, so can you take your mouse? I'm sorry I keep doing this, but the lighting's not great through the overhead. Publishing 57. Why don't you show the jury where the 2 bullets are, and I can try to zoom in a little bit if that helps. I'm sorry, here.
Yeah, there's going to be a bullet there, and then the other one is up here.
Okay, near that plastic wrapper for the lead.
Yes, correct.
And publishing 58, that is an enlargement of that second bullet.
Correct.
I want to, this seems like a good time to go back to our diagram, 214. When a diagram is prepared like this, is this in 1 dimension or 2 dimensions?
It is in just 2 dimension, basically.
Okay, or 3 dimensions.
Yeah, it's not 3-dimensional.
That was my bad.
1 dimension or 2. It's like I've
When
rarely
we
seen a
look at this
one-dimensional
number
drawing.
1, what is that supposed to signify?
That is going to be that cartridge case by the sedan.
Okay.
That's my skill level. I can do one.
Number 2, what is that?
That's the cartridge case on the other side of the garage near the SUV.
Okay. Those 2 bullets that you just identified, do you remember ultimately what they're numbered as?
They were numbered as 10 and 11.
If we look on this diagram, I don't see a 10 or an 11. Do you know why that is?
That's correct. What we opted to do when Chelsea did the diagram was, since the bullets came out of his clothing,
Blair, reapply.
we had the option
Check
of
the
either
other
putting a
questions.
10 and 11 on the diagram and having a little, arrows showing that they came from his body. But we just opted to leave them out, and then we could describe it later. It was a little bit easier, since we're not getting a good definitive description on where they're at for the diagram.
Okay, so this is not an issue because you guys can't count numbers, correct?
Correct.
All right. Are the bullets photographed without a placard?
Yes.
Ultimately, are they then photographed with a little yellow placard with a number?
Yes, they are.
Are the 10 and 11, as well as every piece of items impounded, are they documented also on an evidence impound report?
Yes.
Okay. When you mentioned you prepare a report as well.
Yes.
Did you describe these items as 10 and 11 as well inside your report?
Yes, I did.
So there's your report, an evidence impound report, photographs, plus this diagram.
Yes.
This diagram just doesn't happen to have 10, 11 marked on it.
Right, that's correct.
I'm watching Judge Cedric's court right now. We're going to keep an eye on them. We're going to jump over to Zoom when James and Cynthia pop up. We'll pause this court briefly. Just going to put us behind. It's going to be a busy day. No lunch for us.
How's that go? Sure. Okay.
52. Missed that one. Was that another hair? Did I miss a hair one? Stargazer says, my husband just said, I wish I had his hair.
60.
It's fine. It's beautiful. I think this is the closing
Do you
chapter
see
of
any
James and
apparent
Cynthia.
blood transfer on this side of the refrigerator?
I do not.
When we zoom into these items up here, is it just a crock pot that's stacked up there?
There's a little bit better light in this photo, and so you can see there's a fan on top of it. You can see the back end of the box there, and then there's a couple items over here on that far edge.
And just to be clear, none of these items were on the floor.
Right, that's correct. They were all on top of the refrigerator.
But the fire extinguisher's on the ground.
Yes.
A minute ago, we were talking about little placards. Why do you guys put those there in scenes?
Just for one, they have a scale on them, so you can sort of see what size they are in relation to everything else. And then they also give a good image showing in the scene where the evidence is, and then you can tie that back to the diagram and your evidence impound later on, and it just kind of ties everything all together.
So publishing 61, do we see a number 1 placard anywhere?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's going to be over on that east wall of the garage.
Publishing 62, what is this?
It's going to be that close-up of that cartridge case.
Publishing 63, what are we looking at?
That is the number 2 cartridge case that was on the west side of the garage.
Publishing 64, what are we looking at?
Just the close-up of the cartridge case.
Publishing 65. What are we looking at here?
That was a bullet that was found underneath the SUV.
Okay. So we had one bullet on one end marked as number 1, is that right? On the wall, right? There's a bullet on the wall near the sedan, correct? Marked as number 1?
No,
not the
cartridge.
cart. I apologize. I apologize. So number 7 is a bullet, yeah?
Yes, correct.
Okay. We have, and then 10 and 11 are bullets?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other bullets found?
Yes, there was number 6, and that's going to be near the right front of the SUV.
Okay. And this is underneath the SUV, number 7?
Yes.
Publishing 66. Do we see that fourth bullet?
Yes, it is. Number 6 right there, that placard.
Right. Publishing 67, what are we looking at here?
Just a close-up of that bullet.
68, what are we looking at here?
That is going to be the ski mask.
Publishing 69. Do we see the baseball cap labeled as well now with a number?
Yes.
And what number has it been provided?
That's going to be number 9.
Publishing 71. What are we looking at here?
Those are the 2 bullets that came out of Miller's clothing and then were marked 10 and 11 later on.
Publishing 72, is that number 10?
Yes.
Publishing 73, is that number 11?
Yes.
Did you happen to take any pictures of Mr. Miller right before he was sealed in a bag and transported by the medical examiner's office?
Yes, I believe so.
Publishing 75, is this one of those photos?
Yes.
Publishing 76, is this a different angle?
Yes.
Was there any documentation of the interior of the SUV?
Just of the SUV, just some overall showing the condition.
Publishing 77 and 78. What are we looking at in those 2 photos?
Those are the front seats of the SUV.
Republishing 214. After working the garage, do you start to move into a different area of the house?
Yes, at this point then we're starting to work our way into the house, down the hallway in that area.
All right. What is one of the things that you observe when you first kind of open the door to enter into the house from the garage?
You can see there is number 3, and that's going to be another cartridge case.
I think he had to lie to make it self-defense.
Publishing 79. What are we looking at from this perspective?
This is looking from the interior of the hallway. On the left side is the garage, is the door going out into the garage. Then you can see that little closet to the right, and then you can see the cartridge case down by that, right by the edge of the door.
Could you take your mouse and circle the area where the cartridge case is?
It'll be right here.
All right, let the record reflect the witness has identified an object in the center of that triangular tile, right at the center of the lip of the garage door. These 2 doors that lead to this closet, did you observe any bullet strikes?
No, I did not.
Any ricochets?
No.
Any defects whatsoever?
No.
Did you observe any blood?
No, I did not.
Any apparent blood transfers anywhere?
No, not inside the house, no.
How about this door? See any bullet strikes to that door?
No.
Any blood on that door?
No.
Any defects to that door?
No.
Publishing 80. Is this, what type of flooring is this?
Just tile floor.
Any cracks to the tile?
No.
Any defects to the tile?
No, there were not.
See any apparent blood in the tile?
No.
Let's talk about this wall opposite the closet. Do you see any apparent blood here?
No, I do not.
Any bullet strikes there?
No.
Any defects to the wall?
No.
Nothing that you noted for the processing of this scene.
Right, that's correct.
And this is a double that you're dealing with. You couldn't find anything to document here.
Right. Other than that cartridge case, that's all we had in that area.
He says
Publishing
double like
81,
he's
is
playing
that
Uno or
a
something.
close-up of that cart?
Yes.
Weird terminology.
Publishing 82. What is the doorway that leads to this? What's beyond that door there?
That is going to be the office.
Okay. I know we focused a lot near that door, but let's try to focus from the entrance of this doorway, between this entrance of this doorway and this door here. Do you observe any carts in there, in that area?
No, we did not.
Any bullets?
No.
Any defects to the tile?
No.
Any blood?
No.
How about on this wall? Did you observe anything here, kind of from the hat moving back towards the picture? Did you notice
No.
anything there?
No.
Publishing 83, is this just another view of that same hallway?
Yes. And that has the placard for number 3.
Number 3.
Yeah.
Is that a close-up of that placard?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 214. When you continue to walk down this hallway, what do you observe on the floor of the hallway at the other end?
That is going to be where Sharon is located.
Oh, that was it. That was
Publishing 85. What do we see in this photograph?
That's if you turn around and you're looking back towards the master bedroom there, and you can see Sharon laying on the floor there.
Okay. Publishing 86. Is this a close-up of Sharon?
Yes, just a little bit more close up.
I want to turn your attention to this entryway. Where does that lead to?
That is that hallway bathroom.
Okay. When you observed this door frame as well as this door frame, did you see any apparent blood transfer?
I did not see any originally, I don't believe.
What is that?
That is a handheld phone.
Seems weird that he put the phone on her. It's just you don't do that. You don't use other people as like a resting spot for objects, and he did.
Publishing 87. Is that just another angle of Sharon?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 88. What is this area to the left of Sharon?
That is going to be the bedroom with the drum set in it.
The drum room.
And this is the condition of how the house looked when you were processing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Publishing 89. With respect to her clothing, does it appear to have apparent blood on it?
It does, yes.
How about this side of her neck?
Yes.
I want to approach with what's been marked as 90, it's exhibits 90 through 101. I want you to take a look at this and tell me what general area of the house this is. And if you can move down this way, if that's all right.
Yep.
So just give me the word.
Hey, good morning, Kathy. Welcome. Yes, he flipped her over. That was all those groanings and gruntings we heard when he was on the 911 call. It was so hard for him to flip her over, so he could do those chest compressions.
These are going to be the overalls of that east bedroom.
Okay. Publishing 90. What if anything was impounded that is documented in this photograph here?
That is a Smith & Wesson 38 special revolver.
Okay. And do you remember what
who's
placard it
compelled
was assigned?
Just
It was number
compulsion.
15.
Publishing 91, is that a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
Did it appear to have any apparent blood on it?
No, it did not.
Publishing 92, is that a close-up of that same gun?
Yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 93. What are we looking at on the wall?
That is a clock that is on the wall, just adjacent to the door going into that east bedroom.
Okay. Is that the position that it was in when you found it?
Yes.
So it wasn't folded down or anything like that?
No, correct. It just looks exactly like that.
Publishing 94. When you went through this home, do you recall any drawers being fully removed out of any piece of furniture?
There were some that were open. Mostly they were opened. There was a little cabinet on the master bedroom wall, sort of above where Sharon was, where the little drawers were pulled completely out. But other than that, everything else looked pretty well just open. Nothing pulled out, nothing strewn all over.
You did go to the Sarah Boone School of Resuscitation.
What number was that, Councilman?
Oh, this is 90.
90.
I think he graduated cum laude.
Give me 1 second. 94.
Yeah, some crappy symbols, right? Drummers out here don't approve.
Publishing 95. What are we looking at here?
That is going to be that same clock that was on the wall, and it'll actually fold down. And you can use it to basically hide a gun in there.
Publishing 96 and 97. Are these just different angles of that drawer?
Yes.
It's a very small baby. It's very high.
Publishing 98. Is that one of the objects that's on the floor?
Yes.
Publishing 99. What are we looking at? Where are we now? Are we still in the drum room?
Yeah, if you just walk in and you look kind of opposite, and that's where that photo is taken from.
Publishing 100. Another angle of that, the drum set and some of the equipment?
Yes.
All of it remained in the house?
Yes.
Publishing 101. That's the placard that you assigned to the gun?
Yes.
Cleanup's a little easier.
I want to show you 102 through 104. What are we looking at in these photographs?
4 months, Nikki.
This is going to be that hallway bathroom, just opposite the east bedroom.
Okay. So it's on the other side of Sharon from the drum room?
Yes.
Publishing 102.
I just cannot keep up and read chat at the same time, DMB. I'm counting on you to be right on this count.
103. Do you know what this red bag is?
I believe it was leftovers. Had styrofoam containers inside it.
Okay, from a place called Charcoal Steak?
Yes, I believe so.
And publishing 104.
And there you can see we had placard number 4 up, which was a receipt from the charcoal room.
Okay. That's why the placard's there.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that is the state of what the bathroom looked like at the time that you processed it.
Yes, correct.
We're counting the number of times the defendant. the witness touches
If
his
we walk
face.
past Sharon's body,
head.
continuing to walk away from the garage, what room do we enter?
We're in the master bedroom now.
Did you document that particular room?
Yes, I did.
I think she
We're
dropped
approaching
it
the
in
stage
hall when she
105
was shot.
and 120.
They just fell there.
Gone through these, and let me know what these photographs depict.
All right, those are going to be the photos of the master bedroom and then adjacent bathroom.
Trying to mimic all his face scratches myself.
Publishing 105. Where's it goes? .106.
We're on the cabinets right now. Cabinets, then flooring, then finish everything up.
107. Publishing 112. Is this the condition of the room when you walked in and began to document it?
Yes, it is.
Were any of these drawers removed out of that dresser?
No, you can see that there's the top couple drawers are pulled out slightly, but they're still in the cabinet.
Were there any items strewn on the floor?
Other than these drawers at the bottom of the picture, there really wasn't too much else. It was strewn all over the floor.
And you're talking about these kind of small boxes here?
Yes, correct. Or small drawers, yeah.
Understood. Publishing 116. What is this white object on the wall?
It's just going to be a set of drawers hanging on the wall as you walk into that master bathroom.
Did you notice any contents or objects kind of below these little drawers?
No, we just had some of them that looked like they were open.
This is Sharon's house, by the way. That's why the decorations are the color they are. This was her home.
In the master bedroom, was there a closet in that master?
Yes, there was one in the master bathroom.
Okay. And by stipulation, Your Honor, there's an additional exhibit, stage proposed 327, that the defense has no objections to its admission.
327 will be stipulated to?
That's accurate.
Gail. We all have, everybody has a behavior like this.
Publishing
Everybody.
121, is this a picture? What is this a picture of?
That is looking into that closet in the bathroom.
Okay.
Got a super zoom on this Elmo.
I have to zoom in. What is that?
That is like a jewelry box with completely open.
Okay. Does it appear to have jewelry still inside of it?
Bunch of
Yes.
pearls.
Was there a safe inside of this closet?
There was.
Publishing 327. Do you see that safe?
I do. And that's going to be that safe right there with the gray front.
So it's black in color, but it's also got some gray to it.
Yes, uh-huh.
It's
safe.
327.
I think I should just start counting things, and you guys have to guess what it is that I'm counting. Next time we might do that. I'll just count every time I see something.
I want
You
to
guys guess what it
republish
is.
214. Was this northeast bedroom process the office? Or at least photographed or documented?
Yes, it was documented, yes.
I'm approaching the stage 123 through 135. Just take a look at those and tell me what these photographs depict.
It's probably something he wanted later. That's why he was so careful with it.
Yeah, that's going to be the photos of the northeast bedroom office.
Publishing 123. What vantage point are we having at this point?
That's going to be if you walked into the office and you were sort of standing in the corner, sort of like kitty corner from where you walk in.
Did you find any carts in this northeast bedroom or in the office?
No, I did not.
Did you find any dings to the doorway or the walls or anything like that, like impact marks?
No.
Publishing 124.
Ooh, too bright.
125.
That was fast.
126.
There's an
What are we
iron
looking
board
at
in there.
here?
Hold it still for a second. I can tell you.
Can we zoom out just a little bit?
So sorry.
It's okay.
What are we looking at here?
It's just kind of an overall looking at the sort of southeast corner of the room, it looks like.
Did it appear as if any of the electronics were disturbed in this room?
No.
Were any drawers pulled out in this room?
No.
Publishing 128. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be a piece of luggage on the floor, and on top of it, there is a revolver.
All right. Publishing 129. Is this an enlargement of that revolver?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 130.
And that's just a close-up of the revolver.
Publishing 133. What do we see here?
Just a different view of the revolver with our placard number 14.
Okay. Do you remember what type of firearm this was?
It's a Smith & Wesson 22 long rifle revolver.
Long rifle is the
Publishing
name of the
134.
cartridge.
Is that just a close-up
Not the
of
type
that?
of gun.
Yes.
Publishing 136. What do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is going to be a picture of the hallway looking from the, probably like the living room area, looking down the hallway. If you go down this hallway and you turn to right, you would see Sharon there and you'd see the master bedroom, or if you took a left, you would get to the garage.
If we were to zoom in, do we see any part of Sharon when we look from this vantage point?
Yes, that's her feet there.
I'll zoom back out. In this hallway, do these walls go all the way up to the ceiling?
No, on top of those walls, there's like a raised area, usually for like plants and things like that.
It's a 3/4 wall. What's on the other side?
We'll come back to that.
I think initially it was his lack of emotion.
What do we see in
And then the walk
137?
That is going to be what we call the family room.
All right. So I'm going to republish 214. Can you use your mouse and show us where the family room is?
That's going to be down here in this area.
Okay, so if we walked past Sharon down this hallway and then hung a left, that's where it'd be.
Yes.
So the half wall is next to the bathroom?
Did anything appear
Bathroom's
disturbed
open?
in this room of the house?
No.
Publishing 138, what are we looking at in this area?
It's going to be just a different view of that family room, and then you can see the double doors that go out into the backyard.
Is this the open door that you were referring to?
Yes.
What is in the lock of that door?
There's a key.
That's the interior
From the
door.
inside.
I believe so, yes.
And when you arrived, that door was open or closed?
It was open.
What room is that to? Because that lock's mounted weird. With
Publishing
the key,
139.
keeping people inside the house out of the room.
What are we looking at in this photograph?
Is that the drum
That's
room?
going to be the kitchen area.
Did anything appear disturbed in the kitchen?
No.
Was anything collected as evidence potentially from this kitchen?
There was one knife that was on that kitchen island, kind of in the middle of the picture there, that was recovered.
Yeah, this is like a creepy
Publishing
indoor
141.
lock.
Do you see the knife in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Where is it?
It's going to be right here along the on the kitchen island, along that south edge.
Publishing 143. Is that the placard that you assigned to it?
Yes.
Was there any signs of forced entry to that back door?
No, it didn't appear that there was any damage to the door or anything like that.
What vantage point are we looking at in stage 144?
That's going to be just a different version of the family room, and then you can see along the right edge of the picture is the walkway that takes you into the living room area.
What do we see in 146?
That is going to be the living room, and then in the middle of the picture is you go down a short little. Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the hallway going back towards the bedrooms, and then that looks to the right, and you can see the family room.
So republishing 214. Show us that hallway. Maybe slide your mouse over that hallway so we can see.
Yeah, it was the picture was from right here, so you're looking down, going to the hallway there, and then looking at the family room in this area.
Publishing 147. What is being photographed here?
That is just a dining table in that in the living room.
Publishing 152. What are we looking at in the center of that photograph?
That is going to be the den.
Publishing, or not publishing, but approaching the stage 153 through 157. What is depicted in these photographs?
Just overall showing the den.
Okay. Based on your observations, did anything appear to be disturbed in the den?
No.
Publishing 154, 155, 157. So there were TVs and kind of DVDs or VCRs in that area?
Yes.
None of them were taken?
They were still there, correct.
This is 2008 or 2009.
Publishing 150.
Right after the iPhone was first invented.
What are we looking at here?
That's just showing the condition of the front door, showing that there's no damage to it. It's not broken or anything like that.
158, that's just a more wider shot of that door?
Yes, it is.
Now, I want to show you what's remarked is 160 through 166. Remember talking to us about kind of a planner area?
Yes.
Why don't you take a look at those photos and tell me what these photographs depict?
All right, these are kind of the planter area, almost at the junction between the end of the hallway where it sort of stops.
Sure. What we'll do is I'm going to throw that diagram back up.
Okay.
I'm going to republish 214, and I want you to tell this jury what part of the house that we're talking about.
Okay, we're talking about the planter areas were on top of each of the sides of the hallway. Like this one here ends where the hallway turns, but this planter up here goes all the way across the hallway there.
There's an arch.
So it's like an arch that goes across the hall.
It's not an arch or anything, it's flat, but it just goes right above the hallway.
An overpass.
Yes.
And that's a sad attempt, but
Yeah, similar to that, exactly. You would go right under it when you walk towards the garage.
Did you and your crime scene analyst find anything of evidentiary value that you documented and collected in this overarching ledge?
We did, yes.
What did you find there?
There was a metal fragment and then a metal fragment with some hair attached to it.
So were they documented in your crime scene report?
Yes.
Were they impounded as evidence under this event number?
Yes.
Did you document and write about it in your report?
Yes.
But I don't see it in the diagram.
Right.
Why not?
And that's kind of the same reason we left out 10 and 11. It would be a little bit confusing having that in the diagram because this is just a 2D from the top looking down diagram. If I put 12 and 13 right here, which is where they're at, it's going to look like they're on the floor. I can't show them up in the air.
And to be fair, you had the capability to do a three-dimensional picture of that particular area. Would that be fair? You could have done one.
Correct, yes.
Okay, you elected not to.
Right, and usually in a case like this, we don't do, like a 3D diagram or something like that. Just for those two pieces of evidence, we wouldn't have done that.
Okay. Understand. So if maybe there was something else, I don't know, let's say like blood spatter or something, you might do something like that.
Correct, yes.
Okay, but you and your team elected, at least on that night, not to do it for those two, to put it in the diagram.
Correct, yes.
But where was it memorialized?
And like I said, it was in the crime scene investigations report. There's photos of them. They were impounded as items 12 and 13. And
it's also in the evidence impound report as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to publish. So this is not a situation where you guys can't count?
Correct.
All right. Publishing 160. What are we looking at here?
All right. This is kind of the end of the hallway where, again, if you go back to the right, you would see the master bedroom. If you went to the left, you would see the garage. And so this is that raised planter area that goes over the hallway.
So Sharon is where?
She is back to the right over here.
Okay.
And on the ground.
And is there a wall kind of in that, you see where the area to the left?
Yes.
If you go to the upper ledge there, is there a wall that kind of blocks that off?
Yes, there is a wall that goes all the way probably 3 or 4 feet back on that planter. Then there is one that goes all the way to the ceiling.
Okay, so I'm going to do this. Publishing 214. You're referring to this walkway area is where that overhang was, right?
Yes.
And you're saying there is a wall kind of going up to the ceiling, correct?
Right.
So if I was standing where Sharon is, I wouldn't be able to throw a ping pong ball over that and have it make it all the way down and bounce towards the garage, correct?
Correct.
Because there is a wall blocking it.
Yes.
You can only get it you can only leave things up there if you're standing over where Sharon is.
Right, correct.
Okay.
That's important.
Publishing 161. What are we looking at here?
And there you can see the items 12 and 13, and you can see just a little bit of the hallway at the bottom there, on the bottom right, walking. That's how you would get towards the garage.
And Your Honor, if I could, I'd like to actually, just based on lighting, publish this to kind of show the dimensions of that wall that's there.
You just published it. What does he say he's going to publish? What?
Of the jury, you will have all exhibits that were admitted into evidence with you when you go into deliberation. You will have them all.
Publishing 162, is that one of those pieces of metal fragment?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 163, is that the other one?
Yes.
Publishing 164. Why are you photographing this area?
Right here on this wall is a little bit of a defect. It's where probably one of those pieces of metal hit that drywall, and then that's how it ended up in that planter area.
There's this object here, right?
Yes.
Publishing 160. Do we see it in this photograph?
Yes, we do. It's right there.
Publishing 164. Is that the thing that you're referring to?
Yes, that is the defect in the drywall.
Little dent in the wall.
Publishing 166. What is that?
That's just a close-up of that defect in the drywall.
So, in this hallway area here on that landing where Sharon is, and on this wall here near the east bedroom, there is a defect.
Yes, yeah, kind of right in that general area right there.
You don't see any defects in this part of the hallway, but there's one here.
Yes.
Wonder what their theory is as to what it is, or what caused it. That was a big one. Missed it.
Publishing 167. What do we see here?
These were some of the items that came out of the bags that were in the garage on the floor by Mr. Miller.
Okay, so do you lay out the items that are found inside?
Yes.
Publishing 168. Is this all that jewelry?
Yes, it is.
What are these?
Those are some keys.
Okay. Do two of those keys go to the safe? If you know.
I do not know for sure.
Okay, but we have two sets of keys here and two sets of keys here. Do you have any knowledge as to what those keys go to?
No, I do not.
Okay.
It's a cylinder
but
block.
amongst all this jewelry are 4 keys.
Yes.
All the cosmetic jewelry.
I want to show you what's been marked as 169 through 172. What are we looking at here?
Just for today, just for this witness. Special counter.
Those are photos of the semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. What type of model is this?
It's a Russian gun. It's called Baikal, B-A-I-K-A-L.
Did you know that it was named after a lake in Russia?
I did not know that.
Okay. Now you know. I learned that today too.
Okay.
Publishing 169. Was this taken off of Mr. Randolph's person?
Yes, it was.
All right. Why is there one? Oh yeah, I'm so sorry.
This is the counter. We're counting how many times he touches his head, basically.
Why is there one
witness.
round of ammunition here, but then there's some more sitting in that magazine?
That round right there is what was in the chamber.
Okay.
When we
And
recovered.
how many were in the magazine?
There were 3 in the magazine.
Was there a clip also taken off of Mr. Randolph's person?
Yes, there was also a separate magazine that
Separate magazine, I apologize.
Yeah, that had 8 cartridges in it.
Okay. Publishing 170, is that what we're looking at there?
Yes.
And publishing 172, does this include its serial number?
Yes.
And this is the other side of the gun?
Yes, it is.
And the ejection port is on that side of the gun, correct?
Yes.
Which is to the right?
Yes.
I believe it's a pretty cheap gun. I don't think it's high-end at all. Yes, it is a Russian gun. It was very popular. It's unique.
I want to approach with what's been
Unique
marked
size as far as what 9 millimeters go.
179.
It's a little tiny bit smaller than the traditional size.
174 and 176 through 176. Can you tell me what we're looking at in each set of photographs?
This one is going to be the 22 revolver, the Smith & Wesson 22.
Okay.
And then this one is going to be the 38 Special revolver.
So this is the one that's found in the office, and the one you're holding is the one that's found in the drone.
Yes, I think, yeah, wait, I might have some flipped. Let's see.
I think he has a mess up here.
Yeah, that one goes with this one. I think
He makes a
that-
mistake.
Oh, okay.
Just based on that.
No, they're two different handles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see.
I apologize, yeah.
Okay.
We're just not in order.
Okay, so yeah, these are 38 and then, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Wow, you got the triple touch. And there it is. Just blew
Publishing
past triple digits.
173, 174, and 175. What is the significance of that impact mark in that cylinder?
That is going to be the 38 special, and that was the one found in the east bedroom there. And you can see that there's a little dimple in this one cartridge case right here. That was under the hammer, and that one had been fired. These other 5 have not been fired.
Me too.
Publishing 176, 177, 179, and that's just a look at its cylinder, is that correct?
Correct, yeah, that is the 22.
I want to publish 180. What are we looking at here?
That is a bag containing some clothing.
All right. Were those items removed out of the bag and documented?
Yes, they were.
Publishing 181, is that one of the items?
Yes.
182, is this one of the items?
Yes, it was.
Publishing 183, what are we looking at there?
Those are a pair of Reebok shoes. One was found in a bag out in the garage, pretty close to that other bag we just saw, and then the other one was underneath Mr. Miller's leg.
Okay. Court's indulgent.
Are we done?
Oh, yes. One other question. Remember we talked about that strike that's kind of in that hallway, almost above Sharon or kind of nearby Sharon?
Yes.
How high up is that strike?
I've got the exact height in my report if I can look at that real quick.
If it would help refresh your recollection, you may refer to it.
Okay, it was 8 feet 5 inches up off the floor.
Okay. Anything else? I have no further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate and learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case as the finally submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 3:10. We'll be in recess until 3:25.
All rise for the jury.
All rise for the jury. All right. The counter is off the screen. The counter was for how many times the the witness was touching his face during that questioning. We're going to skip ahead here, so give me just 1 minute to go right here. Don't think we got any business. Let me just listen in with the hot mic. We're at 103. Sorry, my counter, I have to do it upside down. I have to, but it works. So you can see how I was running the counter down here. Maybe he's just touchy-feely, itchy person. I'm touchy-feely, itchy.
You're outside the presence of our jury. Sir, you are excused for the break. And just to remind you that you're still under oath. You're not allowed to talk to anyone about your testimony. And if you could just stay away from the jurors while you're on the hallway. Thank you so much. Do you guys have any issues outside the presence?
No, Your
Honor. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes.
So we're gonna take a quick lunch. I'm gonna fix it here on screen. Where are we at? So it's right now we're 1 hour and 18 minutes into it. We're gonna skip ahead, 15-minute break, and pop it right here. Okay, we are back. That was a quick break, huh? Sorry. So those of you who thought you could run to the bathroom, get a drink, something, we're back in court. Please remain seated. Maybe I'll give you more time on lunch.
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's present.
Okay, we are back on the record. Received 250-966, State of Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect that Mr. Randolph is present, his attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. Do both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury?
Yes, sir. We do.
We do.
Ready for cross whenever you're ready.
Thank you. You've worked for Metro for a long time.
Yes, I have.
The entirety of that time has been in the crime scene investigation division, right?
Yes.
On TV, there are CSIs. I see yours says CSI. We usually call them CSAs in court, right?
Correct.
Okay. You start out going through like a training protocol, correct?
Yeah, when you first get hired, you go through, like I said, you go through the academy, then you go through a field training program, which is about 4 months or so, where you're paired up with another CSA and you kind of learn the job, kind of on-the-job type training.
Okay. And then after you're a CSA for a while, you can get promoted to a more elevated position. What's that called?
Correct. Yeah, you start out as a CSA 1, and then you promote to a CSA 2 after 2 years.
Okay, and then from there, you can even get promoted above and beyond that, right?
Right. Then you can test to become a senior CSA.
Okay. And then even above that, you have a crime scene supervisor, right?
Correct.
Okay. In this particular case, you're on duty the night of May 8th of 2008, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Obviously, that's a long time ago, right?
Correct.
As you sit here today, what are you within that hierarchy of CSAs?
At the time,
I'm saying today.
Oh, today?
Yes.
What am I? I'm a senior crime scene analyst.
Okay. Back then, what were you?
I was a senior, I was a CSA 2.
Okay. I'm assuming in most big scenes, there are more than one crime scene analyst that respond.
Yes.
And in fact, Mr. Hamner, when he was asking you questions, he said, in the case of a double, he's kind of using like the prosecutor vernacular, we're talking about a double homicide. Multiple people have been killed at a scene, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And a scene like that, you would always have more than one crime scene analyst respond.
Even with just a regular homicide where we have one decedent, then we would have 2 people.
Okay. In this case, you actually had more than 2 crime scene analysts that responded, yes?
We had myself, another crime scene analyst, and then a supervisor.
Okay. The other crime scene analyst was who?
Chelsea Collins.
And she no longer works for Metro, right?
Correct.
Where was she within that hierarchy at the time?
She was a CSA 2 also.
Okay. And then you had a supervisor there, a guy by the name of Gary Reed, correct?
Yes.
And he is no longer with Metro, yes?
Correct.
And he's actually deceased, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrive at a scene, it is well after the 911 call comes in and first responders get there, right?
Right, that's correct. Like I said, the scene is going to be static by the time we arrive. We don't go into scenes where it's dynamic, where there's suspects running around and police are chasing suspects, anything like that. We go to scenes when they're static, so that's when we go.
I'm going to ask you about those 2 terms that you use. Static means everything's calmed down, there's no suspect on scene with a gun, there's not anything happening at that moment, everything is kind of like cooled off, and then you come in to do what you do, right?
Right, that's correct.
A dynamic scene's a lot different, right?
Yes.
Dynamic scene is when there's still something active happening, perhaps a person with a firearm, there might be a crime in progress, there's a lot of moving parts that haven't settled yet.
Right, correct.
Okay. You almost never go to a scene that's dynamic, right?
Right, that's correct. Sometimes we go to a static scene and then it becomes dynamic if we have a suspect that comes back, but that's very rare.
Okay. The reason you come in once the scene is static is because in a static environment, you can be more precise with things like distances, timing, photographs, collection of evidence, things like that, right?
Right, that's correct.
Yeah, the
in a
coloring of the
dynamic
witness's
scene,
face
when
is
things
my
are
fault.
going on really fast, there's somebody there with a gun, people might be in danger, hard to define exact distances, details, take pictures, things like that.
Right, yeah. And like if we have a dynamic scene, then we're going to wait for it to become static again.
Okay. And this particular call, there were first responders, as you understand, that were responding to a 911 call, right?
Yes.
There were medical personnel that responded because there was life-threatening injuries, yes? Ultimately, there were people that succumbed to their injuries at the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you use the names on direct examination of Mr. Miller and Miss Randolph, you didn't know those people, right?
I believe we knew pretty much who they were from when I got there or very shortly thereafter.
Back up. My question may not have been clear. You personally didn't know Sharon Randolph, right?
Oh, no. Correct.
And you didn't know Mike Miller, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you are given those names at the scene, you have now identified who they are, right?
We're working off on a tentative basis who these people are, and the coroner is actually the ones that identifies and determines their name.
There's information accumulated in the investigation as to who the identity of these people are.
Yes, correct.
And because you come later, that information is given to you.
Yes.
Other information is given to you as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
First responders come, depending on what they uncover, they'll call out other more specialized detective units, right?
Yes.
And back in 2008, we had some detectives called violent crimes detectives.
Yes, I believe that's what they were called back then.
Okay. And they actually responded to this scene as well, right?
Yes.
And then later on, after it's determined that these people have succumbed to their injuries, homicide detectives are called, right?
Yes.
And you've been to many homicide scenes, agreed?
Yes.
When you come to a homicide scene, there are a number of different homicide detectives, right?
Yes.
People doing all types of different responsibilities within that particular event.
Right, correct.
And that would include homicide supervisors as well.
Yes.
In this particular case, were you aware that there were actually canine officers that were dispatched to the scene prior to your arrival?
I was not aware that canine responded.
That's something that you've encountered in your career, right?
Hey guys, just know that the witness's face, it looks red on this because of how I ran the recording and replay. It basically added a level of contrast to his face. In real life, he doesn't look like this. So it's my fault. I made everyone get a sunburn. So let's you can blame me. Let's give him a little break.
Yes.
There are certain circumstances when someone's entering a scene for whatever reason, canine might be dispatched out as well.
Yes.
Okay. You are part of what is commonly referred to as a briefing when you arrive on scene.
Yes.
And a briefing is where you stand around with other detectives and officers and people involved in the call, and there's a discussion about what's likely to be important within that scene, right?
Yes.
And as part of that briefing, you'll also do a walkthrough, right?
Yes.
A walkthrough where you're pointing at items of evidence, right?
Right. We're looking at the scene. We're kind of just identifying things that we see that we might think is going to be important.
And when we say we're not just talking about crime scene analysts, right?
Right.
You'll actually walk the scene with detectives as well, right?
Yes.
And they'll identify things that are important to them, right?
Right.
And by transfer, those things that are important to them become important to you.
Correct.
Because they've identified in their own minds things that they think are relevant to the investigation, correct?
Right, that's correct.
You also have an opportunity to identify things that are important and relative to an investigation, right?
Yes, yeah, we're working closely with the detectives, so we're talking about, is this relative, is this not, hey, did you see this, that type of thing.
They're giving you information that they think is important to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you have specialized training that allows you to identify items of forensic evidence at a scene that you might point out to a detective as well. Right?
Right, correct.
And in fact, if you saw, for instance, a blood stain, you might say, hey, that's going to be important. I'm going to photograph that, right?
Right, correct.
Okay, when you arrive on scene with Miss Collins, you guys divide the labor within the crime scene investigation unit, right?
Yes.
And in this particular case, I think you told us your responsibilities consisted of photography, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you, Ricky.
And the photography component of a crime scene analyst will happen at almost every scene, correct?
Yes.
You also had the responsibility of authoring a report.
Yes, that's correct.
A report in a case like this can be crucially important. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it's part of, like we talked about, the evidence impound, the diagrams, everything all kind of works together.
Okay. And when it works together, you're talking about working together with the portion of the case that Ms. Collins was assigned, right?
Yes.
Her assignments within this case were the creation of that diagram that we saw in States 214, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to talk to you about this a little bit more in detail later, but that's a portion of what she's responsible for, right?
Correct.
There's also an evidence impound that's done by Ms. Collins, right?
Yes.
Theoretically, if done correctly, the things you document in your report would be identified in this diagram and would be impounded and put in her impound report, right?
Right, that's correct.
The idea being that if we come back and look at a case all these years later when we're making a critically important determination about people's lives, we have documented evidence that's accurate, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me a huge part of your job is the documentation, collection, and preservation of important evidence at a scene, right?
Yes.
You try to document everything that's important in photographs, correct?
Right, that's correct.
Anything that is identifiable and impoundable, you try to impound and collect it at a scene, right?
Yes.
And you try to do it in a fashion where it can be preserved so that those of us in a jury trial later on can see it, hear about it, and look at it, right?
Correct.
I think they're just going for life without
you want
parole
to
on
have
this one.
the preservation of that evidence so that you can test it forensically, right?
Yes.
Thank you,
And just to
Buttercup.
be clear, unlike the TV show, you don't collect a blood sample, go back to the lab, and test it yourself, right?
Right, that's correct. We have a separate forensic lab that does all the testing, that they look at the blood, the DNA, the latent
TV show got it
prints,
wrong.
they also do the firearms and all that types of things.
You would agree with me that, for instance, in the lab, they can't do any of that testing if you don't properly collect and preserve the evidence. Agreed?
Correct.
So it's really important that you identify it, yes?
Yes.
That you collect it, right?
Yes.
And that it's preserved, right?
Yes.
And that it's done accurately. You'd agree with that too,
Yes.
right? Okay. In this particular case, in the diagram, let me ask you this. When you're at a scene and you're taking photographs
How many
and
was that?
preparing your report, do you have the ability to take measurements?
I usually don't take measurements when I'm doing my photography and my notes, just because that's not part of my duties at the scene.
Okay. The duties that Miss Collins had, you've done those duties, right?
Yes.
You've made a lot of crime scene diagrams.
Yes.
And you've impounded a lot of evidence.
Correct.
When you do that portion of a scene, do you take measurements?
Yes, I do.
Why?
So that we can later on show, the DAs, the defense can show the jury, this was located X number from this. And then you can get a spatial relationship of things and get an idea where things were located in a scene.
In a static environment, it's pretty easy to lay down a tape measure. And for instance, I could say, I'm 12 feet from you, right?
Correct, yes.
And then ladies and gentlemen that come in here and give up their time to make really important decisions have that accurate information, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you this diagram real quick. In the top left-hand corner, I'm going to zoom in.
Another triple.
There's an event number. You
I
see
think
that?
he's giving like baseball signs.
Jury's
today.
heard all about that. There's a
To the
date. You know that's the
prosecution.
date that you responded to this scene, right?
Yes.
There's an address. You responded to that address, right?
Yes.
Underneath that, there's a C9255C. What's that?
That is Chelsea, C for Chelsea, her first initial. 9255 is her P number, or was her P number, and C for Collins.
Okay. You have a P number too, right?
I do.
What's yours?
8177.
So yours would be J8177S.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So if you had prepared this diagram, your information would be on there, right?
Yes.
This is a homicide call that you responded to, right?
Yes.
And then underneath that, there's the name and birth date of two individuals. You see that?
Yes.
Sharon Randolph, what's her date of birth?
We've got 11/5 of 50.
Okay. What's Michael Miller's date of birth?
We've got 1/16 of 70.
Okay. Ask you to remember those. We'll come back to them. Underneath that, there's a thing that says approximate to scale 5 feet. What the heck's that mean?
That is just basically showing if you wanted to sit down with this and a little ruler, you could measure this little scale and see where, for example, cartridge case number 1, how far is it from cartridge case number 2?
Okay, so if I took my highlighter here and I looked, that's about
Set
5
ruler.
feet on that
Not a highlighter.
black and white checkered scale, right?
Approximately, yes.
So if I were to come down here and say that's 5 feet,
That's why we use a
that
ruler.
should be about 5 feet right there, right?
Okay, sure.
That's
Yes.
and that's the idea, right?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. This legend that's over here, Mr. Hammer asked you a few questions about that. Why is that there?
That's showing, so again, if you're looking at the diagram, you can look at it easily and see that 1 is a cartridge case, 2 is a cartridge case, and so on. 14 is a gun, and 15 is a gun. And that coincides with what's on the evidence impound.
He's going to get more
great.
snarky. It's going to
I'll
get
talk to you
worse.
about that. All right. In the garage area, you see a number of red numbers in the top right of this exhibit, correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay, and those correspond with the same numbers in the legend in black and white to the left, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see some writing on the vehicles?
Yes.
Why is that there?
To determine, we numbered the vehicles, and then we have a small legend on the side showing what they were and their plate number.
Okay. So vehicle number 1, you know from the photographs that that's a Pontiac sedan, right?
Yes.
And vehicle number 2, that is directly adjacent to the body of Mr. Miller, that's a Hyundai SUV, right?
Yes.
And that's important because you want your diagram to be accurate, to match up with the evidence impound, to match up with your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of Ms. Collins' evidence impound report?
I do.
Do you have it in front of you there?
Yes.
Okay. There are package numbers listed on it, right?
Yes.
And those package numbers correspond to items that have item numbers, right?
Yes.
Starting at the top, there's package 925501, item 1 is a cartridge case, right?
Yes.
And you know that to be important in this investigation, right?
Yes.
There's a location there describing where it comes from, right?
Yes.
Okay. On the floor of the garage near the east wall, 13 feet north and 15 feet 7 inches east of the reference point, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a reference point and measurements to tell us exactly where that came from, right?
Yes.
You testified on direct examination about some bullets that were recovered as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to refer to item number 7.
Okay.
What is it?
That is a bullet.
Where's it recovered from?
It is recovered from under vehicle 2, kind of along the right side, passenger side.
Okay. What's it say on the report? If you could read it out loud for me.
Yeah, 1 bullet, and then it says on the floor of the garage under vehicle number 1.
And then are there measurements?
Yes.
Okay. So if I read that evidence impound report, I would think that it was 13 feet 2 inches north and 1 foot 6 inches east of the reference point under vehicle number 1, correct?
Yes. Yeah, based on what there is, yes.
Yeah. That's not accurate, is it?
No, because it's actually under vehicle number 2.
Right. And that's important, right?
Sure.
Okay. When you document and collect evidence, you want to be as thorough as you possibly can, right?
Sure.
You're a human being, yes?
Come the shures.
You make mistakes, right?
Yes.
Ms. Collins makes mistakes as well, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that if you're walking through a crime scene where there's evidence that someone's been shot and there's someone saying it happened at a particular location, you would want to document as much physical evidence related to that as you could, right?
Yes.
If, for instance, there was blood sprayed on the walls, you'd want to document that.
Correct.
If there was blood patterns on the walls related to a gunshot wound, for instance, would you document that?
Yes.
Would you put that in your report?
Depends. Usually a blood spatter investigation of the scene is usually done within our section by someone else who has that type of training and education. We're only a few crime scene analysts that have that.
All right. Your training and education allows you to look at a blood spray, spatter pattern on the wall and identify that it's there, right?
Correct.
You can photograph that, right?
Right.
In fact, you've done that a lot in your career, right?
Yes.
You might not have the specialized training to interpret what it means, but you can see it, yes?
Yes.
You can photograph it, correct?
Yes.
That would document it, wouldn't it?
Right, correct.
You can even swab it, right?
Yes.
And that collects it, right?
Yes.
And then you can test it later in a lab done by someone else, right?
Right, correct.
And then these folks can hear about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have your report with you?
I do.
I'd like you to refer to me in your report where you took a swab from any of the walls.
We did not.
We did not?
Chelsea did not. Since she is the one that is including the evidence, that recovered the evidence, no, there were no swabs taken.
You took a lot of photos in this case.
Yes.
How many?
I don't know exactly. I'd have to look it up.
Hundreds?
Probably 250.
Okay. I'm going to represent to you. I've looked at all of them many, many times.
Okay.
Have you looked at all of them?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember taking any photos of any blood patterns on the walls?
I believe I took some of the blood on the master bedroom door.
Okay. I'm not talking about right next to Sharon on the ground. I'm talking about on the walls.
No, I didn't take any on the walls.
Any spray on the walls?
There wasn't any large amounts of spray or anything like that that was going to be able to document without putting small scales up there.
What about small amounts?
There was nothing that I was able to see when I'm doing my photography.
Okay, because I was sitting here when Mr. Hamner was asking you questions. He showed you that north-south hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. The garage door is at one end, right?
Yes.
The north end of that hallway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. At the other end is the south end, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
There's a body laying there, right?
Yes.
In this diagram, he showed you this whole hallway up and down here.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And he asked you, was there any evidence of any blood on any of those walls, right?
Yes.
Did you find any?
I did not.
Did you collect any?
No.
Are you aware that crime scene analysts went to the scene later?
Yes.
Are you aware of who went?
Yes.
Guy by the name of Randy McPhail. You know him, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that he photographed blood patterns on the walls?
Yes.
Did you just miss them?
I'd have to look and see exactly where he photoed them, because when I looked at his photographs, they're high up and above where Sharon is located.
Okay. You'd agree with me that you've had an opportunity later to look at a time when somebody went back to the scene and identified, photographed, and collected swabs that you didn't.
Right. He took, and looking at his report, most of the blood is 1 to 3 millimeters.
Okay.
So it's very small.
And he took pictures of it?
Yeah.
And he swabbed it?
Right.
And you didn't?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of what happened in the intervening week between the 8th of May and the 15th of May?
Not. I don't have a entire layout of it.
Are you aware of who was in and out of that scene during that week?
No, I don't. I'm not a homicide detective, so.
Are you aware of whether or not somebody went in and cleaned up that scene in the intervening week?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Would you have any knowledge at all if those walls near the north end of that hallway were cleaned?
No, I would not.
Okay. You'd agree with me if, for instance, a hazmat crew came in and wiped down the walls and cut out the carpet and soaked up the blood, probably couldn't photograph it at that point, could you?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. That's why it's critically important that you identify, collect, document, preserve evidence when you're first at a scene, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you didn't photograph any blood on those walls.
I did not see any of those small, less than 3 millimeter blood spatter.
Here's his zinger, ready?
Photograph, yes.
Less than 3 millimeters is small, yes?
Yes.
But you understand it can be a really big deal in a murder case, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That was his zinger. That's
All
about
right.
the best
I want
he
to
got.
talk to you then about this defect that you identified on the wall. Do you remember using the word defect when you talked to Mr. Hamner?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you called that defect when you wrote your report? Page 3 if you need some help there.
An apparent bullet strike? Yes.
Okay. You identified it as a bullet strike in the hallway when you were documenting it in your report, right?
Yes.
Bigger than 3 millimeters, right?
Yes.
Took a photo of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing about that apparent bullet strike can be collected and preserved for purposes of testing later, right?
Right, correct.
Okay. But you can take a picture of it.
Yes.
And you saw that, yes?
Yes.
To you, it appeared to be a bullet strike, right?
Yes.
In that hallway, yes?
Yes.
And you photographed it, right?
Yes.
And when the word defect was used on direct examination, that's his word and you agreed with it, right?
Defect, bullet strike, I'd call it the same thing.
Okay, well, in your report, you didn't say defect, did you?
15 years ago, I did not.
What did you call it 15 years ago?
15 years ago, I called it a apparent bullet strike.
Okay, and 15 years ago was a report related to the dates you were there, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd probably call it the same thing today.
Bullet strike?
Yes.
Okay. 15 years ago when you were at that scene, there was a whole lot of people that had been in and out of that scene before you got there, right?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, Mr. Hamner showed you some photographs of some things that were important in your investigation. I want to ask you about some of them. Okay? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Some good ASMR there. Okay,
State's Exhibit
here's some more
14,
pictures.
that appears to be like a shed out in the back, right?
Yes.
Like a detached garage, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Hamner asked you about these keys in the door to that detached garage.
Yes.
You took photographs of that, right?
Correct.
Because it was important to your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who told you to take a picture of that?
It's what I was doing to document the scene, so I wasn't specifically directed by anyone to do it.
Okay.
So it was just something I did documenting.
Whose keys were those?
That I do not know.
Okay. Do you
Here
see
comes
like
the
a
reasonable
membership
doubts.
card hanging from it?
Yes.
Any idea if it has a name on it?
It's very possible, yes.
You agree you didn't document that with the photograph?
Correct, yeah.
Did you impound those?
No, we did not.
Can the jury look at that card today?
No.
Okay. Do you have any idea who put those keys in that door?
That we do not know.
Do you have any idea if it may have been law enforcement that was testing to see if the keys worked in that lock prior to your arrival?
That's a possibility.
That happens, right?
Sorry, that was
Yes.
me.
And if you show up, you'd photograph it just like that, right?
Right.
Okay, and that's what you did here, right?
Yes.
You just can't tell us whose they are and who put them there, right?
Correct.
Okay. The state asked you about this fire extinguisher. Did somebody tell you that was important?
It's been talked about ever since the scene.
Did somebody tell you it was important?
I don't recall no one specifically told me that it was important when I was there. I'm just documenting it because it's on the ground.
When you said it's
Getting
been
ready to
talked
put someone in
about,
jail.
you've talked to the prosecutors about it, right?
Talking to detectives when we were at the scene, and talking to detectives since then.
Who's the detective that's responsible for that scene that night?
I believe it was Dino Kelly.
And you talked to Dino Kelly, right?
Yes.
And he told you that might be important, right?
Yes.
And these prosecutors told you they were going to ask you about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you number 46. You would agree with me when you arrived at that scene, that's where that fire extinguisher was, right?
Yes.
You would also agree with me there's nothing about that scene that tells you how it got there, right?
Correct.
You're just documenting it where it was.
Yes.
The state also showed you this little item here, number 44, right?
Yes.
That in and of itself doesn't mean anything to you as a crime scene analyst, right?
We don't know what
Right,
that
I do not know
item
what that
is
is.
yet.
You're just taking a picture of it, right?
Yes.
Told you he's going to ask you about it, but you didn't even have a clue what it is, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you then State's Exhibit 57. Looks like
2000
something's been moved in that photo. Would you
2009.
agree with that?
Got the body.
Yes.
What's been moved?
The fire extinguisher's over there now.
Who put it there?
I couldn't tell you, but I can also tell you that the vehicle, the sedan, has also been moved out, so that's probably why it was moved there.
Let's go back then and look. Going back to number 46. The vehicle's been moved, correct?
No, not in this case, no.
Right. In the photograph I just showed you a minute ago, the vehicle's been moved. In 46, it's still there, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me, somebody picked it up and moved it, right?
Right.
And put it right next to that little object, right?
Yes.
Do you know who might have done that?
No, I do not.
Okay. In front of that refrigerator, there appears to be a rug. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it appears that it's blood-soaked. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see down at the end of that item there's a Dr. Pepper bottle?
Yes.
That's in the photograph, right?
Yes.
Did you impound it?
No.
Did you test it?
No.
Did anybody tell you that was important to the investigation?
It was in Mr. Miller's hoodie and his little pouch.
Okay. The pouch in the front?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me, when you originally took photographs, they included photographs of Mr. Miller, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
I
I'm
can
going to
see
show you
those
some
pictures now,
photographs.
just as a warning.
.49 appears to be Mr. Miller's feet right by that door. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
The state asked you about those brown cowboy boots.
Yes.
Do you know whose boots those were?
No.
Okay. Were you responsible for taking them off?
No.
Are you aware that they had the name Philippe embroidered in them?
No.
You didn't know that?
No.
Okay. Mr. Hamner also asked you some questions about whether or not there was any dent on that refrigerator. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You said no.
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Yes, he did say
Look at the front of that fridge right by Mr. Miller.
If we could just, I'm going to object. That misstates my question. It wasn't reference to that portion of the fridge.
Okay.
It was to the other side of the refrigerator.
Okay. That'll be noted for the record.
You see a big old dent in the fridge?
I see there's a dent along the front door. Yes.
Yep. You agree with me that's a dent?
Yes.
So when you said a moment ago there wasn't a dent, was that a mistake, or were you just talking about a specific part of the fridge?
And I'm going to object. That wasn't the question I posed.
I didn't ask anything about his question.
Well, he just testified that he said there was no business, and you can clarify that.
When you said a moment ago that there was no dents in the fridge, were you, like Mr. Hamner, compartmentalizing sections of the fridge, or did you just make a mistake?
No, we were talking about the side of the fridge.
You agree with me there's a dent in that refrigerator, right?
I'd say there's a dent on the front door.
Yep. Of the refrigerator, right?
Yes.
And that's right next to Mr. Miller's body. You agree with that too, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about the top of that fridge and what the condition of the objects on the top of that fridge were. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Biscuits from.
Okay. I'll show you States 45. For purposes of this question, I'm going to zoom into the top of that fridge. I'll get a little too far there. Okay. You agree on the top of that fridge there appears to be a box, yes?
Yes, so you're talking about the one along the back edge there?
Yes.
Yes.
You agree with me that the front edge of that box is off the refrigerator, right?
Yes, it's like laying off the back of the fridge and kind of resting against the wall there.
Yeah, like for instance, if a box was on top of a fridge and the fridge was bumped and it slid off the back and the wall stopped it, right?
Yeah, correct.
Hypothetically.
You'd expect to see something like that, right?
It's very possible, yes.
Okay. If you zoom in on this crock pot, do you see that? You talked about the crock pot on direct examination.
Yes.
You see the feet of the crock pot, those little pegs that it stands on?
Yes.
You ever opened a freezer door?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I believe probably most of us have.
Yeah.
There's a gap between the top of the fridge and where the door closes, right?
Yes.
And there's like a little rubber area in there that seals in the cold air and keeps our ice cream cold, right?
A gasket, yes.
Ice cream.
You see how those feet are kind of stuck in that little slot?
Could you show me the one where like I said, the lighting is
It looks
better?
level.
I might be able to see a little better on that one.
Maybe. Of course it is.
The pot is level. Everyone knows that crock pots, if they were missing a leg, they would be very, very unstable.
Bear with me for a second.
That's all right. I took a lot of pictures.
Sure did.
Sure did. Like he did something wrong. He sure did. I'm still thinking about the ice cream cookie. Oh man, I wish they'd switch places. I need the defendant to be on the right side of the screen.
I'll show you a different angle.
Otherwise,
60.
I put the witness in jail.
See that?
Yeah, that's better.
Ooh, good
That
shot.
has a little more illumination for you?
Yes.
Okay. You see that little white peg there?
Yes.
You see how it's slid up to the front? Yes?
Yes.
And you see how it's kind of stuck in that little wedge at the front there?
I would say it's either on top of the fridge or on top of the door. I don't think it's dipped down into that little trench that you're talking about.
Did you take a better picture so we can explore it further?
Of the crock pot?
Yes.
I don't believe I took a detailed picture of the crock pot.
Because you know the fire extinguisher was really important to Detective O'Kelly, right?
I took pictures of the fire extinguisher, yes, just because it was on the floor.
Okay. The crock pot's on top, right?
Yes.
If it was sliding off and there's that little ledge there, it would stop it from sliding off, right?
Probably so, yes.
You see that fan on top of the crock pot?
Yes.
Looks like maybe it fell off that box, doesn't it?
It's possible.
Okay. Well, you agree the base of the fan is up in the air, right?
Yes.
You agree the lid of the crock pot is bent down inside the crock pot, right?
Yes.
Looks like that crock pot caught a fan. You'd agree with that?
Good catch.
We'd also be speculating about how the fire extinguisher got in the ground, wouldn't we?
I didn't make any.
I didn't say it. I didn't say how it got there.
Right.
And I said I didn't know how it got on the ground either.
Right. You would have to entirely speculate to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you look at the contents of the top of the refrigerator, would you agree that those items are consistent with the fridge being bumped into and them falling from a different position to where they're at now?
I think that's speculation.
That's not at all.
I think it is. Pickles call for speculation response because I don't know how he would know that.
Okay. You agree with me that the fan's not standing up, right?
Yes, I agree that it is on top of the crock pot, yes.
You agree with the box is kind of falling off the back, yes?
Yes.
You agree with me that the lid's falling into the crock pot?
I agree that the lid is a little bit askew.
Okay. And you agree with me for you to make any determination about how the fire extinguisher got on the ground, you would have to speculate entirely, right?
Correct, yeah.
Ooh, he's angrily turning pages. He's not happy with how that went. Are we? Oh, sorry, I got behind. Sorry, I got carried away.
There were some questions about the bullets that were recovered after Mr. Miller's body was moved. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. You have enough experience in scenes where someone is shot that after a bullet hits the body, it can wind up a lot of weird places. Agreed?
Yes.
It can happen where a bullet hits someone and goes through their body and stays in their clothes, right?
Yes, that's possible.
For instance, you might have a perforating wound, one where there's an entrance, someone shot in the back, and an exit, comes out the front, but it doesn't have enough velocity left to go through their clothes, right?
Right, that's correct.
And it's your testimony when his body was moved, the bullets fell out of his clothing, correct?
Yes.
Were you physically present when that happened?
Yes, because I was taking photos when the coroner investigator was there, so yes.
Okay. The coroner investigator actually comes into the scene, right?
Yes.
And they do their own investigation that's independent of yours, right?
Yes.
And then the body's taken away, correct?
Yes.
Who took the body away?
Davis Mortuary.
Okay. Mortuary personnel are separate from the coroner's office, right?
Yes.
They have to come into the scene to get the body, right?
Yes.
So they walk right into where you're taking all these photos.
Yes.
Okay. So just because the body's taken away later doesn't mean that they're not in the crime scene. They're actually there.
Josh
right?
is doing a good job.
Yes.
Like real
we cannot
people
like him
walk
and
in
still
through
admire.
there, right?
Right, and that's, like I said, we had moved to the Pontiac sedan, and that was to sort of allow them to get in.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm going to move by stipulation, defense C, D, and E. State has no objection. Yes. Yes.
C and E will be stipulated to, again by stipulation.
All right, I'm going to show you defense D. Do you see these little silver items that are next to Mr. Miller's body?
Yes.
What are those?
I'm not an emergency medical tech, but I believe they use them to see if they have a pulse.
Okay. That is trash. It's waste that's left behind by an EMT, a paramedic, a first responder from the fire department, etc., right?
Yes.
They come into the scene before you photograph, right?
Yes.
Because they're attempting to save a life, right?
Yes.
And they're not worried about preserving your crime scene when they're attempting to save a life, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, because
sometimes evidence can get moved, kicked, but it's what they do. It's just, it happens.
I'm not picking on you here, but
yes, you are.
We want them to try to save lives, right?
Oh, definitely, of course.
So,
Yeah.
so that's fortunate, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's unfortunately that they move our evidence, but yes.
Right. But for your job function, the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence, unfortunate because they mess things up for you sometimes, right?
Sometimes they do.
They move bodies, yes?
Well, when they move them, they usually transport them from the scene.
Well, they can move them to use life-saving techniques, right?
Right, yeah, they'll move them, turn them over, that type of thing, yes.
They kick shell casings.
It has happened, yes.
They move evidence that's important, right?
Yes.
Because they got to get it out of the way to do what they need to do, right?
Yes.
And that happens long before you ever get there, right?
Correct.
Before you snap a single photograph, before you go through the briefing, before you assign responsibilities with yourself, Ms. Collins, and Mr. Reed, they've already been there.
Yes.
In that scene.
Yes.
We're going to have some gruesome pictures.
I'm going to show you defense C. Do you see the gloved hand or the right hand of Mr. Miller?
Yes.
You see right above his hand on the wrist?
Yes.
What is that?
That's one of those leads that we talked about where they check for the pulse.
Okay. So they have moved his body, right?
Yes.
In fact, you can see there appears to be some blood staining there, right?
Yes. Yeah, it appears they probably rolled him.
Right.
So they could.
So we know a portion of his body's moved, right?
Yes.
Okay. We also know that his arm is moved, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that you moved that arm in order to attempt life-saving resuscitation.
Correct.
Okay. Before you got there.
Yes.
Unfortunate for Mr. Miller, he didn't survive, right?
Correct.
Unfortunate for your scene, it may not have survived as it was at the time of the shooting either, right?
It's possible that things get moved. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Okay. The state asked you some questions about the condition of the house. I'm going to use the term ransacking. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What does it mean to you?
Usually ransacking to me means drawers pulled out, clothing strewn on the floor. Those are the main things that we see. Just things are completely pulled out and gone through, drawers dumped open, something like that.
Okay. Don't want to get too personal. You have drawers at your house?
Yes.
Like you keep your socks in a drawer, for instance?
Yes.
You want to get a pair of socks out of your sock drawer, you know where it's at, right?
Correct.
Pull the drawer open a little bit?
Usually pull it open the whole way, take one out, and close it.
Okay. If you know where something is in your house, you don't have to pull out a drawer and throw it on the floor, right?
No.
Okay. If I'm running through your house and I want to find a pair of socks, I might just go crazy and throw your drawers everywhere, right?
Very possible.
Okay. You would agree with me that in State's Exhibit 96, there are drawers open, yes?
Yes, there are drawers open.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you a different angle. State's 97, that's the next photograph that they introduced. That's that same area right there, right?
Yes.
That same dresser, right?
Yes.
Drawers are open, yes?
Yes.
Left open, yes?
Yes.
And it appears that there are items thrown on the floor, right?
Yeah, those bags right there on the floor, yes.
Okay. Do you see that little blue jewelry box?
Yes.
Okay. You thought that was important enough to photograph, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's evidence of ransacking, right?
I wouldn't consider it what I usually call ransacking.
Right. Could you consider it potentially a scene where somebody knew what they were trying to get out and they opened a drawer and took what they needed and left the rest?
It's possible.
Okay. You recall right by Mr. Miller's feet in the garage, I'm going to put up States 50. There's a bag right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. You see that jewelry coming out of the bag?
Yes.
There was jewelry on the other side of this bag too, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you photographed that, right?
You're talking about on the other side, outside the bag?
Yeah, like right over here.
It's possible. I do not recall.
Okay. You do see very clearly gold jewelry falling out of that bag, right?
Yes.
Appears to be like a lady's watch right there, right?
Yes, a bracelet. Yeah, watch. Yes.
Okay. That was important in your investigation too, right?
Yes.
Okay. The state asked you some questions about in the master bedroom, there's like a laundry basket on the floor with a jewelry box in the middle of it, right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me it didn't look like that jewelry box belonged in that laundry basket, right?
Right, that's correct.
It had been removed from where it normally goes, right?
Yes.
There was also like a jewelry box on the floor just to the south of the head of Miss Randolph, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Those 3 drawers like on the floor that I think we looked at.
Yeah. So we can... The master bedroom is directly above her head, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you took some photographs on the master bedroom floor.
Here, can you just briefly approach?
Yes.
Okay, here's where we play musical chairs. Okay, let's see this. Man, I need come on. And they went full screen on him. That was no good. I was gonna have like this thing turned on, but it's not even working. Grr.
Ladies and gentlemen, the previous witness was testified, Detective Guzman does have travel arrangements. He can only be here today. So we are going to interrupt this witness, put Detective Guzman back on so we can make sure that we finish today before he leaves for travel. So, sir, if you could just step down, we'll call him back. I apologize.
So he's not happy about that because he had the whole setup going for a punchline with that witness, and now Detective Smith or Crime Scene Investigator Smith leaves. So we'll also get rid of our we'll get rid of the and there's the new witness coming in, holding the door, saying sorry, I've got a flight, I've got to come in and testify. So we go back to the phones. Defense is not very happy about this. Musical chairs.
Sir, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath.
Thank you.
Okay? Mr. Henry.
Bear with me for 1 second, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that everything is closed off my computer before I start projecting it onto the screen.
It's just not working. I can put him in jail, but I can't seem to put Tommy in jail. What if... hang on, I think I've got it. Let me put this one here. Now I can put the defense in jail. Yep. Or that's the wrong guys. Never mind. All the wrong people are going to jail today. My fault. It's better that all the bad people go to jail and the good people... I forget what the saying is. It's better than... better that innocent man not go to jail. Okay, that's it.
Let's just kind of backtrack just a second. So when you were on the stand earlier, you had indicated that you put, for example, the cell phone records in TLX, and it kind of generated these statistical summaries as well as calendar charts, correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you also, and these records span from December of 07 all the way to like early June of 08, right?
It's whatever was requested, but yes, that's accurate.
When we went over those numbers, like 335 calls from Lizzie and Mr. Randolph and 234 for Mr. Miller, you were first looking at the entirety of all those records, correct?
Correct.
Was there another calculation that you did where you narrowed it down, just starting from the first time Mr. Miller made a phone call to Mr. Randolph, or vice versa, all the way till May 8th, and you kind of applied that to the other two phone numbers?
I did, yes.
Okay. So when you look at the big number, it was 335 for Lizzie Labrador, right?
Correct.
But when you narrowed it down to this window of Miller's first contact and last contact, how many contacts did Lizzie have in that smaller range?
130.
Okay. So Miller's at 234, and Lizzie's now down to 100 and, what was it again?
30.
Okay. And when you narrow that down for Sharon, what was her number in that range?
222.
Okay. So the number one person from first contact to Miller and last contact to Miller is Miller.
Correct.
Okay. And when you broaden it out from December until, early June, it's Lizzie.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
That was all. We needed that. Apparently called Miller a lot.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I don't have a lot of questions for you. Here's what I do have for you. You had started to say on direct examination that you weren't involved in this case back in 2008, right?
I was not, correct.
Okay. You actually didn't do any investigation in this case, right?
Correct.
There were some individuals that made some requests of you to analyze and summarize some data points that they gave you, right?
Correct.
Okay. Specifically, how many phone numbers were you given?
Two sets of phone records.
Okay. Of how many phone numbers?
I don't know how many phone numbers are in these records. There's hundreds possibly.
Yeah.
And analyze each specific one.
Yeah.
I analyzed the two phone records that were received from the telephone company.
Okay, so I'm looking at a summary of what the state has in evidence. Is that 326, Mr. Hammer?
Yes, it is.
Do you see where it says calendar chart Lizzie Labrador?
Yes.
Do you see where it says calendar chart Mike Miller?
Yes.
Calendar chart Sharon Randolph?
Yes.
Okay. It looks to me like those are the only calendar charts you did, those three individuals.
That is correct.
Okay. The names Lizzie Labrador, Mike Miller, and Sharon Randolph, who are those people?
Again, I did not do the investigation on the case. Those people are who I was advised. Lizzie was the girlfriend of Thomas. Mike Miller was a handyman for Thomas, and Sharon was Thomas's wife.
Yeah, so somebody tells you this is important to us, right?
These are the numbers I want you to look at, correct?
Right. And you didn't go through and create any kind of calendar chart for, I don't know, how many times Tommy Randolph called his mom, right?
I did not know.
Nobody asked you to do that, right?
Correct.
Okay. If Tommy Randolph called his mom a whole bunch, that wouldn't be weird, would it?
It wouldn't, I guess.
Okay. The call statistics that you did are for a finite period of time, right?
The call statistic report that is in here pertains to the call records that were received from the phone company. So whatever the case agent at that time requested for that time period, that's what they received, and that's what was inputted into PLS.
Are you aware of who the case agent is in this case?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you ever heard the name Detective Dino Kelly?
This agency is pretty big.
You don't even know who that is?
I don't.
Okay. The statistical summaries that you did are for records that are limited to a finite period of time. You agree with that?
Sure.
So, for instance, if I asked you to analyze the number of calls between July of 2008 and December of 2008, you don't have that info, right?
Correct.
And if I asked you to analyze calls for the calendar year 2007, you don't have that info either.
This starts December of 2007, so the last part of 2007.
Like the last month?
Sure.
Okay. You can't tell us how many times Tom Randolph called Sharon Randolph in September of 07, right?
I cannot know.
Okay. Essentially what you did is you were given two sets of records, and we said, these phone numbers are important. When I say we, it was these prosecutors, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And they said, hey, let's take a peek at these. I want you to analyze for me how many times this number called this number, right?
In a sense. So the original report that I actually created here, where it says PLX analysis report, frequency report, that report by itself will tell me, without anybody else giving me any other information, what are the top phone numbers that this person called. So with that information, without anybody giving me any other bit of information, I could tell you what were the top phone numbers. The top phone number on that report that appears on the call records is actually the T-Mobile voicemail number. Then it goes second, third, fourth, fifth of the number of calls that he made. So without them even having to provide me with, hey, just look at these, I could tell you that those numbers are going to be at the top based on the call records for those specific date range.
And the phone number at the top of the heap is voicemail, right?
Yeah, it's the T-Mobile phone number that anybody who has T-Mobile service will call.
So like back in 2008, if Tommy Randolph wanted to get his voicemails, he'd call that number.
Correct. So the way that T-Mobile actually works is if I were to call you, you had a T-Mobile phone number. If you ignore me or you send me to voicemail, your phone will automatically dial that T-Mobile voicemail. So whether he wants to check his voicemail or you sent me to voicemail, we're going to call that number behind the scenes. So you don't actually have to physically press the number. Your phone will call that number. And that's why it becomes such a frequent number and it becomes really high frequency, because every time that someone goes to voicemail, my phone is calling that number regardless of whether or not I call voicemail.
So the times he doesn't answer the phone goes to voicemail.
Sure.
Right? And the times he actually physically calls to get his voicemail when someone's left a message, that goes there too.
Same number. Correct.
Right. So you'd see that number on his record a lot.
A lot.
Nothing weird about that, right?
Nothing at all.
Okay. Also, nothing weird about the fact that he's calling numbers with his phone. You agree with that?
Because that's why we all have phones, right?
Right. Precisely my point. When the state asks you how many times did he call Mike Miller for this finite period of time that they gave you, how do you know that's Mike Miller's phone number?
I am provided with that information.
Is there any subscriber information that you're provided with?
Not for Mike Miller's phone number, no.
Okay. The phone number that is attributed to Mike Miller, is that a residence phone, like a home phone or a cell phone?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you know if Mike Miller had a cell phone?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you know if Mike Miller had a home phone?
Again, I don't know the answer.
Okay. They just tell you it's this number we're interested in, right?
Correct.
Okay. How many times did you say Tommy Randolph's phone called Mike Miller's phone as given by the state during that time period?
234 times.
Over how many days?
It's for the entire time period of February 12th, 2008 to May 8th, 2008.
Okay. So between February 12th and May 8th, 86-ish days?
I'll go with that.
Okay.
Bye.
Assuming that's correct, how many calls per day is that?
If we actually pulled up the calendar chart, it would give us a breakdown of what that is. On average, I think I remember seeing it could have been 5 calls, 7 calls, 3 calls. It varied each day. Some days it was more than others. So.
Oh, he's breaking up the
How
phone.
many calls you say?
234 calls.
234 divided by 86.
2.7 calls a day sound right?
Average.
Is that a lot?
Guess it depends.
Okay. When you review these records, how many times did Tommy Randolph text message people?
Well, so the report actually would specify that. Now, again, we're going back to 2008, right, where people were actually still calling people. I would venture to say that your conversations in 2008 were primarily phone calls, and versus today's current date and time where people primarily use text messaging, we would see a huge shift just because society has changed as a whole, so we're seeing more people communicate over text as opposed to phone calls. Back then, 2008, I don't even believe that the report actually specifies text message and voice, because back then it wasn't as important as it is today. So I don't have an answer as to how many text messages versus phone calls were done.
That's precisely why I asked the question. Back in 2008, like, you know what an Apple iPhone is, right?
Sure.
When did they come out?
I don't know the year, but 2003 or something like that.
2007 sound right?
2007.
Possibly.
Okay. Today, if I wanted to correspond with you, I could probably text message with you, right?
Absolutely.
And I don't need to get into your business, but you probably text message with a lot of people, right?
Sure.
In fact, that's a majority of the way communications occur today, right?
Most of my communication with the people I know is over text, yes.
Right. Back in 2008, we weren't doing that, were we?
We were calling people.
Right. So would you agree with me, 2.7 communications with a human being via text message in 2023 ain't that much?
Correct.
Okay. You'd agree with me that when you look at those records, you can't identify a single text message sent by Thomas Randolph, right?
Not based on that report, correct.
Okay. Pass the witness, Judge.
Oh, yes. So, there was a lot of talk on cross-examination about, oh, you were given certain numbers. Remember that?
Yes.
And, oh, you don't really know who's calling who, right?
Correct.
What's a frequency report?
Frequency report, as it relates to PLX, is the amount of times that there's communication with one specific phone number.
Right. So this program looks at every single phone number calling this cell phone number, meaning Mr. Randolph's, correct?
Making calls and receiving calls.
Right. And then it adds them up, right?
Correct.
And it creates a ranking, right?
Correct.
So we can figure out who's number one.
Correct.
Number two.
Correct.
Number three.
Yes.
And number four.
Yes.
And in this case, you prepared one. Is that right?
I did.
Let's publish it for the jury with respect to his cell phone records.
This guy's acting like this is a smoking gun. Let's see what it is. Oh, it's another spreadsheet. What a letdown.
Who's number one? And let me blow it up so we can see.
Cut off.
Who's number one?
If you could do me a favor and click on the top left corner to highlight the whole document, and then go between line, and double click.
Oh, you want me to stretch it out for you?
If you double click it, we'll do them all.
Great. Is that perfect?
Perfect.
Excel 101.
Let's look at these numbers. Tell me, who is number one?
So number one is the T-Mobile voicemail access.
Who's number two?
Lizzie Labrador.
Who's number three?
Sharon Randolph cell phone.
Who's number four?
Mike Miller.
The top three people are who? Forget T-Mobile's voicemail. Who are the top three people, the actual humans that are number 1, 2, 3 in this guy's list?
Lizzie Labrador, Sharon Randolph cell phone, and Mike Miller.
Dino Kelly didn't tell you to put that there. That's just what the numbers reveal, right?
Correct.
The DA's office didn't tell you that. That's just the numbers, right?
Correct.
Those are the facts.
Yes.
There was a question about how many times you call someone a day. You remember that on cross-examination?
Yes.
And we came up with the average that over a period of 85 days, or 86 days, Mr. Randolph had contact or calls on an average per day 2.75 times a day. Do you remember discussing that on cross?
Yes, with Mike Miller.
And I think at one point he asked you, oh, well, I mean, that's not that big of a deal. And I think your first answer was it depends. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. How many times do you call your handyman a day?
None.
None. Have you ever called your handyman 3 times in a day?
Me personally, no.
Every day?
No.
85 days in a row, 3 times a day?
No.
You ever do that?
No.
Would that seem a lot to you?
In the scope of things, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Why don't you leave that up for me?
Why don't you leave that up for me?
Name?
Yes.
Who put those names there?
I did.
Because someone gave you those names, right?
They gave me the names associated to the phone numbers at that time.
702-987-3269 is associated by the DA's office to you as Mike Miller, correct?
702-987-3269?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did Mike Miller have a cell phone?
Again, I don't know if this is a cell phone number or a home phone number. I don't know.
Okay. They didn't give you that information, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm looking at the 801 area code phone number. It's called 122 times. I notice there's no name.
Correct.
Why not?
It wasn't associated to anyone that they gave me, so there was no name for me to put in there.
But that's a real phone number, right?
At that time, yes.
I mean, that's the facts, right?
At that time, yes.
But it doesn't have a name.
Correct.
Okay. I noticed that Sharon Randolph has a cell phone on there, right?
Yes.
She had a residence phone as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you married?
I am.
Do you live with your spouse?
I do.
Do you talk to that person at home?
He's asking
Face
the
to
same
face?
thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Probably don't have to call them then, do you?
During the day, I do.
Right. But when you're home together, you don't have to make a phone call, right?
Correct.
So you'd agree with me that in spite of the representation of this chart, the fact that 335 calls are made to or from Lizzie Lavador doesn't mean that the person that this phone is attributed to talks to that person more than, for instance, Sharon Randolph, right?
The number of phone calls and activity shows that there's more phone calls made to Lizzie than Sharon Randolph during that time frame.
Yep. I'm gonna take you on back to my question then. You'd agree with me, just because this chart represents that number of phone calls doesn't mean that those two people spoke more than that individual spoke to anybody else, right?
Counting phone calls and live conversations.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Nothing else.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman? Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, you can write your question on the full sheet of paper. with
Ooh, we
your
got
name and your
questions.
door number.
We got questions.
Counsel, can you approach?
There's the sound. Sorry, I was waiting for that. Oh, we need the. There it is. I'm in jail too. Oh no, I'm in jail with him. I don't know how that worked out. I was supposed to be on top. But, oh, he's sleeping. He's sleeping as well. We're waiting for this shot, just for this, but it took forever.
Okay, sir. Can phone records be pulled out to listen to their audio?
No.
Do you have access to any of the audios of these phone records from May 8th of 2008 or leading up to that date?
No.
Any follow-up statement? No, Your Honor. Defense?
We were cellmates briefly. Let me tell you all about it. I'm going to write a
Does the
book.
jury have any follow-up questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony
Thank you.
today.
All right, cell phone guy is gone.
State if you could recall, remind me the witness's name, please.
Recall. Who will be recalling? Oh yeah, the same dude. The dude we just kicked off a while ago for the rest of his spicy cross. Can we hold tight for just a second? Can we pause? Pause. Oh. Go back. Why did it do that? I need to go back just like 1 second. Here we go. We're gonna dismiss this witness.
Seeing no response, sir, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony
Thank you.
today. State if you could recall, remind me the witness's name, please.
CSA Smith, Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, there we go. Now we can put just him in jail and nobody else. That's sorry. It was worth going back for. It was. Looks like a Russian courthouse where the defendant is always, locked in a cage. Anyway. All right. I must be getting tired. Sorry about that, guys. That was unprofessional. Let's move on.
Sir, I just remind you that you are still under oath. Okay? Mr. Thompson, whenever you're ready.
Ooh, big stretch there in back of the courthouse. See if he came back with an attitude.
Yeah. Welcome back. Thank you. I don't have a lot left for you. I was asking you about, I think before we took a break, in the master bedroom,
Yes.
directly to the south of where Miss Randolph is laying is the entrance to the master bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Inside that master bedroom, there is some evidence of ransacking, correct?
There were 3 like drawers on the floor.
And in State's Exhibit 105, you see those 3 drawers and a jewelry box on the floor, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that there is a large pooling of blood adjacent to Miss Randolph's head.
Yes.
You would agree with me that when you reviewed the crime scene and took photographs of those jewelry boxes and the other areas within the master bedroom,
Yes.
there was no evidence of any bloody footprints in that scene, right?
Correct.
There was certainly no evidence that someone had walked through the area where Miss Randolph had been shot into that room, right?
Right, correct.
If someone had walked through that area and got blood on the surface of their shoes or pants and then went into that area afterwards, you would expect to see that transfer, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see any, right?
Correct.
Is that consistent with someone entering that room before the blood is there?
Yes. I mean, it covers most of that entry there, so to get in there afterwards, we even had to put a piece of rug over it, over that blood, to get kind of in and out.
Okay. I suppose if 1984 Carl Lewis is there and runs and jumps over the body, he can probably get in there pretty easily without getting any blood on his feet, right?
Right, and none of us are that athletic. So.
Okay. Especially not an elderly individual with a back problem, right?
Correct.
Okay. You saw Mr. Randolph that night, right?
If I did, it was very brief. It was probably right towards the beginning.
In that master bedroom closet, there's that, I was asking about that clothes basket with the jewelry box inside of it, right?
Yes.
That looked out of place, right?
Yes.
Like someone had taken the jewelry and thrown it there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And because of that, you took a photograph of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. You also zoomed in on the back of that photograph, and Mr. Hamner referred to what he called a small safe in that closet, right?
Yes.
A safe in a burglary scene would be critically important, right?
Yes.
If you saw one, you'd want to photograph it, right?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that drawers being pulled out or cabinets being left open might be evidence of a ransacking. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the drum room?
Yes.
We call it the drum room because, as in States 99,
there are drums.
This thing's a little delayed. So sometimes it takes a minute to get ready. You see that set of drums?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that closet behind it?
Yes.
Do you see how those closet doors are off the track and falling in?
Yes, I can. Yeah, I can see that one. Yeah, looks like both of them are probably off track.
Did you do that?
No, not that I recall. I don't believe so.
If you ripped the doors off the tracks, you would have probably documented that in a report.
Oh yeah, definitely. If I ripped them off, yes.
Okay. If a detective did that and you went through the walkthrough and somebody said, "Hey, I took those doors off," you document that too, right?
Yes.
If someone were actually to try to open a closet so aggressively that the doors came off, could that be evidence of a ransacking?
It's possible. I mean, those look slightly off track.
Do you have any memory of moving those doors at all?
No, I do not.
Do you have any photographs of the giant safe behind them?
No, I don't.
Giant safe?
Objection assumes that's not evidence.
No, there's a small picture of the safe. You see that little brown corner there?
Objection.
Oh, it will be. When you look at State's Exhibit, I think it was 99 there, do you see that little brown corner past the drum set behind those doors that have been ripped off?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Basically, what you just said, it was a safe.
Do you know what that is?
I do not know.
Did you ever photograph it?
No.
Did Detective O'Kelly or anyone else at the scene tell you that that safe was important?
No.
Okay. If you had seen a safe behind doors that had been attempted to be pulled off the tracks, would you have documented that as something that's critically important in a burglary scene?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Nothing else.
Yes.
Oh, man.
I need a couple minutes to grab a couple photographs. But yes.
This guy's just getting battered back and forth like a ping pong ball between these two. There was an eye roll. That's the second one we've seen from him.
Bear with me.
got called back because the other witness had an appointment that he had to go to, and then he got back from the appointment, and then he had a flight he had to catch, so they had to interrupt this guy's testimony so he could finish his testimony, and now he's back to finish. Yeah, it's musical chairs on the witness stand. Tommy's passing notes. Passing notes to the attorney back there. I think he's saying good job. We're going through all 250 pictures, pulling out random ones to look at. Yeah, this guy's had a rough go of it. And we still have the jury as well. Jury might have questions for him as well at the end, as he's just being battered back and forth on direct and cross.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Redirect and recross.
On cross-examination, there were. Yes. Okay. On cross-examination, there were some questions about a fire extinguisher. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. When you walked through the area, where was the fire extinguisher when you first saw it?
When I first saw it, it's right in front of the right front tire of that sedan.
Okay. So, publishing states 46. So that's where it was when you saw it, right?
Yes.
What's at the top of that photograph, the very top, in the center?
That's Mr. Miller's head.
So Mr. Miller is in this photograph when that fire extinguisher is by that tire, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the question when States 57 was shown to you and you were asked, hey, who moved that fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you said you didn't know.
Right, that's correct.
When we compare 46 to 57, what two big things are missing from this picture?
The sedan and Mr. Miller.
You mentioned at some point in time the mortuary came in to remove Mr. Miller, correct?
Yes.
How did they do that if both cars were right in the way?
It would be very difficult, and so that's when the sedan was moved out into the driveway.
However, your job is to preserve the scene as it was when you arrived, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when we look at 46, is that the purpose of this photograph?
Yes.
To preserve where Mr. Miller is as well as that fire extinguisher?
Yes.
But obviously, if the mortuary needs to come through, he needs to be moved, right?
Right, that's correct.
And the fire extinguisher was in that same general area where that car was, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't know exactly who moved the fire extinguisher, but you've documented where it was when you first got there, correct?
Right, correct.
Would you agree it's possible that in the process of removing Mr. Miller and pulling out the car, maybe someone picked up the fire extinguisher and set it down?
It's very possible, or before someone moved the car, they moved it out of the way.
Understood. But just to be clear, you took photographs documenting it in its state when you first arrived?
Yes.
Okay. There were a lot of questions about the dent in the fridge. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you recall being asked, and I'm showing defense C, I know there's a parallel photograph of this, but do you recall being asked on direct examination if you noticed a dent to this side of the refrigerator?
Yes.
Okay. What was your testimony on direct examination?
I don't see any dent on the side of the refrigerator.
Okay. Now, in cross-examination, page 48, they pointed out this dent here, correct?
Yes, on the front door.
Sorry. It's not great with the lighting, but there is a dent on that refrigerator door, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Randolph said he nudged Mr. Miller and rolled him off to the side? Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you don't know about that fact?
No.
Okay, but when you come in, this is Mr. Miller's position after you come in, correct?
Yes.
But you're not aware of the fact that the defendant said he actually rolls him over to the side?
Right, correct. I was not aware of that.
And if we look over here, what is that?
That is blood there.
In fact, when we look at defense C, what are these things?
Those are both pools of blood.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Miller was shot multiple times in the head, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hypothetically, if his head is in this area over here, his body is not against that refrigerator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But let's talk about the dent for a second. Just to be clear, when you look at this dent, and it's really hard to see, but let me just approach with it. 48. You can see that dent there, right?
Yes.
And just because of lighting, I'm going to publish to the jury.
Dent's a big issue.
Do you know when that dent was created?
I do not.
Is there any way for you to determine when that dent is created?
Unless there's a bullet strike on it or something like that, I wouldn't be able to tell.
Just to be clear, is there any blood transfer in that dent?
No.
Let's talk about questions regarding the refrigerator and things on the fridge and a fire extinguisher. I want to publish stage 45. When you look at that screw,
yes,
do you see space in the wall between that screw and the box and the refrigerator?
Yes.
Okay. If, hypothetically, a fire extinguisher was hanging there, would this, when we zoom this back in, what item is closest? If a fire extinguisher is hanging there, would the box be closest if you had to push the refrigerator from the other side? Wouldn't that box potentially be the first thing to bump into it?
It looks like that's in the vicinity of where that fire extinguisher would be, yes.
Right? And
This all seems pretty speculative.
You were there, you saw this stuff. You'd have to push that fridge and have it lean to bump, hypothetically, if a fire extinguisher is there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it would start to leak. But if you want that fridge
Why did it cut there? We just had a zoom.
You want this fridge or this box to lean and touch that, you would have to tip the refrigerator, right?
Yes, I'd agree.
Because that screw is not right next to the fridge, correct?
Right, correct.
So you got to get an angle there.
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you went into this scene, all of those items were on top of the fridge and not on the ground.
Yes.
There was a question about, do you remember being asked, well, that fire extinguisher was pretty important to Detective O'Kelly. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Are you aware that the defendant told the police that Mr. Miller knocked into the fridge, causing the fire extinguisher to fall down, and it scared him?
I heard that well after. Okay. I didn't know it at the scene at the time.
So the defendant volunteered that information to the police.
Okay.
I mean, you're aware you heard it,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Okay.
What page, counsel? What page of the statement does it say that?
Walkthrough?
Do you know what page?
Of the walkthrough? Off the top of my head, I don't.
He's not helping him. What page is that? What page is that?
So.
It's on the video.
There was a question about EMTs being worried about saving a life, potentially, right? And
yes.
Maybe a risk that they're not preserving a scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In this scene, there are two bodies, right?
Yes.
There's Ms. Randolph and there's Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Ms. Randolph is farther into the house, correct?
Correct.
In order to get to Ms. Randolph, what would you have to walk through to get to Ms. Randolph? Mrs. Randolph?
You'd have to go past Mr. Miller and into the house and into that cart.
Into that hallway,
Yeah,
right?
mhm.
Okay. Were there any leads on Ms. Randolph's body?
No.
You're getting a little testy.
You mentioned, what is the significance of leads?
I know I believe they're being used to check for a heartbeat.
Right? And there aren't even any leads on Ms. Randolph's body.
Correct.
So based on the absence of those leads, I mean, you weren't there, but it appears they didn't even try to check to see if she had a pulse.
Right, correct.
And that would be the hallway where you didn't find any carts, right?
Yes.
Or any bullet strikes.
Correct.
And there appears to be no lead waste around her body, correct?
Correct.
And let's just talk about this for a second. I want to publish 48 for a second. If there had been, hypothetically, carts, cases, I can never get it right, so I apologize, but bullet cases.
Cartridge cases.
This guy has
Cartridge cases. See?
no clue about
I'll
guns.
learn it by the end of the trial. In that hallway, what is between that hallway and that door? When you pass that door, what is there?
There's a cartridge case right inside that door.
Better question, who is right in front of that door?
Mr. Miller there?
Okay, and he's lying on the ground.
Yes.
Are there bags here?
Yes.
Are there cars here?
Yes.
Okay, so if there were carts in the hallway, you found carts on opposite walls in this garage.
Correct.
And the pathway would involve getting past all that stuff.
Yes.
Tell me about that door for a second. Does it stay open or was it closed when you got there?
It was closed when I got there.
So potentially, if the door is closed, you'd have to open it to kick them through, right?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions from this witness.
Okay. Ooh, pops right up.
If the door was propped open with a rug, cartridge case could just go right through that door, couldn't it?
Which door was propped open with the rug?
The one leading into the garage.
If that was propped open, yeah.
Like, there's not a door to stop it if it's propped open.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like Mr. Hammer asked you the question, if it's closed, couldn't get through, but if it's open, converse is true, right?
Right.
Okay. State asked you a question about the positioning of the body in relation to the blood. I'm going to show you State's 48. That's Mr. Miller's body, right?
Yes.
Okay. It appears from the blood evidence that his head was actually leaned forward this way, right?
Yeah, I believe there on that other picture, you could see there's probably some blood under the car, and then there was some blood. This blood that we're seeing here is probably coming from injuries in torso area.
I'll show you a better picture. Just defense C.
Could be a little graphic here.
Yes.
Okay. So presumably his torso was rolled forward between those two pools of blood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then when intervention happens or when someone moves him, his torso is rolled back, right?
Yes.
No evidence that you see there that his lower body was moved at all, right?
It doesn't appear to be. It's probable that it just rolled slightly back and forth each time.
Yep. And his butt's right up against that fridge, isn't it?
Yeah, hip, lower back.
Okay,
Gentlemen
finally.
of the jury, have any questions for this witness? If you could write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your juror number. Counsel, if you could approach.
He's like, wow, I made it. Made it through. Counsel's approaching. I think the jury's... Let's see if he gets sleepy here. Here's your cue. The white noise you're hearing is what's playing in the courtroom so that people can't hear the discussion. Yep, there's a sleepy. Had a little sleepy moment right there. Oh, it's not over yet. Checking to make sure they're not walking back. It's time to go back to sleep. This is on cue. This is 190, Carol? Did I miss 2? Man. Yes, Lewis Cox, it's a nose touch counter or a face touch or head something. We're not counting the defendant, though. We're just counting the witness here. We're seeing if we get to 200 before we're done. Big question. Let's turn this down just a tiny bit. That noise is driving me nuts.
Okay, sir. Did you determine what the metal on top of the hallway came from?
Good question.
It appeared to be, just based on my education and experience and working as a crime scene analyst, it looked to be like a metal fragment probably coming from a bullet. Looked to be the form of like lead, and so that's why we're calling it just a metal fragment, because we're not
bullet fragment,
lab trained, but that's what it appeared to be.
Did you check to see if the keys open the back doors or the front door? When we're referring to the keys that were found in the shed door.
I don't believe we did anything with the keys in the shed.
Did you search Mike Miller's clothing?
We did not do any searching there. Like I said, the Dr. Pepper can fell out of his little pouch, but that's done the next day at autopsy. We have a crime scene analyst that goes to autopsy and documents all his clothing with all the defects in it, as well as anything that he has in his pants or a sweatshirt or anything like that.
Did you impound anything that was taken off of him?
No, I did not.
Was the safe in the master bedroom closet open or empty?
The one in the master bedroom closet was open. I do not recall if there was anything in it or not. I didn't get a real good picture of it.
State, any follow-up based on the jury questions?
Very, very briefly. So when you mentioned that you said, I didn't do anything with the keys in the shed, you're referring to yourself and your crime scene analyst, correct?
Correct.
You're not referring to, let's say, the lead detective in the case or the team of homicide detectives?
Right, yeah. I do not know if they did anything with it.
Okay. And then with respect to potential items discovered on Mr. Miller's body at autopsy, you had indicated, I didn't do anything. That's with respect to your own personal efforts, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't account for a CSA that attended the autopsy.
Right, that's correct. Like I said, we have another CSA that goes the next day to autopsy.
Or any detectives that are present at autopsy.
Yes, correct.
Any follow-up based on the jury questions? Mr. Tomczyk?
No.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any further questions? If you can write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your jury number, counsel, can you approach?
Is that 3? It was like the same area, but with a different part of the hand. We're at 96, 97, 98. We are so close. We might hit 200 here. A jury gets round 2 of questions. We're gonna hit 200. There it is. Boom.
Was the bullet strike or defect tested in any way?
Not at the scene, no.
Mr. Hammond, any
Not the scene,
follow-up
that's
based
where
on
it
jury
was.
questions?
And just to
Oh my
add one
goodness.
follow-up, there's not a test that you can perform on a wall, correct, that has a defect?
I've got the contrast turned too high. on this
There
video.
is
That's why
now,
his face is red.
but I don't believe back then. It's called a bullet hole testing kit, and you test whether or not lead or copper creates a bullet hole, but it's not something we had back then.
Mr. Tomczyk, any follow-up based on the jury question?
Didn't test anything related to that bullet strike / defect, right?
Correct.
Didn't swab anything on the walls in that north-south hallway?
Need one more here.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any further questions of this witness?
There it is. Ooh.
Okay, seeing no response, so no excuse. Thank you very much for your
200.
testimony here today.
An even 200. That's a good count for one witness.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this point we are going to take our night recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consult dictionaries, use the internet, or use the reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, and you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case until it's finally submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. All rise for the jury.
11 a.m. So as they are leaving for the day, let me just make sure they're actually done. We'll keep the audio on here for just a second, but I think they're done for the day. Just want to listen. That means they start at 1 our time, which is what, in 7 minutes? Are you serious? No. That can't be right. Do we not get a lunch today? Let's see. Hang on, let me go back.
Okay, Gregory Peck, you're outside the presence of our jury. You guys have any minutes outside of
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Randolph, just wanted to address the court briefly about that.
Mr. Randolph wanted
I
to
just want
talk.
to put this on the record. So you've been trying to help and stuff. It's just just every day it's some other nonsense. The doctor said I can get my meds during the afternoon meds, but then they won't do it because of this. Well, if you're in the unit, you could do it, but I can't go to the unit because it's inconvenient. I'm hurting. This cycles every 7, 10, 2 weeks. It's getting that way. It's to the point yesterday I almost stood up. You just get
I almost stood up.
A pinched nerve. If that happens, what do? Just stand up? I mean, I don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
Well, if you need to stand up in order for you to be comfortable, I mean, you can do that while we're in trial.
It's not a matter of comfort. It's a matter of, it's just, I have to sometimes. It's getting to that point, and you can really tell it's coming. Like I said, it cycles every 7, 10 days. It will get so bad, I literally will vomit. It hurts so bad. I'm not planning on vomiting, but
It's just like too much information.
I have to stand up sometimes, so I don't know how we go about doing it. I just stand up. I'm trying. Yesterday I did not do it, and it passed. But
okay. Well, if you need to stand up, you'll just have to stand up with this nice guy's attention over here. Just give him a head nod, and we'll just need you to stand up if that's what you need to do.
That's usually all it takes, just for it to kind of.
So he might be standing in court today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Judge.
Standing
All
up,
right,
looking
any other
around.
matters outside the person? No, Your Honor. All right, so you guys will have your witness here tomorrow morning at 11? Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're done. I think we're done. All right. I think that's it. We've got a hot mic, but there's really nothing. Yep, that's it. That's everything.
Call from
Mr. Ayden.
Hey, Ivan, how are you doing today? Welcome.
Oh man, how's everybody doing? How was your morning?
Oh, it's fabulous. My son, let me actually get rid of the counter here. 200, that was awesome. My son just brought me the equivalent of a Hot Pocket, which I think I actually got rid of the Hot Pocket emoji just the other day because I ran out of space. I think I deleted it. But they're little Unos. I'm going to eat those for lunch. What's up?
I tell you, my patience for his medication complaints are reaching an all-time level of frustration, okay? Let me tell you something. This guy has been on methadone for years, presumably, right? He's been locked up for years, okay? That is not the way methadone works. He is not just all of a sudden up and passing out. Presumably, he's been on the same dose for months, maybe even over a year, okay? That is not the way the medication works, okay? This is, at first I kind of felt like a little bit of, not empathy, but I could at least kind of meet him, where he was coming at, because it is a powerful drug. But then I start to see how much he is using this, how much he is playing this up. This is all a ploy. It is all just a scenario where he can cause a scene and he can interject.
Okay, so Ivan, let me ask you this: we watched. Yes, the state basically says that this whole murder was a big setup, that he had pre-planned this and then everything. Are we watching him play the early cards for his big lay down of his royal flush, later in the trial? Is this the groundwork for some big act that may be be playing out in front of the court later on in this trial?
It could be. I think it could be. I would be interested to see how did he play it in the first trial? Because I know literally nothing about the first trial, like nothing, other than like the outcome of it. You know what I mean?
And that's all right, because the jury doesn't know either. So it's all right that we don't know right now, other than he was convicted.
For sure, but I'm presuming he was on the same medicine then too. So I would be interested to see what sort of references or what sort of explanations or blaming he did on the medicine in round one. But I'm here to tell you that there is no way he's been on. There's no way he's been on this same dose all these weeks and months and years,
right.
And he's just conveniently nodding out at the most important. You ever notice that he doesn't ever nod out until they do a sidebar?
Right.
He never seems to nod out until it's like of the utmost importance and the cameras are on him.
Yeah, it's been hard to see, but when we have the 3 boxes and we can see him, I never see his attorney being like, "Hey, wake up! This part's important."
Yeah.
You never see that. It's only when they walk up and they turn on the white noise and he's like, "Oh, cue the sleep," and it seems like an act. It's almost predictable to the second.
Well, and the very reason, and so he's just being super short-sighted. Say that fast 3 times. But he's being super short-sighted with it because, like I said, the whole reason they do give methadone for chronic pain is because
Yvonne
of
is
the long
right.
half-life.
His tolerance would be high now, and he wouldn't be nodding off.
Ella Cole agrees with you, Ivan, saying you're right. Your tolerance would be high, wouldn't be nodding off.
Exactly. It wouldn't be this big, drastic, like, oh, now I'm at court. Like, I'd be interested to see, like, what the jailers have said about his daytime activity. I bet he's not nodding off during lunch. He doesn't look like he's missed many of those. He seems to be awake enough to eat those every day. So I just don't seem to, I just don't buy on. And maybe you're right. Maybe he is, calculating for some grand finale of an outburst. But I think he has, I think he has overplayed his, like he's always done his whole life. He's overvalued his own effect on how much he can affect the circumstances or the outcome.
Yeah.
And so and I don't blame him. Like, he's had a pretty good hand up until this point. He's pretty much, maneuvered and, dictated, the cards this far, but he's come to the end of the deck. And at the end of the deck, well,
Yeah.
So,
I do believe, here's what I do believe. I believe he actually has physical pain. I believe he has a back issue. There may be some other medical stuff we don't know about, but I believe the back issue is the one that's really the pain that's sort of debilitating. They can be terrible. I think a lot of people in chat, if we did a poll, how many have had a slip disc or a herniated disc or bulging disc or something. It's awful. Okay. It's just awful. It's really
Absolutely.
bad. I'm not saying he's making that up, but I think he is playing this for something bigger than what it is. I think this is going to a bigger purpose for him.
Absolutely. And I don't understand it. Like, does he really think he's going to get inoculated? Like, I just kind of thought he was trying to get, like, I would think, like, once they drop the death penalty, because my guess of it all is he's just getting flat dumb bored. A death row is 24-hour lockdown. You don't get a celly. You don't get to play games. You don't get to go to the yard. You don't get to do any of that. And so once they took the death penalty off the case, he's going to die in there. It's just a matter of, what the accommodations are. And so one last request out of you, RA. I think we should do a poll since me and you are at odds here. You don't believe that Mike went there with the intention of killing the wife, correct?
I'm on the fence here. The part of me, sometimes I look at this and I can say the whole thing is set up. The whole thing is set up.
Nobody gets their butter bread on, nobody gets their butter or bread buttered on the fence. You got to take a side now, sir.
Here's what I haven't heard. I haven't heard if we're going to do any sorts of like gunshot residue on the gloves, or if we're going to do, the gloves that Mike was wearing or something. I realize we've got different firearms, and usually it's rare for somebody to use 2 different firearms in a murder, right? If they've got one with extra bullets, it's not like he ran out of bullets in either gun. Okay, it's rare to switch in the middle. Okay, we've run into this before, but so it does look like. I mean, it makes sense that it could have been 2 different shooters. Mike, doing the first shooting, and then Tom's coming in with the second. But the problem is that guy across the street who was watching the neighbors and like, oh, someone's driving in. What's going on? And then hearing all the gunshots together. Not hearing
but
like
eyewitness
one and
testimony
then a
is
pause.
some of the most unreliable that we know of.
It
You know
was.
that.
It was, but he heard it and he counted the shots and he had the time right, and his buddy was on the phone, and I just
Okay, we need a
part of me,
poll.
that
We
part of
need
me
a
thinks
poll.
it was all happened at the same time, and then there was some setup going on. But clearly,
We need a poll. Did Mike think he was going there to commit a homicide? Did Mike agree to the hit? That's the poll. Did Mike agree to the hit?
you're going to
Is
not
that
let
sort
me
of-
eat my lunch, and I have to type a poll here. Hang on one second.
It's very short. Did Mike agree to the hit?
Do you think Mike agreed to the hit?
Whether or not he was set up or whether or not it went bad, it doesn't matter. I just want to know what people's feelings
so
are about Mike.
I'm gonna lean no right now. This is where I'm leaning. I'll lean no. I'll come out in front and say that, knowing that there is evidence that goes the other way as well, but we haven't heard it all. So, Ivan, you just want to be right, man. you're gonna win this one, I think, unfortunately. But Ivan, good to talk to you.
When you've had the week that my belly has had, you need your victories whenever you can.
Hey,
all right,
you know what? My mom used to say, well, I've heard a lot of people say this: play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You're the one that decided to eat the ghost pepper. So,
my dad always said, if you're gonna be dumb, you got to be tough.
Yep.
You know.
Ivan, thank you. I'm going to take a bite here, but thanks for your call.
All right,
Appreciate
love
it. See you. Bye.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, I think we've got a few more people siding with Ivan than with me on this one. It seems like, I don't know. Hang on, I really want to eat this. Do we have like some music I can play? Because I can't. I just have to take a bite. That is good. That is really good. What are you guys having for lunch? That's really nice. In my history of listening to witnesses about hearing gunshots, is always miscount. Yes. I'm fighting about the count, and I'm not worried about the count. He could say 20. Well, 20 would be weird. He could say 10. He could say 3. But if he says there was 1 shot, and then 2 minutes later there were 5 shots, that's one thing. But saying all the shots was just like bam, 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 that sounds like it was all together. What am I eating? It's called a Uno. It's like a Hot Pocket with the ends open. It's got beef and cheese inside with a bread wrap. That's my son microwaved them up for me. Let's see. I'm having chicken cheddar potato broccoli soup. Oh, you know what? You know what soup I love? GMB. There's a restaurant that it's a soup restaurant. Man, they have a Wisconsin cauliflower. That's what it is. Okay, whatever the restaurant is that has Wisconsin cauliflower soup. I don't even know if they have one in North Carolina. I remember it out west.
Paw Prince, I want some of your lunch. Ruff, ruff.
If I drop any on the floor, Buttercup, it's all yours. Thank you. I may miss it. How many times were each shot? Rosebud, his wife was shot once. Just a single gunshot wound, and that was with the .38 Special, the revolver. The Mike was shot, 5 times or something? Several times, and that was all with the 9mm Makarov, the semi-automatic. Homemade tater salad. Food court, says that. Just whatever's available. Beef cup of noodles. Sounds good. I like that as well. Open-faced hot turkey sandwich and some corn. You can't go wrong with corn. I love that. Beef mustard and sandwich and an apple. PB&J. I like the variety. Spaghetti. Oh, that's always good. I can eat spaghetti for everything but breakfast. Cottage cheese, coleslaw, and 2 spicy maple bourbon pickles. I need some more spicy maple bourbon pickles. A salad with everything on it. Let's see. I hate eating on the phone too. I won't do it. I feel for you. I can smell the food, and I've had that taste. I just want to eat some more. Turkey cheese, tomato sandwich. Lunch is good. I'm glad you guys are having some good lunches. Chicken corn chowder soup is so good. Who knows the name of that restaurant? I was hoping for somebody. Mrs. R.A. can remember. The soup Nazi? No, close to that. It's Zupo. Is it Zupas? Cafe Zupas or something like that? I need to find where the closest one is now and do a road trip. Like today. So it's Zupas, or it starts with a Z. I think that's the one. Panera, also a good restaurant, but that wasn't the one. I will eat my lunch. I'll eat. There's no problem. It's Zupas. Okay, just Zupas, not cafe, just Zupas. If you have had their Wisconsin cauliflower with cheddar cheese sprinkled on top, oh my goodness, that is amazing. It is fantastic. Thank you, Tish. Can somebody Google what's the closest? I could do it, I guess. What's the closest Zupas to Greenville? We are waiting. We have just under an hour before trial starts this morning in Las Vegas. So we've got just a minute. We're not missing anything. Closest Zupas to me. There we go. Cafe Zupas. No, locations near me. I get sidetracked. I look at the menu and I just want to look at a picture of it. Continue. Pick up. Oh, enter my zip code. Let's use that one. 90210. Unfortunately, we didn't find a location near you. For list locations in each of our states, see the form below, which won't scroll. See, we have one in Wisconsin, Ohio, Minnesota, Illinois. Let's see, Wisconsin, Ohio. Ohio's going to be my closest. I'm going to have to go to Ohio for soup. That's a long trip for lunch. It's good. It's for those of you that have one around, there's a couple out west as well in Arizona and Utah and around those parts. I'm going to have to come hang out in Wisconsin apparently and get some real cheddar to put on top. Wisconsin cheddar, right? I think there's one in Canton, Ohio. Maybe I need to open one. Should we do should we see if they have a franchise fee that we could crowdsource a franchise fee, and then we could do our meetups at our own little Zupas here in Greenville, North Carolina. Judge Simpson, our famous couple. Let me look and see. I didn't see them on. They're not there right now. I've been keeping an eye on them. They have not popped up here. I object. Let's see, is that live? Is that going? Oh, it's not live. Why'd that stop? Did I miss them?
Scratch all that. Talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Okay. Pull that out. I need to see where these guys are. I don't see that they've been there. They're not currently there. So we heard it was supposed to be later on, the 13th or something next month, that they appear in court. But there's maybe another hearing they're on the schedule for today, like a pre-sentencing hearing. If Recovery Addict makes it to Wisconsin, I plan on us breaking YouTube's algorithm. It'll go big. Open in Canada, bring your spicy pickles. Who was it across the border with spicy pickles yesterday? Who came down to,
Scratch all that.
across the Canadian border?
I apologize.
Was that yesterday? It might have been earlier this week. It's still not hot, but it's still good.
Because he's the guy.
It's not Judge Simpson. Man, is it a different crime? PJ, the Vegas trial starts in 45 minutes. 45 minutes it starts live today, and we will be carrying that live here. So if you If you ring the bell, if you have to go somewhere else, we're going to stay live. So let's see. They're not with Simpson today, a different judge.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
Okay, we're probably not going to get to watch it then. I don't think every judge up there has their own YouTube. No soup for me today. We should monitor Judge Simpson's feed just in case. We could do that. Let's see. Get back up to live. Who's this?
Call from Jackie Ferrara.
Hey, Jackie, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. I'm going to eat while you talk, though. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's okay. No problem. James and Cynthia have a pre-sentence hearing today with a different judge, not Judge Simpson. It's the same case, but it's not the sentence hearing that's still scheduled for 9/13.
Okay. Well, they need the PSI before they can be sentenced, and the PSI.
14A. Yeah, I'm live.
Judge, sorry.
The 14A district court is not back in
Turn him
session.
down,
All those
sorry.
having business before the court.
So that's good to know. We will we'll keep an eye on the sentencing. Then we'll probably follow it on that. But.
Well, if you weren't going to start, I was.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I appreciate
Good
it.
afternoon. Court does
You're welcome.
We'll
Enjoy
see
your
you.
lunch.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
bye.
I do apologize, Jackie. You deserve better than me eating and not responding properly to a conversation.
All right.
We're going to listen to Judge Cedric just for a minute while I eat my lunch.
Where are we with regard to this bond issue?
And then we'll move on.
Scratch
I had
all
a
that.
chance
Oh,
to
that was
speak
terrible.
with
I
Miss
apologize.
Lovely, and she indicates to me that the postings don't have anything to do with this case. I had a chance to review the motion as well as the documents that were attached. I don't see anything specific that's naming any particular person involved in this case. She's also indicated to me that she has taken everything down. We had a detailed discussion about not posting about this case and not posting at all, and the potential for deactivating the account in its entirety while this matter is pending. She is concerned as she's scheduled to have some visitation with her son next week. She's hopeful that Your Honor will give her another chance with regards to this, especially now that she's taken everything down. Other than that, Your Honor, we don't have anything additional to add.
Is the child's name Alan?
That's his middle name, Your Honor.
So explain to me this Love and Company LLC thing.
The Love and Company LLC is just my company, my production company. What was shown to me was my profile link called Tap Link, which goes from my social media to this various profile. However, the same day that I got from judgment from the last court, I took that down and updated that document to my public defender so she'd know exactly what it looks like now. And it doesn't look like that anymore. I've taken everything down, removed all the links that I had associated with any shares or comments or any posts that may or may not have been related. And that's been since she told me to do that.
What case is that first post related to? Give me a case number. Says it's related to something else. Give me a case number so I can look
Your
it up.
Honor, it's
'Cause
not
I
a
don't believe
case.
that for one. I don't believe it for 1 minute.
Your Honor, that as I discussed with my public defender, I have been going through a different matter with my landlord.
Give me a case number.
That situation was an eviction case, and that the moments that I had with the bullying, harassment, and stalking from my landlord was a situation that was referenced.
Give me a case number.
I can give you the eviction case number associated with my apartment and the letter that stated that she's no longer around because of the situation. That's the only thing I can give you at this time. There's other things that's going on. I'm dealing with various things, but that was an old post that has been taken down that had nothing to do with this case and nothing to do with that case now either. Everything has been taken care of.
He's not buying it.
Anything else from the people?
No, Your Honor, just that I believe when the victim reached out to us, he said those were posted on July 28th from the screenshot, so I'm not sure exactly what those would be, but that was the date that we were given, but that's all from the people.
So, ma'am, when were these posted?
They're not since deleted. I don't know the exact date, but it was when I got the notice from on my door from the landlord that stated again.
When was that?
That was July. It had to be near the end of July. There's a lot of things that are circling around this matter, so correlation. Can I say it was right after that date? No, because I was in the process.
I'm not. I'm not believing. I'm not believing any of this.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So, well, you may be. Ms. Anderson, anything else you want to say?
Your Honor, I would ask if you would consider giving us some additional time if we can substantiate any of the eviction information or when that letter was presented to my client to try to pin down those dates for the court.
Well, she's going to have about 5 hours to get it to you. I'll set a hearing on it, but right now, I gave very specific instructions on July 27th, what she was supposed to do. I expect my instructions to be followed. I don't expect this to come up at all. And if you want to play fast and loose with the court's orders or how you think about how the court's orders are or what you're going to say regarding it, well, you can do that if you want, but you better be ready to go if you're going to come up against me on my orders. Defendant's bond is hereby revoked. Defendant is to report to the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. this evening. Her failure to do so will result in a bench warrant being issued. I will set a bond hearing on this.
Next week at 3 o'clock, 24th.
I'll set a bond hearing on this for, that's 24.
Yes, sir.
Bond hearing on August 24th, 2023 at what time?
3 p.m.
At 3 p.m. in person. So, ma'am, I'm just going to give you a fair warning. If you think I'm not, you didn't think I was serious about my last order. If you think I'm not serious about this order, you're going to find yourself very wrong. Because if you're not in that jail by 6 p.m. this evening, I will send somebody to get you.
I understand, Your Honor. I'm sorry that you feel that way. And I hope we can resolve this matter.
You better be quiet. But she's about to pick up a whole lot more, Miss Anderson.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't get the exam date.
The exam date is on the 29th. Bond hearing I'm setting for the 24th at 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
Court
you.
calls the case of the people versus Justin Parton.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Your Honor. Sorry, Robert Ellman on behalf of Mr. Parton, who's present over Zoom.
And Alex Warren Green on behalf of Mr. Parton and the matter ending 1260. Mr. Parton, could you please state your name for the court?
Justin Parton.
Okay. And what are we doing?
Your Honor, I was recently appointed to Mr. Parton's case. I was finally able to make contact with him just moments ago. So based on that information, I'm requesting an adjournment for time to meet with Mr. Parton as well as retain discovery.
We would request the same, Your Honor.
Green. Pardon?
We would be requesting the same, Your Honor. I'd ask Mr. Parton to call our main office.
All right. Probable cause conference and will be adjourned September 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Round will continue in this matter. Mr. Parton?
Yes, sir.
Make sure you call the public defender's office. You got that number?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, call them and make sure they have correct information for you so you can talk to them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Court calls the case of the people versus, is it Marie McCoy? I think I always mess this up.
Alex Chabalowski for the people.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Mayor McCoy. Please state your name, Ms. McCoy.
Shamir McCoy.
Got it. Okay. I'll mess it up next time anyway. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, the people are filing an amended complaint in this case. We're aware of it. If we could get an adjournment to have that happen and continue negotiations.
That's correct.
You're going to be filing an amended complaint. How long is that going to take you?
A week.
Probable cause conference, September 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, man. Court calls the case, People versus Derek Miller.
Alex Chabalowski for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Calvin Hawthorne appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Derek Miller. Mr. Miller, please state your name.
You're muted, Mr. Miller.
Derek Paul Miller.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing on these?
Your Honor, I believe we have reached a resolution with people in this matter. However, it does require Mr. Miller entering a plea at the circuit court, so we will be waiving the preliminary exam today.
On all of these cases?
Yes, on all three matters.
Mr. Miller, is that correct? You're going to waive your right to a preliminary examination?
Yes.
All right. You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed them.
Yes.
Did Thal show up?
And you understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Correct. Yes.
Is Thal here?
People also waive their right on all these matters?
Yes.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over on the single count in all cases. So all three counts. Counsel?
We acknowledge receipt of the information and waive its reading on the record. Mr. Miller will stand mute to the charges.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
September 25th at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Slay Thursday.
September 25th, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Slay Thursday. Bond in these matters will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You got your cash cow, Paula. That's awesome.
Calls case of the People versus Bo Nias.
Dinesh Ganatra for the people.
First Assistant Public Defender Clena Anderson within on behalf of Mr. Nihas. Mr. Nihas, can you please unmute and state your name?
Bo Niehaus.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, my client's in treatment in Don Farms. He's set to be complete on the 29th of August. I would just ask for an adjournment to a date after that so we can have his certificate of completion and continue negotiations.
Well, he finishes at the end of this month, basically.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Probable cause September 14th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continue. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul's a busy guy.
Sir.
He's
Good
got
luck.
his own channel that he produces content for. When he's available, he pops in
Court
here.
calls the case, People versus Christopher Owens.
Alex Chabalowski for the people.
Michael Gaddy from Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Owens, Your Honor.
We are streaming this afternoon. Brandy and I both are.
Mr. Owens.
It'll be live here in
Can you
about
state your name,
half an
please?
hour.
Christopher Owens.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I've had a chance to discuss this matter with Mr. Chablowski, Mr. Owens. I've gone over his right to a preliminary exam with Mr. Owens. He wishes to waive that exam and seek resolution in circuit court.
Mr. Owens, is that correct?
Yes.
Ooh, like the voice.
And you understand that Preliminary exam is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Yes.
And you understand that you'll not have that hearing. You'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes.
People also waive their right.
Yes.
Lots of yeses.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on count 1 with 2 and 3 following. Mr. Gaddy.
Your Honor, in terms of arraignment, we'd waive reading, stand mute, acknowledge receipt of the information.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea as to all 3 counts. Pretrial will be set for
September 21st at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Slay Monday.
September 21st, 2023, 1:30, Slay Monday. Continue with its conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Tiffany Oxidine.
We're not going to be
Apologies on
live
behalf of the-
together, unfortunately.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Maybe one day
Joy
we will.
Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, with and on behalf of Miss Oxidine, or Tiffany Locklear, she also goes by that name.
Can you state your name, please?
Tiffany Oxidine.
Okay, thank you. What are we doing on this?
Your Honor, I had some difficulty getting in touch with Miss Oxidine. Thanks to Miss Hughes and getting more information about her last name, I was able to finally get in touch with her, and we were able to talk for a brief time this morning. I would ask for an adjournment so that we could actually have more time to talk.
No objection.
Probable cause conference, September 14th, 2023. 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Clarence Reed. Here we go.
Ellie Zenda on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Calvin Hawthorne appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Clarence Reed. Mr. Reed, will you please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name?
Mr. Reed.
No, he's here because I spent about 20 minutes with him getting him on Zoom.
I see the block, but I know. Mr. Reed, Clarence Reed.
He's like driving, trying to find a place to park.
Clarence Reed.
He usually doesn't do a bench warrant if you signed in.
Why don't I do this? Counsel, because he's been here, so I'll put it to the beginning of the next block. Why don't you try to reach him and see if we can get it done? Clarence Reed. I'll pass it, give an opportunity for that. I see that it's the plea, so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll pass that one. Court does call the case of the People versus. This is. Oh, I see. People versus Michael Reels.
Ellie Zenda on behalf of the people.
Hey, Allie.
Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Reels. Mr. Reels, if you would please unmute your phone and turn on your camera and state your name, please.
Judge won't be as impressed with the second one.
Michael Reels. No, I see him, but oh, there he is.
Oh, that's Michael Reels. Here we go.
Michael Reels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor,
So, go ahead.
we submitted a referral to the drug treatment court.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Gaines.
Yes, sir. We submitted a referral to the drug treatment court. Did you receive that, Your Honor?
I did, and I've signed it.
We would ask
How
for
much?
3 weeks for them to be able to do an assessment of Mr. Reels.
All right. Turn it out to September 7th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Allie, you're looking good. Did a great job. You're back.
I'm adjourning today. Middle box face with tears of joy.
Calls the case, People versus Jack Rice.
Marie Rosinski on behalf of the people.
Jack Rice.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice, can you please state your name?
Jack Rice.
Thank you, Your Honor. Me and Mr. Rice were only able to just connect shortly before the docket. There is a plea offer on the table, but it sounds like we need to discuss it a little bit further. If we could have a brief adjournment.
August 31st, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Basically got 14 days,
Thank
2
you.
weeks.
Thank you. Court calls case,
there was
People
a man
versus
bun there.
Hillary Runyon.
Alex Chabalowski for the people.
There's Hillary. She's got an amazing plant there.
Michael Gaddy, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Runyon. Your Honor.
Stay muted right now.
Hello,
Hi.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Miss Runyon.
Yes, my name is
Thank
Hillary
you.
Michael Runyon. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, what are we doing?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe Ms. Runyon is in treatment or in aftercare. I also think that there's one matter out there to be arraigned, and from speaking with Mr. Chabalowski, I think there's another matter potentially in the pipe to be authorized. In terms of, I'd ask for an adjournment so that we can perhaps discuss some kind of global resolution of these matters now that things are looking up for
A
Ms.
global
Runyon.
resolution sounds like he's going to solve all the world's problems.
I am inpatient right now at the farm.
You're very impatient.
Okay. What, you're inpatient right now? What time,
Oh.
when are you expected out?
Not till like the end of October. That would be the 90 days.
Gotcha. So you're in the night. Okay. I got
Yeah.
you. So let me put this out a bit here to September 14th, at least 2023. Let's see where we are on that. 9 a.m.
We're going to miss the interns
Thank you, Your Honor.
when they
Thank
finally
you, Ms.
graduate
Runyon. Good
and
luck
move
to
on
you.
to greener
Thank
pastures.
you so much. I appreciate you guys.
They've been a lot of
Thank
fun.
you, Mr. Chabalowski.
Maybe I can recall this one now, because he keeps interrupting me. Court recalls case, People versus Clarence Reed.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
There he is.
Sorry about that, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Calvin Hawthorne appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Reed.
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes. Now,
Okay.
State your name.
Clarence
Okay.
Reed.
Do you have a camera?
It won't work, won't show it. It's showing nothing, but I can hear you and everything good. Let me see, hold up 1 second.
I didn't hear a word he said.
Oh. Okay. That's video, okay. Get it, okay. Hold up 1 second.
There he is. Clarence.
There it goes.
Clarence, we got you.
I can't see you, but can you see me?
I can see you. Can you state your name now?
My name is Clarence Reed.
All right. Okay. Are we doing the plea form here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your
Yes, we
Honor.
are, Your Honor.
All right. Court in reading the plea form, it indicates that the defendant will be pleading guilty to the charge of refusal to obey a traffic order, the 90-day $100 offense. Upon a successful plea to that charge, counts 1 and 2 would be dismissed. There is no other sentencing or any other thing on here. That's the court's full understanding of the agreement.
And that's correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
I want to cover up Allie there. You're doing a great job, Allie.
See how this goes. Mr. Reed, can you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Raise my right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir. Yes.
State your name again for the record.
Clarence Reed.
Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to be pleading guilty to the charge of refusal to obey a traffic order. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail, $100 fine plus court costs. I also do have to advise you that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Washington in the 14B District Court. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
To that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're also giving up rights. So you're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes. Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes.
Are you on probation?
No.
Are you on parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
No, sir. No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
These interns do such a
You're
good
doing
job.
this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes.
And because you believe you're guilty of this offense?
They do look really young.
Yes.
April 13, 2021, I-94 near Huron in Ypsilanti Township, Washtenaw County, state of Michigan. Were you driving a motor vehicle at that time?
Yes, sir.
And did the police get behind you and give you a signal to stop?
Yes.
He's not
And
sure.
did you not stop right away and keep going?
No.
He needed to say yes there.
Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
when
yes,
they got
yes.
behind you and they signaled, what'd you do?
I just pulled off the expressway and he kept going and I went around the building and he came around and about 5 minutes later and arrested me.
Okay. So you were on the expressway, the lights go on behind you, you get off the expressway, right?
Right.
And then you somehow or another, did you know he was trying to tell you to stop?
Not really. I mean.
Okay, now hold on.
Okay.
Did you know he
yes.
was trying to tell you to
Yes,
stop,
yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
All right. And then you went around the building someplace, hoping that he'd just forget about you and keep moving, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Counsel, if I complied with the court rule, would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is
Old guy running
dismissed.
from the cops.
Pre-sentence investigation and a report is ordered at 14B
We need
District
dash
Court.
cam.
Sentencing will be
September 28th at 10 a.m. with Judge Washington.
September 28, 2023. What time?
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Before Judge Washington.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's count 3. I accepted. Counts 1 and 2 are dismissed. That's the second time I've done that. All right. Bond will continue. All right.
I think
Thank
he's
you,
about
Mr.
done with his
Reed.
docket. So
Thank you,
for,
Your
Thank you,
Honor.
sir.
is there anybody
Thank you.
else? A couple bench warrants,
Right.
maybe?
Court stands in recess. We'll come back, have our 2 o'clock call.
Okay.
There you go, right there.
He almost blew his plea there. All right, that was our quick visit with Judge Cedric in the break here because we're getting ready to start trial out of Las Vegas. Thomas Randolph is going to probably stand up in court. That's my prediction today, that he's going to stand up in court because he just can't stand it. He can't sit there anymore and take this. He says it was so bad he had to stand up the other day, or almost stood up. I think he said he almost puked, which would be interesting because that would be, that's court stopping. Generally, when somebody loses their lunch in court, there's. Have you ever heard of a sympathy reaction? When you're in a closed room, say like I don't know, an elevator, and someone in the elevator maybe has a bit of an upset tummy, and the rise and fall of the elevator as it accelerates and slows down as it changes floors might be a little too much for the upset tummy, and despite their best efforts, it happens. even if everybody else up until that moment was like perfectly fine, like, oh, I'm feeling great, you know, it's a great day, had a great lunch, looking forward to getting back to work, suddenly you start having other people who start having upset tummies as well. So is this a Tums commercial? It could be. Anyway, I'm just saying that if Mr. Randolph has an upset tummy in court, I would expect that he would not be the only one. I mean, we might even have Court TV's girl in there being like, "Oh, that's too much for me." We'll see. I don't know. Maybe she's seen worse. So, all right. Where are we at? We are 15 minutes, roughly 15 minutes. Shanley Painter, yes, is her name, and she has been in court pretty much every day, sort of sitting right by the aisle. You'll see her in the background, and also all over Twitter as she's live tweeting this. All right, Tums for elevator mishaps. All right, we have where we're picking up today. We have a new witness, right? So we just finished yesterday's video where we had Detective Smith, who took all the photographs of the crime scene. He's done. I imagine we're going to have probably, since they're going to, the state has 2 days left. We probably have medical examiner, coroner. We've got to have somebody that can give us some details on the bodies. That's probably going to have some very graphic pictures in it. So why not today, since we've already seen some already, right? Why don't we just group them all together and watch them today? Allie's giggling. Let's see. I do not want to see that. DMB, let me just tell you, as a cameraman myself, as somebody who is trained to follow the action and almost like a sixth sense where I can detect where the attention of the room is focused, I would film it on accident, or it would be like a gut reaction to film and turn and catch it. I've filmed similar type scenarios just because that's where the action was, even though it's not something you really want to film. But everyone else is looking. Why can't I with my camera, right? I think it would happen. Let's see. Check the burner, says CG. Let me look at the burner really quickly. Let's see. John Davenport now has Google Fiber. I'll have to talk to him about that. Let's see. Probably that would be an offline thing, CG, I think. Let's see. I'll have to talk about it offline. All right, I buffered there for a second. Sorry, I just froze while I was reading. I'm back now. I think we have video from court, so they're getting together. We might even have some hot mics here. They're about ready to start. I just want to make sure they're not just like tweaking the cameras around. Let's see. Talk about the sympathy response for tummy upset sparked images from Family Guy episode with Peter, Brian, Stewie, and Chris constantly. Yes, why I loved that scene. Gadget Girl. They make it humorous, but you've been there. All of us have been there where somebody was like, we're like, oh, how unfortunate, somebody got sick in public, and then you suddenly start feeling like, whoa, why am I feeling sick all of a sudden? And then you can't stop thinking about it, and you have to vacate the area, or else it just spreads. It's one of the most contagious diseases, and it's all in your head. Everyone else is looking. Why can't I with my camera, Your Honor? Seriously, this is going to be my defense if I ever get arrested for anything I do with a camera. Just hearing someone puke will make me join. There's somebody on YouTube that does this to his wife, and his wife has a very low threshold. Her tolerance as well is very low, and just the sound is enough. And he makes the sound while he's in videos with her in the background, and it triggers her gag reflex as well. Mean guy. They have an interesting relationship, but they do it in a joking way, but she's not a big fan. EMT for 7 years, so puking does not bother me anymore. I was standing on the back end of a cow when it did its business, and I held the shot. I was like, it's okay. I can hose off my legs later. So, yeah, I've got a high threshold as well. Oh, Dijon mustard. What about like Grey Poupon? Is that also? I'm actually a big fan of various mustards. Okay, so a couple of you say that you're a sympathy puker, or you would throw up, or you have the gag reflex. Just so you know, literally, Tommy has warned the court that this might happen. And he doesn't do anything unless it's sort of playing into his plan, according to the state. You know, he everything he does is for a reason. It's into this bigger plan and bigger picture he's trying to accomplish. I'm just saying, we might get there. Gosh, yeah, don't clip that. That's not a clipping thing. So, you should do a poll. We did the poll. I actually closed it. I didn't want to talk about the results because Ivan won handily. 61% of you agreed with Ivan, and the balance with me. Great Poupon isn't as bad as involves an incident in a restaurant that was making mustard as a child. Okay, I don't want to ask. What about Oreos with pickles inside? No. Don't take me back there. That was bad. I think we're good. We have the court showing up on the wall. I need that off, this on. Let me check all my sound effects. I'm getting just a very low hum. Like that. Let me see if I can fix it. Part of me doesn't want to, but because as soon as I fix it, I'll go and change what's causing the problem. That off to on. Okay. I tuned out just that one pitch that I was getting in my right ear. Let's see. Not a great after lunch topic. It's not. I apologize. That was all my fault, Beth. Please forgive me. I would say it wouldn't happen again, but I make no guarantees. Tommy's strategy is to throw up at the wall and see what sticks. Throw everything at the wall, sorry, and see what sticks. I read that wrong. Greeners. Thank you. Don't take me back there. That was a bad day. They're playing with audio a little bit. Well, they actually fixed it. They shut off that channel. You better stand up and move around again before we begin. If not, you might not stand up until you might have to stand up during the trial. It's okay because I'm wearing my Apple Watch, and it's already told me that it's time to stand, and I just hang my arm down at my side until it thinks it's better, and it tells me, congratulations, you stood up. So I'm good. I've tricked my Apple Watch, so I think I should get the health benefit of standing. What happened to our yoga breaks? This judge is not big on yoga breaks. I'm not sure if I even have yoga music. Did we have yoga music picked out? I can't say yoga music. Let's see, where was our yoga music? Was it this one? This wasn't it. That was the bus one. I think we need something with like bells or chimes in it or something. I have no music for that. I mean, I've got this is the closest thing we've got for bells and harp. It was yoga music was picked out similar to Verdict Watch, was it? No, not that one. Verdict Watch is right here. It's like workout music, but this isn't like, find your chi music. This is the pump you up stuff, like pre-fight. Eileen, James and Cynthia are going to be in court for a pre-sentencing hearing, but it will be in another judge's court, not with Judge Cedric, so we're not going to be able to see that one. We will follow them when they appear with Judge Cedric for sentencing, but that's going to be next month, in a month or so. That can be the yoga music. Gets your heart rate up. This was the yoga music. Okay, well, this is the get up and exercise, so stretch, do whatever you need to right here because we're going to be seated for a long time, even if Tommy isn't. This is good music to throw up to. Well, you know, it's very versatile. This is the brief intermission between bouts of, you know, stretching. That's what I was going to say, stretching. This is Twitch Fortnite streamer intro music. I have not watched Twitch Fortnite streamers in quite a while. It's been weeks. It's been weeks, Petrified. It's been a long time. I'm exercising, putting peach cobbler into your mouth. You have to alternate which hand you hold the spoon with. I know that's tricky for some people, but you need to even out. Otherwise, you get one arm that's like bulking up and the other arm not so much. Do you have front porch on your road effects? I've got it on my computer. Let me find front porch. Might not have it. I think I deleted it. Sorry. I can't even remember what it sounds like. Yeah, we're just doing techno yoga. I need strobe lights or at least like a disco ball or something for that. Glow sticks, maybe some of those glow-in-the-dark binkies that we could all have. A couple of you have been to a few too many raves. You know who you are. I'm just saying. It's like MMA matches. I filmed an MMA fight one time, a series of fights, because you don't just have one fight. You have like the lesser fights, and they build up to the main event. I filmed all of them, and there were two camera crews that were there. One was ESPN, and they had like 3 cameras, and then there was me, and I had 1 camera. And I was filming I was filming for local college who had assigned me to film this for a news story. And what a deal. I get to walk into a MMA fight, get front row seats, not just front row seats, but I am in front of the people who have front row seats. And I'm right on the other side of the cage. I'm practically on the mat myself and filming these fights. And it was pretty good. It was pretty impressive. I had to wipe the blood off the lens of my camera between fights. That's how close I was. No desire to do that again, at least in person on the other side of the fence. Although occasionally I do like a good a battle of strength. Let's see. Okay, we have 3 minutes until the judge is going to be back. What's MMA? Mixed martial arts. Think of it like a cage fight or ultimate fighting. Generally, they're thought of in the same idea, but they are a little bit different. Some have different rules. I just Shazammed it, and now I'm going to add it to my yard work playlist. Unfortunately, it's a little bit short. That song is just a little too short. I think we've got. Let's see how long is it? Yeah, it's under 3 minutes long. Round 1, begin or fight. Was it begin? It was Mortal Kombat, right? We just sang a little music, did a little bit of Judge Cedric. We're just getting ready for court to start right now. So I've been drinking water like it's, I don't have any left, but I have a lot. I might need a break. Unless, of course, we have one of those sympathy type situations that might cure my need for lessening my. Anyway. All right, I'm excited. I'm excited for today. I want to see what comes up. We have just a couple of witnesses. I think they're all going to be key. Usually, prosecution does like to end on a big punch. You usually don't save the best for last. Okay, you don't want to go out at the end of the trial just being like the jury saying that's all you got. You ended with like 3 people saying yeah he's a bad guy. RA never takes bathroom breaks. That's the joke is that this show is sponsored by Depends, Ashley. But it's just a joke. I'm superhuman. I don't know why. Sad piano music. We've had that. We'll play that again at the right time. I don't have the stamina for more than 3 minutes of yard work. This is exactly what you need. This will be the entire song on your playlist. You can go out and weed for 2 minutes and 53 seconds and call it a day. Sent a text to the burner phone about Jacksonville, Florida. Microsoft's exec's murder. His ex-wife, Shanna Gardner Fernandez, was arrested this morning on related charges. Oh, arrested for Jared's murder. So both her and her current husband, are both in jail for this murder now. So this would mean that we have a hitman type situation or like a collaboration. Man. That's going to be more interesting. We were going to follow that trial and it got pushed out. I wonder if that's why. Petrified. That can't be healthy. It really cannot.
That was terrible. I apologize.
I apologize. Is prosecution finishing today? Carrie, we believe they're finishing tomorrow, but probably towards the end of day. So I think we've got, I don't think we'll start defense tomorrow. I think that'll start on Monday is the current plan, unless something changes. That makes the Microsoft case just that much more interesting, but it's going to push it way out. I wonder if it causes delays. They're just playing with the volume, and I'm not sure why. Tomorrow's a very late start, 4 p.m. Oh, man. Here we go.
You guys are not rolling your cameras, correct? No. Okay. We are outside the presence of our jury. Okay, let's talk about the first issue. It was brought to my attention while we were getting ready for today that a couple of the jurors on their way out of the courthouse yesterday, as they were walking out of the courthouse, someone who they believe was a security guard yelled something out to them in reference to if somebody is a politician, they should vote guilty or something along those lines. We're not exactly sure who this person was. I did bring that issue to the parties, and it's my understanding based on my discussion with the parties that the court and the parties are all in agreement. I believe we have to bring the jurors in individually and question them in regards to if they heard anything
I'm trying to fix this audio
toward them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any further record defense wants to make about that at this time?
No, I think that's appropriate. I would ask that the court inquire if they've heard anything else about.
We've got better audio here.
While they're here?
Yes, just that simple question.
Okay.
Okay, so we're bringing the jurors in.
Parties, that there were an issue, at least one that you guys needed to raise.
Yes, Your Honor. I want to make sure before Clifton Miller, who is the cousin of Michael Miller, Billy Miller, who is the uncle of Michael Miller, and Vita Miller, who was married to Billy Miller. They, first of all, they make some assumptions that there could be a relationship beyond being a friend, beyond just being a handyman. I would argue that it's pure speculation. They make statements like they're teasing Michael Miller about being in a homosexual relationship. I would suggest that's pure speculation. It has some damaging points because I think they see it as a derogatory matter, and so there's, like I said, there's just no evidence of this at all, and it shouldn't come before the jury.
State.
And Your Honor, our position is that it's relevant. It's not that it's, you use the term damaging, and I'm not exactly sure how the defense is articulating the manner in which it's damaging. I think what it reflects and the relevance that it reflects is, given the strangeness of the level of contact that Mr. Miller is having with Thomas Randolph, it is prompting, his aunt and uncle in a joking manner to say, like, are you guys dating? Because, like, that's a lot of phone calls. That's a lot of hanging out. So it's not being done in a pejorative way, but it speaks to the lay observations of people within Miller's family that they are struck by how often these two are interacting, given the fact that it should be more of an arm's length transaction because he's just supposed to be hired to be doing odd
I'll explain
jobs.
this in just a second.
So I don't think the tone of it is derogatory towards the homosexual community in any way, but it's more a reflection of just they're struck by just how often they're interacting. And it's a little ribbing that they're giving their cousin about it because they're trying to figure out why in the world are you guys talking so much.
Your Honor, if it's not derogatory, and the state's not bringing it out for that purpose, why don't they just speculate that they're friends? And this is pure speculation, too. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever. It's supposition, and it does have a prejudicial effect. So I'm not sure, I don't even know why it's relevant, other than maybe they conclude, wow, you guys are becoming really good friends. I don't think there's anything wrong, and I've struggled with this. I think there's a narrative that's become apparent. If Mr. Randolph becomes friends with Michael Miller, why can't they be friends? And why do we have to make assumptions like there's a homosexual relationship when there's no evidence of it?
Well, I think the family can absolutely comment if they thought the amount of communication that they were having, the amount of times that they had to talk and things like that. If they thought that was strange to them, the family can absolutely comment that. They're not going to be allowed to take that extra step to suggest that they were in some type of inappropriate relationship, but they can absolutely testify to, yeah, I thought him talking to this guy 10 times a day, or however many times a day that it was. Did you strike that? That strike you as odd? Yes, that struck me as odd because he didn't talk to his other friends that much. I thought that was odd. There's been some testimony that a lot of people thought the age difference was odd. I don't know if that's what they're going to testify to, but they can talk about that they thought that the relationship was odd, that they cannot take that extra step in making an assumption as to what type of relationship it was.
Okay, and Your Honor, if I could just at least have, before we get started, at least give me a moment to just kind of advise them and warn them of this is the parameters of this.
Sure.
They're gonna stray outside of that area.
I was told, Ms. Weckerly told me within the last month, she promptly told me I'd interviewed Clifton Miller, and Clifton Miller has made some suggestion that there was a statement made by Michael Miller of some type of plot to kill. And I was going to argue that it's not in furtherance of the conspiracy, and I have pulled case law and the necessary or the relevant statute, NRS 51.035, subsection 3, subsection E, a statement by a co-conspirator of a party during the course and in furtherance of a conspiracy is not hearsay. And so as I've done all this research, rather than tell the court all the different cases I have, my understanding is the state is not going to elicit any such alleged conspiracy plan.
So that is correct, Your Honor. We have spoken to Clifton Miller. He did give a statement in a pretrial that suggested that there was a statement made in the furtherance of a conspiracy. We are at this time opting not to introduce the statement. I informed Mr. Oram of that. We've talked to Mr. Miller last night and told him that we're not going to elicit that testimony. I am planning to elicit statements that, after observing the relationship between Tom and Michael Miller, the advice Clifton gave his cousin, which the state does not consider hearsay. There were things that he observed about the relationship, and Clifton repeatedly tells his cousin, get out of this relationship, don't get involved with him. I'm not trying to elicit what Michael Miller told the cousin, but what the cousin told Michael.
Well, I think in regards to what Clifton told Michael Miller, I mean, that's not hearsay, because Clifton will be here to testify his own statements. And if the proper that you're giving, a semi-proper, is you have got a chance, sir, to observe the relationship between these two. And based upon your observation, did you give your cousin any advice? Clifton can absolutely testify to what he told Michael Miller, because it's not hearsay.
Okay. And I mean,
but Michael Miller's statements would be subject to a hearsay.
Yes.
And I'm concerned about that because I can't see how we're going to get through these next three witnesses without the state introducing quite a bit of Michael Miller's statements. And, I mean, are they planning not to introduce Michael Miller's statements?
I'm not planning. I'm going to ask him, did you advise him to stay away from Tom? Well, there is one statement I think that's in furtherance, where Michael Miller does tell his cousin that he believes he'll be coming into money, but I think that's a state of mind of Michael Miller. I'm going to ask him if he advised his cousin not to house sit for Mr. Randolph, that he advised his cousin that he thought he was going to get shot, and that he advised his cousin, leave him alone in that relationship.
Okay, so the judge has ordered the camera not to film this right now, so you can just listen.
He's going to come into money? Okay, he's going to come into money, and that's it. Is that right, that he's going to come into money?
I have an amount. He made a similar statement.
This is to Billy.
And Billy, he made a similar statement of kind of future intent and plan, where he says he was going to be leaving soon with Mr. Randolph, and he'd be coming into some money, about $400,000, and he was going to be working as a driver for Mr. Randolph.
Okay, so, Your Honor, this is now in furtherance of a conspiracy, and there's no furtherance of a conspiracy. And so what they intend on doing is putting in evidence that, and I can just imagine what Mr. Hamner is going to do with this. Oh, that's proof of he was about to get into the money, he was going to get the insurance money, and then he was running off with Mr. Randolph or something along those lines. It's not in furtherance of a conspiracy, and it requires it. The Ninth Circuit requires it. Our state Supreme Court requires it. It has to be in furtherance and in course of a conspiracy. And the case law says, court's indulgence, for declarations to be admissible under co-conspirator exception, they must further the common objectives of the conspiracy. And that is Goodman, it's a case out of the Second Circuit. The same mere conversations between co-conspirators or mere narrative declarations are not admissible as declarations in furtherance of a conspiracy. That is a Fifth Circuit case, United States versus James, United States versus Birnbaum, which is a Second Circuit case, and Goodman, which is a Second Circuit case. So they have to show, one, there's slight evidence of a conspiracy, and then they have to show that it's in furtherance of the conspiracy, and they can't do that, and that's exactly what that was.
No, that's actually not. It's admissible as a state of mind, as a statement of future intent. We're not eliciting it as a statement of a co-conspirator in furtherance of a conspiracy. It's admissible because it goes to the state of mind of the declarant as a statement of future intent. A very similar argument that the defense made earlier in this trial, trying to elicit hearsay at another point in this trial, where it said it is admissible because it goes to his future intent. They made that argument to this very court a couple of days ago on another hearsay issue. So I am not seeking to elicit it under the co-conspirator exception. I'm seeking to elicit it under state of mind exception as a statement of future intent.
This is good lawyering here.
And what is the future intent?
He's telling him, I'm leaving town pretty soon. Like, I'm moving out of here because I'm going to get a job working as a driver for Mr. Randolph. We're going to come in some money. He says $400,000, and we're going to go buy jet skis. That's what he tells
Okay, and they killed our mic. Man, okay, so while the mic's down, assuming they're going to bring it back, there we go.
Jury trial, he gave a lengthy statement. I never remember a single thing that he says about being a driver.
Maybe that little detail may have come up during a pretrial, but Billy Miller testified to it at the jury trial the last time.
What
this statement? This statement literally came in, so it's not as if the defense isn't on notice that Mr. Miller has said this. He said it on page 114, I believe. Yeah. Page 114, lines 9 through 13.
was going to come into money together, right? Not that he's going to be a driver for. Where does it say he's going to be a driver?
Mr. Oram, I just clarified. That particular detail about the driver may have come out in a pretrial, but I am directing Mr. Oram back to the fact that this context, what he's talking about here, was testified to previously. This is not a situation that they're not on notice of.
What did he say at the last trial?
Question, did he state that he and Mr. Randolph were going to be coming into some money together? Yes, he said about $400,000, and they were going to go out and buy jet skis maybe 3 to 4 days before he was gone. And if you look at the preceding question and answer, it ties to the house sitting. So I'll go back just to give full context leading up to that answer. Question, okay, then after he house sat for the defendant, did he discuss with you any future plans he and the defendant had of leaving town together? Answer, he said that his girlfriend from Florida that he had broke up with had had a baby by him and wanted to make back up with him, and he was going to do that. He was going to, spend some money and some time with her. And I thought that was odd because he didn't have a job. But he was still looking 3 weeks before that and never really got a job. Even when he said he had a job, it didn't materialize because he would be promised work and the work never happened. So we gave him work, and then he found odd jobs around town. But he kept telling me that he was going to leave and things are going to be fine. Don't worry about him. Question. Did he stated that he and Mr. Randolph were going to be coming into some money together? Yes, he said about $400,000, and they were going to go out and buy jet skis maybe 3 or 4 days before he was gone.
Your Honor, there was an objection posed to that whole line of questioning. Judge Miley overruled the objection. That's why I did this research, so I could come in and explain what the law is and that they cannot do that. It's not in furtherance of a conspiracy. So yes, Mr. Hammer's right.
Well, it's certainly not coming in furtherance of a conspiracy, but Mr. Hammer's argument is he's bringing it in regards to Mr. Miller's state of mind. He says he's not bringing it in furtherance of the conspiracy, but it's absolutely not in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And so he could say that he's leaving town, I think, which is a future intent,
Right.
but not that he's coming into $400,000, because where would he be getting the $400,000? And he sat there implying that's coming from insurance proceeds in Tom Randolph, which is in furtherance of a conspiracy, and that's how they're trying to bring it in. I think they can say he thought he was coming into money, and that his intent was he was going to leave. Not an amount, but that he was going to leave. And not with Tom Randolph, because he said in his statement that he was going with his girlfriend to either California or to Florida, and that he was done with Mr. Randolph. So now it's changing, I guess in a pre-trial.
Who said, Mike Miller said that? Or who said that?
Mike Miller told Billy Miller that he told Billy and Vita that he was done with Tom Randolph. That's why Vita Miller deletes 200 voicemails, because Michael Miller was saying, I'm leaving town, I'm done with Mr. Randolph, and I'm going off with my girlfriend either to California or Florida.
Was that testified to?
Yeah.
What portion testified to?
That Mike Miller said said that he was done with Mr. Randolph and he's leaving now and going out.
That is
in the statement.
Whose statement? Billy Miller's statement?
That's Vita's testimony.
That's Vita's testimony. So Mr. Warren is adding details that are not elicited at the trial. Mr.
Vita testified to this in the first trial.
Well, so in the first trial, Vita on cross-examination does say that Mr. Miller says, I'm done with Mr. Randolph, I don't need to hear the 200 messages that he left for me.
This is getting interesting.
That was on cross. Mr. Hamner is talking about her husband, Billy Miller, and his conversations with Michael Miller. So I don't know how you would analyze that admissibility with a different witness's statement entirely.
Well, that's why I'm asking you guys, because I wasn't at
Yes, Mike Miller.
Here's a confusion with that. The police actually do a lengthy recorded interview with both Billy and Vita Miller. So in preparation, I've had to pull out who's answering by their initials, so that they've said this, and it is true that it's actually Vita who says Mike's coming into money and he's going to move away with his new girlfriend to Florida or California. Billy Miller has said, oh, he was going to move away and he was coming into $400,000. The $400,000 is what we would absolutely argue is in some type of evidence of a conspiracy that is inadmissible under NRS 51.035, subsection 3E.
All right, hold on 1 second. So, no, So, and once again, when you actually look at the context of what's saying, it's actually what I've represented to the court. In the statement between Billy and Vita about this conversation, he's actually intimating that he is going to drive for Mr. Randolph. So I want to sit here and...
I don't want to talk about what he's intimating because he's not here. That would be pure speculation.
But literally the word says...
Mr. Abner, when I'm talking, you're not.
Okay.
So I don't want to talk about what he will speculate as to what he's intimating.
This is live right now.
What did he say?
That's what I was trying to get to, Your Honor. So I'm literally looking in the middle of page 25.
Mr. Hamner, is this from the statement?
The statement. I mean, I'd love to read the full context, but I'll isolate literally where the word drive pops up, but I think contextually it
Why
really...
don't you just bring me the statement? Because you guys tell me what page you're on. If I don't have the page, that means nothing to me.
To clarify, Judge, they're interviewed together, so it's one.
Billy and Vita, right. And
Yes.
Mr. Holmes said he had to distinguish who's talking.
EM stands for Billy Miller.
Okay, so while
What
the
page was that?
Well, if you go back to 24, it gives more context. 25, Billy Miller is talking about him driving for Randolph.
Okay, so while the judge is looking at this, this is happening right now. There's arguments taking place outside the presence of the jury about what can be brought in today as Miller family members are interviewed or are questioned as witnesses. The Miller family did joke with Mike, saying that you're spending so much time with this guy. Are you having a relationship? That's where the whole gay part came in. The Miller family saw that the time he spent there as being strange, that it was too much, that something wasn't right, and that's where that came in.
So it just says A, is this Vita Miller?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so judge is still reading. Let me tell you, there's another
If you
thing.
look in the middle of the page of 25.
The jury, there's an issue with the jury. We're going to have all the jury members brought in and questioned individually because as they left court yesterday, someone who appeared to be a security guard
The answer is Vita.
This is Vita Miller talking.
Yeah, he
shouted
was going to
out.
leave Sharon and he wanted to. He wanted Mike to go with him at one point, I guess, to drive, and he was coming into a large sum of money, like $400,000. He's cashing the check within the past week.
The security guard shouted out, if you're any sort of politician, you would vote guilty.
I guess.
Right, she says she guesses he's going to drive. I don't know what. So here's the thing. These people will be allowed to.
There goes the audio again. I'm not sure if it'll come back. Judge is making the ruling right now. She says these people will be allowed to do what? I don't know. Well, we'll find out because we're going to hear from them today. So if they mention the $400,000, that's what the judge ruled. And we're probably going to get some objections when this line of questioning comes up. When they start getting into this, we'll see the defense on the edge of their seats, ready to jump up and shout object, quite adamantly, to make sure little details do not come in that could, that very easily could. Why would a security guard shout that? I don't know. And I don't know if we're going to be able to hear the questioning of the jurors either as they bring them in one at a time. A guy who was dressed like a security guard, they said, may not have been a real security guard, but he shouted something out about since you're a politician, you should vote guilty. I doubt it was actually like the security guard at the courthouse. Those are the sheriff's office. That's the sheriff's office maintains the security guard, the security of the courtroom. It wasn't one of them. There's no way that would be the case. Who did the judge tell to stop talking? That was prosecution that interrupted her at that one. When I'm talking, you're not talking. So we have some drama before we even begin, and unfortunately, this is going to interject a bit of a delay in our start. We're already at 2, coming up on 2:30, and it may take another half hour or 15, 20 minutes to get through this questioning of the jury, which may not happen on mic. We might just be staring at the seal, wondering what's going on while this is all taking place. But each one of the members of the juries are going to be brought in and questioned about it. And honestly, it may lead to a juror being excluded. Does that assume that a juror is a politician? Great question. I can't answer that because I'm in a unique spot. On record, I'm a member of the media pool for this court, and the judge has ordered that we not discuss the makeup of the jury, which is weird. So that order does apply to me as well, even though I'm, not looking at them right now. Oh man, that would be doxing a juror. Yes, and that could cause problems. The judge might excuse a juror if there is one who is a politician because of that. Bring in the red button. We need a red button. I'm pretty sure the reprimand was to the defense. I thought, well, if it was defense, it was the older of the two. I thought it was the state because of the nature of what he was bringing up. I've got a sneeze coming. Hang on. Gesundheit. Can you get Brandy to teach you how to pronounce Tommy? I will need her help. I also need to learn how to pronounce Jacko, Jaco. Apparently, she's the only one that knows how to pronounce it. Is it Yako? With like a Y? Picky, you missed a good 5 minutes. We're actually sitting here as we're waiting for the court to begin. It should have started already, and there was a little bit of drama. We have an issue with the jury where someone shouted something out to them as they were leaving the courthouse. And this is so wrong, guys. If you're ever in a position where you get to be an observer here, even outside the courtroom, trying to interject into a jury that is doing their civic duty is not the right thing to do. I do not condone this at all. But someone who appears to have been dressed like a security guard, I don't know if they know the identity of this person, yelled something out about the jury. And if they're a politician, if you're a politician, you'd vote guilty or something like that. Not good. Carly, I saw this new charge announced for Microsoft executive case. The wife just got charged. So this changes everything for that case. That's going to be amazing. Let's see. So that's going to be, so the judge said they're going to bring in the jurors one at a time and ask them questions about this to see if they heard it, or if they didn't hear it, then it's not a problem. The judge will say, as you were leaving, did anyone yell at you? They're like, yeah. What did you hear? I couldn't tell what he said. All right. It's pretty much a nothing burger at that point. But if they did hear it and say one of them may be an attorney, or sorry, not an attorney, one of them may be a politician, and they're like, wow, they were yelling at me. Suddenly I feel like singled out, like people know who I am. I'm concerned about doing my civic duty because I'm being targeted. We might end up losing a juror, and we only have 2 spares. We have 2 spares. So we'll see. What is that security guard insinuating by saying that? Possibly. It sounded to me like he was trying to influence the outcome of the case by encouraging someone to vote guilty. These jurors are not sequestered. It's been a while since we've seen a sequestered jury. But after that, the other part you missed, there's a couple, and we've seen this almost every day before court. The jurors bring out some items. She says, outside the presence of the jury on the record, is there anything you need to bring up? And they said, yeah, there's this thing. And they said, today we have testimony coming in from the Miller family. Mike Miller, who was the hitman, the shooter, who is now dead, also a victim in this case. His family is going to be testifying, and they are going to testify that Mike Miller had the belief that he was going to come into money, about $400,000. They were going to testify that that they had said to him, "What, are you in a relationship with this Thomas Randolph guy? Are you and Tommy a thing?" And that the defense objected to, but the state says we're not trying to present this to like cast shade on being gay or Tommy being gay or Mike being gay or anything else. We're only presenting this for the fact that the family members saw the time he was spending with Tommy being excessive and a little bit strange, and so they were trying to find an explanation for that, saying maybe you two are there might be more to your relationship than on the surface. All right, time to sequester the jury. The judge will not be happy. I mean, the judge is not happy. If she can get a hold of this security guard, she might have some words for him. Guess the Crockpot had a fan club. Shark Snack Gulf Coast says, I don't believe he killed her, meaning I don't believe that Mike killed Sharon. That's what I was leaning to earlier today, and I realized we've got some more evidence that might completely, blow that out of the water. especially if we get some evidence from, say, like gunshot residue from the gloves, that would be more indicative that maybe Mike did pull the trigger. A revolver does have a significant amount of gunshot residue that is deposited on your hands. It's I don't know. I just think probably not as much as a semi-automatic, come to think of it, but still. Wonder what the jury thinks about TR nodding off. I wonder if they can see him. I hope he's all blocked behind the Elmo and it's all for nothing. Let's see. Was there a double pun I missed, Dodie? I guess the crock pot had a fan club. Oh, fan club. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Hang on. We have a sound effect just for that one. We have a sound effect just for that one. I'm not sure if I would do this one or this one. Yeah. But that was good. Paula just got bilateral steroid injections in my wrist, and with a woohoo, my hands are numb. Is numb a good thing, Paula? If there was pain in your hands being numb, that would be good. But hopefully the injections help, whatever the situation is. If it did happen right outside the courthouse, it was likely caught on camera, maybe no audio, but enough to ID this guard. Tommy could have put the gloves on Miller. Tommy could have used the gloves himself, then put the gloves on Miller. There's a lot of things that could happen because there's no dispute to the fact that there was a significant amount of time that took place between when the car drove out of the picture from the gas station, from Funny Exit gas station, until the time that the police received a call. The prosecution has driven that several times, and they say, this is how long the drive is. This is how long it took. And it matches up with the time stamp we have of the phone call with the neighbor across the street. So we know when you got there. We know how long the drive was, roughly. We have a good idea of how long that is. And that still gives us a 10, 15-minute period where you didn't call 911 until then. Something happened during that time, whether it was set up, whether it was, we're not hearing that story. Because according to Tommy, he listened to the end of a song, got out of the car, walked inside and found his wife dead, and immediately, almost immediately grabbed the gun and shot Mike in self-defense, and then called the police in like a 2 or 3 minute period. And there's much more time than that we have to account for, so things could happen then. Finally, the wife of Microsoft executive case is charged. It happened. Can't wait to catch the updates on that one, Mrs. C. Mom joke. Only thing worse than a dad joke. The state's narrative is that TR hired Mike to go off Sharon, and when the deed was done, he took out Miller. Matthew Harris, welcome. We've not taken a break, so I have not been able to watch your video that you dropped today, but I encourage anyone else to put it on your playlist for today and check it out. I don't even know what it's about. Let's see. Yeah, we had some hot mic stuff. Carly Jensen, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for joining. It's good to have your name in green and good to see a courthouse by your name, indicating that you're a member. Make sure you take your seat by typing !seat there in chat. We have reserved seating for members. Matthew, it's another hour of rendering. That's why I haven't watched it. Yeah, I went to look for it, Matthew, and it wasn't there. I haven't looked yet. I apologize. Let's see. We do have a little bit of drama happening in the courtroom. The judge is ruling on some motions. We also have the jury being questioned about something that a bystander yelled at them as they left the courthouse, including telling them to vote guilty if they were some sort of politician. A person might miss hearing a single shot, but then hear more clearly or pay more attention when there's a succession of shots. Polly, that single shot, even if he's in the car with the door closed and the house door is closed, it would have been fired from basically the other side of that door. Or maybe in the bathroom. Or the bedroom. I don't know which way it was fired from. But the gun is loud. The gun, you're almost feeling a pressure blast that close. tinnitus or no, or hearing impaired or nothing, if you can hear the music in the car stereo, you would hear that gunshot. Unless they have some amazingly loud stereos to compensate. Matthew says, my weekly video isn't out yet. It's a Miranda rights now required in CPS cases. Should be posted by the time you're done for the day. Hey, maybe make it a premiere. I would love to figure out a way, Matthew, that we can portal people over to your video, but it only works if you're live showing it as a premiere. So you would have to have a live stream ready to go that I could pop over into. It doesn't let me portal over into an existing video. At least, I don't know, maybe you know a better way to do that. Let me know. They can check inside the gloves for DNA. They could, but if he borrowed them from the house, I mean, Thomas has a reason for DNA to be on every single item they found. Everything was his bag. It was his hat. It was, I'm not sure if it was his hat. The hats I don't think were his, but they were his guns. They were, he's touched everything. He's been walked around there the whole time. I saw Matthew and Thomas on Brandy's trial, Daddy's calendar, and oof. Yes, they are on there. By the time court starts, it's only going to be 15 minutes of actual testimony. Well, this will definitely push us into Monday before we start with defense. That's what I missed. Was she shot from behind or front? Peter Steele, I think she was shot from behind. The reasoning I have for that is because she fell forward and was face down, and Tommy had to roll her over to do the chest compressions. So I would think that she fell forward being shot from behind. I don't want to look at the pictures and have someone tell me, but I'm pretty sure the ME, when they do go through the autopsy, they'll tell us definitively how that worked. Did the defendant have any blood on his clothes? I think he did. If the glove fits. The mods can post the link at the end of the day. That would work. It's just it's more fun to portal. I think it's a pure setup, staged murder by the defendant. Rona, do you think both? Do you think he staged? Do you think he did both murders and then pinned it on Mike? Because I believe with the evidence we've heard, the jury hasn't heard this, but what we know about other things that happened in his past, I think he definitely did talk about to Mike, talk about having him eliminate his wife. Don't forget the air quotes when we say chest compressions. Chest compulsions, is that what they were? Yeah, I don't know. He says that when he did chest compressions, it caused more bleeding, more fluid release from the wounds. And I think it would have, the way the body works. It's possible. To believe his story, he would have to believe that Mike went to his house without a weapon with the intent to rob, got a weapon, was surprised by Sharon, killed her, but then was surprised by Tommy and runs. Where does the fire extinguisher fit in? I don't think Tommy thought through, and then I'm going to, when he goes in the garage, I'll shoot him, and then I'll knock down the fire extinguisher and say that it was that noise that I heard. I think that Mike grabbed the fire extinguisher. That Mike was trying to find some way to defend himself. I don't know. I have no. That's just in my head that I try to build that scenario. There's a new Ayden video right after this stream. Sounds good. We'll watch for that. Let's see. Picky, he's been charged twice for the murder of his wife. The first one, wife number 2, was he was acquitted on that one. That was up in Utah. The second time was the first time he was tried for Sharon, and he was convicted on that and sentenced to death row. Then he won an appeal because of the prior acts information that was included in his court case. And so we're hearing that appeal case. So the second time he's been tried for the death of his wife, Sharon. Is it possible for jury to decide guilty on one murder and not on the other? Yes, all 3 charges have verdicts independent of each other. Trying to remember what the third charge is. The detective said he didn't notice any blood on defendant's clothes, but he might have had some on his hands. I think that was as a true statement with bleeding more. I think he actually did press on her chest. I think there was zero desire in his mind for them to be successful and resuscitate her. I don't think there was any intent for him to do that. I think he was. It was more he was doing everything he could to make sure she was not alive. The breathing on the phone call gets me every time. That he's talking, and then he's talking, and it's like that's not how people behave. Okay, Peter Steele says that's what I think. He set Mike up, shot Sharon. Mike ran, and he shot him on the way out. That's a lot, Peter Steele. It's a lot because I do believe Mike knew where the guns were in the house. He'd been there long enough. He'd been in those rooms. He had been shooting with him. He had a lot of familiarity with the house, and for Thomas to do both shootings with two different guns. So he has to use the 38 on his wife and then the 9 Makarov on Mike. I don't know. I think he did wait and close the garage door so that when Tommy ran out the garage door, there was nowhere for him to go. And he had to basically come back in to open the garage door. Yeah, it's so hard to plan a murder. I mean, there's a game about it, but it's very difficult in real life, so I hear. Without a bullet hole in the mask, he wasn't wearing it. Yeah, I believe. Okay, here's what I think. The state's probably right. That Mike shot Sharon. He did it wearing a mask. He did it wearing gloves. He thought that was the end of the job. He then took off the mask. And after he had taken off the mask or was carrying the mask and was talking to Randolph, Randolph then either informed him or was acting in a way that he thought, oh, great, I'm next, and tries to leave and ends up getting shot. I want to see if all the bullet holes, if any of them were actually, like when he was facing him, or if they were all in his back, things like that. Did Mike have GSR in his hands? We have not heard if they did any testing. Some states don't do GSR testing at all. If he rolled her and did CPR, he should have some blood on his clothes. Her entire wound was head. There was no body wounds, so all the blood was basically up there in the bedroom as she fell with her head into the bedroom. How did the second wife die? Also with a gunshot wound. This one was ruled as a suicide. She was tucked neatly into bed. But some things didn't quite add up, and he got charged for it. And he essentially admitted he murdered Mike because he said he was down on the ground, no longer a threat, and he fired 2 more shots. Yes, the detectives asked questions following up with that, and he sort of added on that he thought that Mike had a gun or thought that Mike was going to shoot him, and added that he was afraid that Mike was going to shoot him. So he sort of like put a Post-it note on his, and then I shot Mike to try to make it be self-defense, and I had to shoot him. Imagine we're going through all the jurors right now, making sure we know what they heard. Show the ex-wives chart. Some people aren't familiar with the history of ex-wives. The jury is not, which is, a big issue. But we'll show the chart just one second. Let's see. Let's put it down here. All right, here's the ex-wives chart. This is what you get when you hire an expert to document the events of a case. You get me making this late at night. This is the story. What we have in blue that's Thomas, and all the ladies in pink, the 6 couples. Those represent his 6 different marriages, and below each one of the marriages, we have an indicator that shows how it ended. Marriage number 1 at the left, that was his first marriage. They were young kids. I'm just going to cover that in just a minute, but she got away. She got away. She was still alive. She actually testified against Thomas at the death of the trial, the first trial of Sharon. Wife number 2 got married to her the day the divorce went through with wife number 1. She's the one that died of suicide. That later was changed to be a murder trial, which he was acquitted of up there in Utah. Wife number 3 claims he tried to kill her. He actually fired a bullet across the room and barely missed her while he was cleaning, here's the air quotes, cleaning a gun. And she's like, I've had enough, and she's out. And she testified against him as well. Wife number 4 had a heart condition, had a fair amount of money when she was alive. Also, these ones had quite a bit of life insurance. But he convinced her she needed to have this surgery, which, was probably important, but it wasn't like a pressing surgery. He pushed and pushed and pushed, and finally she went ahead and had the surgery on her heart. It was an open heart surgery. In recovery, 7-8 days after the surgery, family's over. The daughter-in-law, or the stepdaughter, is there. His stepdaughter, so her daughter, is there, and he's like, hey, I'd like to be with her alone, kicks him out of the room, closes the door. 45 minutes later, it comes out, hey, she's died. And yeah, so that happened. He not only does he collect insurance, life insurance on this one, but he also sues the hospital and wins a big payout there as well. Wife number 5, all we know is that he says that she died of cancer. So don't know there. And then wife number 6, that would be Sharon. She's the one that we have the trial about right now. So. Okay, same day. Good thing there was no continuance on the divorce. Seriously, he was cutting it really close. Just barely legal. Nice one. Thank you very much. Okay, any more questions? Thanks for the kind words about the chart. For number 2, he also got insurance money and then sued the department for defamation and won. Yes. Okay, so number 2, he actually served jail time. Okay, he served, 10 years or 7 years or something? I think he was sentenced to 10 years. And that was for witness tampering in that case. So even though he was acquitted of the murder charge, he pled guilty to the witness tampering and served time. And then he sued for defamation and won. I think Davis County, it was in Davis County, Utah, decided to pay him off. They said, instead of fighting this, we're going to pay him off. And they did. So he just collected money at every step along the way with those 6 marriages. If your spouse dies, it's tragic. If more than one dies, that's suspicious. Yes, and 4 out of 6 is not good. Yeah, the jurors are going to be questioned off camera. We don't want to hear their voice. And they might also reveal information about themselves, about their line of work or something like that. Goodman Law says, I have a question. Do you use Cloud Lifter or a dynamite stick? I don't use either. I use my Rode for my soundboard, and it's my interface. Let me show you. The Rodecaster Pro is what I'm using, not the 2. They have a newer model that's neat, but I like this one. The Rodecaster Pro runs my microphone, and then it outputs volume, outputs the signal from my soundboard, from the cellular phone, from the computer if I want to route it through this way, or I can route the computer straight into my switcher. And then I have enough room for 3 other microphones, like hard mics, like Mrs. RA's mic would be right here. This is actually the sound effects for the command. So when this button is up, it helps if you can see this, huh? When the second button is up, then the commands are working. So if you wanted the sound to appear, it's only going to appear if that second button's up. That's just a little life hack. So while we're waiting, I'll leave the sounds up. Anyway, so that goes into my soundboard in mic 1, and then inside this switcher up here, I have a Fairlight switcher, a Fairlight audio board, which allows me to manipulate the audio all that I need. I object. That's one of the sounds that came through right here. That's what I use. And my cameras, they have the ability to have...
all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
It was. My cameras have the ability to import audio as well, and I can have it tied to the signal. But I don't do that. And then my switcher with the 8 different ports, I only have... Well, I have 8 of them plugged in. I'm not sure what the 8th one is. Camera 1... Oh, we've got some flickering cameras here. Let's see what happens. Camera 1 is is me. Here, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say, okay, you see the screen over there? I'm gonna do this. This is camera 1, camera 2, camera 3. Now those two are the same because one is my computer and one's my Apple TV. And when I need to fix the audio to make it be in both ears when it's only coming in one ear, I run it through my computer. So that's what we're listening to now. Camera 4 is my over-the-shoulder GoPro. Camera 5 is where chat comes from. That's how it appears on screen. So you see this, and if I were to click right here, it would pop up right down there. So that's how it works. Camera 6, that's my counter. That was the face scratch count. That's from an iPad. Camera 7 is blank right now. Well, no, it's not. That's my...
What more do you need to see?
That's my iPad that runs it's the same switcher control, but it's through an iPad, and it also makes the let's see, 8 is not working. There's nothing on 8. It also makes my buttons work, so that those two are tied together. What was the question? I'm sorry. Oh, cloud lifter. I got confused. Okay, let's go back to court. We'll wait right here. I'll bring that up there. But if you guys have any questions about my gear, obviously I'm a little bit of a nerd when it comes to live streaming. Camera 9 is private. Please pin my last comment, says Amber. Let's see what your last comment was. I'm looking. Scrolling. There it is. Aha. Pin channel. In case you missed it, jurors are being questioned individually prior to starting today because of potential jury tampering. That's what's happening. Thank you very much, Amber. We're waiting for that to conclude. All right. Do not underestimate how controlling, devious, and well-planned this guy is. It's not short-term. It's a lifetime. This is a Hollywood plot played out in real life. John, I agree. This dude, he's playing next-level games. And we look at him and say, we don't like him and what a creep. But he's looking and he's planning several steps ahead. Cachette was a TD for a news station in college, so I'm having flashbacks to Go Camera 1, etc. with his camera tour. Yes, all we need now is a rundown and a technical director that can tell me what camera is going to be hot next. I actually I TD'd for a news station for a while. Pre-college. I guess I did in college as well because I ran the news channel there as well. Whenever you hear camera 1, camera 2. Ready 1, ready 2, stand by, and cut. Yep. Tell us about your chair. My chair isn't comfy enough for so many hours of sitting. Matthew, this chair right here. Sorry, we'll go full screen on it. It's a Lazy Boy is the brand. And I think my kids got it from Sam's Club when they had it on special there.
Because he's the guy.
It's a Lazy Boy that they put together. It's like it comes mostly assembled and they attach it the rest of the way, and it's incredibly comfortable. It's a little squeaky, so you can hear it squeaky, but it's like having those squeaky leather shoes that are like really posh. I like it, just a sign of wealth and an arrival. That's what it is. It's a throne. It was a gift from my family. Complete surprise. I think it was a Father's Day present or birthday present. I forget which one. It was a present. But my old chair was not as good. And I can sit here almost all day and just be, I sleep in it. I try not to sleep in it. I would love to have a standing desk. I had one when I worked for the government. And they were really nice, but they're a little spendy, and I just haven't justified that yet. When I can buy gear, I can buy more switchers. I actually need to. I need to buy another switcher.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Instead of having HDMI inputs over here, the HDMI's, I need to have SDI inputs. So the new switcher is $1,500. But I think that's my next thing. And then possibly I need another set of wireless mics so I can have 4 and speakers, because I'm supposed to put on like a big debate, a political debate, filming it for my city, and I don't have all the gear I need, so we'll see. Is it heated? It's not a heated chair. No, it's hopefully cooled. We have 2 air conditioner vents in here. and it's much needed. I need the Blackmagic television studio. Blackmagic Design makes some great products, great products. I like the studio. That's a good one. It's fairly lightweight, but it's just too big. I have to load it up and carry it. I would like to see your resume. Seems like you've done a lot of things. I have. Let me name some of them. My first paid gig.
Stuff that is not relevant.
First paid gig that wasn't for family. I think I was a pooper scooper in a parade. Pooper scooper, for those that don't know, is actually a very glamorous position where you are handed a shovel and a wheelbarrow, and you get to walk the parade route, and they generally put you directly behind the entry that has horses. And mostly you just walk, and you would wave, but your hands are busy because wheelbarrows are a two-handed operation. You can't use one hand with a wheelbarrow, and so you just nod and smile with the shovel there in the wheelbarrow, and everything's great until the horses ahead of you lift the tail. And once they lift their tail, then it becomes the worst job in the world because you have to make it look like nothing happened. So that was my first job. Let's see, I worked at a fast food restaurant. I worked at a greenhouse. I worked in a brick kiln where they put like tiles. You know, they're fired onto the side of like cinder blocks. I worked there. Worked in a metal shop. I worked in outside sales for a metal shop. I was there for like 9-10 years. So regional sales manager. Worked in the news, both as a cameraman and like doing TD and stuff like that for early morning news. Salesman. There's a couple days I bottled water in a water bottling factory. That was fun. Do you want or do you need? Is there a difference, Eileen? Because I have not found it. Get the Rode Wireless lavalier microphone. I've got the Rode Wireless 2. I've got the Go 2 right now. So I've got 2 of them. I want to get another set of those, but I actually need 5 mics because I have 4 mayoral candidates I need to mic. So I need a wireless one on each of them, and then I also need to mic the moderator. So I need 5 mics, or maybe I could put her on a stick mic and we'd be okay. That I'd have enough. Let's see. Have we started school yet? We never really stop. We change our schedule a little bit during the summer. It's not as intensive, but there's still schooling that happens year round. So our kids don't really have and today school starts type thing. We do educational experiences year round, and with that happening, we also have breaks at times where the school does not have breaks. So we'll have a week off at times when the school doesn't have a break, and it spaces out the breaks to make them more even. I pooper shoveled on Mackinac Island.
Kick back, taking it easy.
Ski, well, that's pretty awesome. Here, let's go back here so we can watch. I turn 94 next week. No. I've just had a lot of jobs. A lot of experiences. Drove a horse-drawn carriage in Boston one season. Loved it. Molly says, can you mic up my drum kit from your setup, please? Real question. I'm not Tommy. Drum mics are different, Molly. You actually need different mics than what I have. There's a kit. There's a mic kit you can get for drums that will do a much better job than what I have. I could pick up the audio. I mean, I could set it up and capture all the sound, but to get really the crisp sound from each drum and not have it bleed over into all the other mics, that takes some serious work. What are they waiting for? Right now, Karen, we believe that the judge is talking to each member of the jury about the possible jury tampering that took place yesterday, as somebody yelled out to them as they were leaving the courthouse that they should vote him guilty. I don't know. This could end in a mistrial right here. This could be the last day of court, and we're ready to do this again in another month or two. What is jury tampering? It's when people interfere with the jury's process, when they, not just with the process, but put pressure on them to change the outcome or impact the outcome of their decision. Miss Kitty, welcome. Glad you're here. I've only had 5 jobs in 35 years, and 2 of those were where I was in school. I was the chief technical officer for our school's studio, our television studio. And so whether it was a news program or, whatever we were filming, I was in charge of that. So I got to work with some pretty fun gear. A lot of that was built around the New Tech line of switchers, which are nice but expensive. They're a computer-based, they're a Windows-based software switcher with hardware connections. But, it can be an easy $30,000 for a switcher there. When did you meet your wife? About a year before we got married. A little less than a year. Clip mics. Molly, the mics I use, hold on one second, I'll show you. So the mics that, let's go here. Or, yeah, that'll be good. The mics I've used, this is a little pouch that I keep them in. They're wireless mics, and it does have a little clip on the back. It looks like this, sort of. There. It's got a little spring-loaded clip, and they also have magnets that slides over the clip. They have either what's called a dead cat that can attach this little furry bit. See that? I can just put it on the top and sort of twist to lock it in place, and it will stay there. So I could just clip that to my shirt and use that, or I can also take that furry piece off and use this this lapel mic, which looks like. Remind me to focus on me again. Looks like this right here. This is actually a Kevlar cable. These are run about $100 each. They look tiny and cheap, but they're really nice. I can use one of those, and I can put the belt pack or the little clip on my waist, and then or on the talent's waist, whoever I'm miking up. Anyway, that receiver, it works for about 250 feet really reliably. Beyond that, you want direct line of sight. But what time are you staying on till tonight? We're trying to stay until lunch, Vivian, but at this rate, they're about to break for lunch. It's really taking a long time. It's going to push the schedule out just a little bit, I think. Let me switch this back. They're back in focus. Okay. Any more questions while we wait for court to begin? Yeah, those little mics, little lapel mics with the cord, they actually come with a warning tag on them saying that it's possible to literally, you have to be careful with them because you could hang yourself with them. They would not break. The cable is super strong, even though it's very small. It can hold your body weight using your neck. Let's see. I wish we could hear it. Ginger, it would be awesome, but at the same time, it would reveal who the jurors are, and that's why the judge is not having it filmed. Did someone shout out in the courtroom or outside? I believe it was as they were leaving the courthouse, was my understanding, Silas, that they were leaving the courthouse, and somebody who looked like a security guard or dressed like a security guard shouted out that if they're any sort of politician, you'll vote guilty, or something to that effect. Let's see if we got anything else here. True Crime Junkie, congratulations on one day. Hey, one day at a time is all we ask, right? And that first day is a huge one. Awesome to have that milestone behind you. During my lunch break, instead of sitting outside smoking, I did 26 minutes of mowing the grass in this heat. Oh, that's rough. But we are super proud of you. 100% support you. Great job. Matthew Harris says, what camera lens or combo are you using? This is actually my favorite. I am using the Sony A6600, which you don't need for this. If you're going to do the same thing, I would recommend you get the Sony A6200, which will save you like, I don't know, close to $1,000. The 6600 it's the same quality of picture. The only difference is you lose the image stabilization that this one has, but you don't need it if it's on a tripod. Anyway, so I'm using the Sony A6600, and then I've got the Sigma 16 millimeter f1.4 lens, which is a beautiful, beautiful lens. Let me show this off really quickly. Can I? Since they're not doing anything, it's not like we're missing anything. Let me switch to manual focus. Crank the iris all the way open. So I'm down. I'm on f1.4 right now. Okay. So look at this. And I need to go. Oh, I need to go to manual focus again. Okay. So I can have my face in focus, or I could have my mic in focus. See how I can control where, this is behind me. It's very easy that I can control where you're looking on the screen by what I keep in focus. The wider the aperture is with the f1.4, I'm actually at 1.6 right now. Sorry, there we go. The wider it is, the more I can impact that and cause what's called a Gaussian blur, which that looks really blurry, huh? Your eyes are not going bad. That's just me. I'll stop doing this. Actually, I'm going to switch that back up to I keep it about a f2.8. That gives a nice big area where I'm still in focus, all in here. Anyway, I highly, highly, highly recommend the name. Why is your channel called Recovery Addict? Barb, that's a great question as well. I picked this channel name when I first started metal detecting on YouTube, and I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. That's why I chose the name. And it was fun, and guess what? Nobody wanted to watch my videos. They did not want to watch my videos. But I had a channel where I had put a lot of effort into, and had a few followers. Definitely was not anything to really brag about, but it was existing. And when I wanted to go live, it was already set up to go live, and so I used that channel to go live the first time back with Daryl Brooks, and we've been going live every day since then, pretty much, with a couple small breaks for vacations. Anyway, myself, I kept the name Recovery Addict because it sort of grew on me. I liked it for metal detecting, but I have my own story of addiction with computer gaming that was quite impactful. I just about lost everything because of that. And so we give a lot of support to recovering addicts wherever they are on their path to recovery. Okay. Looked at the screen at the wrong time, and your eyes just couldn't focus. You're like, oh, I'm having a stroke or something. I can't focus. How old is the goatee now? Okay, do you remember when I did the live streams from the forest? When I went out with the boys, did a little fishing. It's that old. I've kept it since then, I think. I think I've got a bit of food in there. You guys didn't tell me I had some food. Maybe it's just a tangle. It hurts. That's what it does. I've got like a knot in my goatee. Ow. That hurt. I pulled a hair out. It was gray, so it was fine. But let's see. Would you use the Sony E3.5 to 5.6 PZ 16 to 50? It's a I would use that. I couldn't use it in my studio. Well, the 16 millimeter, yeah. 3.5. The only problem is it flattens the image too much. I like having the depth control. It's the 3.5 is just a little high. If I could get it down a little lower, a 2.5 or something would be better for me. But it's not a bad. I mean, it's not a bad lens at all. The Sony makes great lenses. They're fantastic. It'll work. It's versatile. Mine. To change my framing, I have to move my camera because it's not a zoom lens. It's just 16 millimeter. I have a Sony A7, but I want a better lens. I'm going to check out your lens. I love this lens. And this is the A6600 camera is a 3/4 frame. It's not a full frame camera, but and I think the A7 is full frame, so it's going to be a different size connector. And I don't remember what the name of the connector is. It's like a C type or something. If I can ask, what's the name of the game you played? World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft was the name of the game I played. And I was dang good at it. Really, really good. It's 23 days, 15 hours, and 6 minutes old. Thank you, 6-volt bus. That is a very precise time, and it feels that old. It's getting soft again. You know how it starts and it's all pokey? It's getting soft. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how you doing? Taking a break? Hey, guess who's on the phone? Brandy. Hello, Brandy.
Hi.
Oh, I thought you pocket dialed me there for a second. How are you doing?
No, I'm live, and we're just spying on you on my channel. So I told them I was going to call.
Awesome. We're in this little loop where we're just staring at the wall. Did you hear what got us to this point? Did you hear the little chatter?
Do what?
Did you hear what was happening in court what's caused this delay?
Yes. I was trying to eavesdrop, and we were actually getting annoyed because the cameraman took it off during when it was starting to get spicy. So
right when the judge started to rule. I
know. So we got annoyed, but yeah. So now we're sitting here waiting. We kind of went over it and we've been talking, and then I decided we'll just spy on RA. So I have you pulled up on our screen, and we're just spying on you.
There, I'll be a full screen guest. How about that? Is that all right?
Yeah.
That is awesome. We've been talking, Brandy. It was so much fun yesterday. I know we didn't plan this out, but when we had to use your live stream, I liked pretending that we were actually friends and that I was talking with you and we were on the stream together, and it was a blast. And I thought, we really probably ought to do that sometime. I ought to, be a guest on your channel or vice versa. Probably, and I was thinking, I talked to Mrs. Ray, probably, I'm not sure what your plans are, but the verdict for this case, I'd love to be a guest live on your channel for the verdict watch. And I'm not sure if you're cool with that, if you had other plans or something, but that for me would just be a blast, and it would be fun to be together and watch them. So
yeah, that'll be fun. I think that sounds like a blast. We actually had talked about that earlier, that it would be a lot of fun to have, since we have like the 13th addicts and everybody kind of pops back and forth anyway, for us all to watch it together. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, it would be a blast. It would be really cool, and so we'll have to plan on that. I don't know when it's going to happen. I mean, right now we could be facing a mistrial. We have no idea what's going on. The jury thing, when we first got audio, when they first came back, the guy outside the courtroom yesterday yelled at the jury, "If you're any sort of politician, you'll vote guilty." What? Who does that? And it was dressed like a security guard. We have so many questions. Inquiring minds want to know. But I guess the judge is going to pull in each of the jurors right now. It's probably what's happening right now, and ask them about that, what they heard and how that affects them. But we only got 2 alternates. What happens?
I want them see, I'm nosy. So I need to know all the details. And when they cut it, even people in our chat were saying, tell RA to call the courthouse, tell them to turn it back on. Because we're nosy over here.
I'll just give you Dan's cell phone number. You can call him yourself.
That'll work too.
Yeah.
And then we heard about
you'd end up with an interview on him. That's what would happen.
I do sucker some people into coming on the show and doing interviews. It works. We heard all the stuff too about the going back and forth with Mike's family and them what defense is trying to keep out and what states wanting to bring in and all that stuff. So we got to hear them going back and forth on that, and then they cut us. I was so mad.
So the juicy bit, what I gathered from what the judge was saying is that she's going to allow his family to testify about the $400,000, and about the strangeness of their relationship, but probably stop short of insinuating that there was something beyond just a friendship there. So that sounds like that's where she's drawing the line. But we didn't get to hear. So I guess we'll find out if we ever finish, if we ever start court today. That's what's going to happen first. I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
One of them is the nickname for the defendant. Not the lullaby, but how do you pronounce Thami?
Thami.
Thami.
Thami. Yeah. Since he wanted to be so difficult and spell his name, so different and throw in a bunch of extra letters, we don't like him much over here anyway. And there's a lot of Tommies that we have that we do like, so we didn't want to have to call him Tommy anyway. So we just pronounce it like he's, like he says it. So he's Thami.
Thami. Okay. We'll adopt that as well because I believe that is proper pronunciation.
Yeah.
Next question. We share a viewer. His name is JACO, and I don't think I pronounced his name right, but he says you're the only person who does. So I would like to become
How
the
do you
second.
pronounce it?
I call it Jacko. Is it not? Is it Yako?
Jaco.
Is it Jaco? Jaco. Jaco. Okay, I'll remember that. All right, thank you very much. That's cool.
So I'm the only one that pronounced it. That makes me feel good, actually, because most of the names I can't ever get. I completely butcher them. So I'm glad to know that there is at least one. And I tell people all the time, I'm like, if I pronounce your name wrong and you tell me how to say it, and I'll never get it wrong again. And I literally have a spreadsheet with how to say certain names because I don't want to.
You have a cheat sheet.
I have a cheat sheet.
I have to do that with birthdays in the morning. If there's more than 2 people whose birthdays, by the time I get, because I sing happy birthday to people, by the time I get to the part where I say their names, it's just mine's blank, and so I have to type it down on the side. But cheat sheet's a good idea.
Yeah.
How are you doing chart wise on this one? Have you had to make any charts?
I had to make a chart on who all the wives were. I actually did a overlay, which I'll say this, JT was very proud of me for my overlay skills. I have,
this is like you've got
he's normally the one that does all the tech stuff.
It's like the little Polaroid pictures across the bottom, right?
Yes.
That was really nice. That looks really good. I enjoyed that. I'll show you my chart. This is the only one I've got. And I won't tell you how many hours I spent on this, but it was more than 2. So I'm not sure what I'm doing right. I think I got the colors right. It's the spacing was what I was more worried about, but that was how I did it. And I don't know, it was every bit of my abilities taxed to their limit to make that possible.
I will tell you that the numbers of the wives are wrong.
I got them wrong.
Because Francis was number 5. It's gone.
Francis
I didn't
died after heart surgery. Okay, I put it back up. I'm looking. So I swapped them around.
Francis was number 5. Gaina was number 4. Let me double check on mine.
That would put Leona as 3.
Leona is
Sharon's
3.
right and Becky's right. Okay, so Leona goes over to 3. Everyone else moves down 1.
Yeah, Leona's 3, Gaina's 4, and Francis is 5.
I could fix that. That's cool. But I think that the outcomes were right? Oh, no.
Yes.
I'd have to switch the pictures.
Wait, let me see. Married on day of... Okay, that one's the second. Okay, the third one claims he tried to kill her. So the third one... Yeah, so it would just swap the...
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'd shuffle everything over. Just move that
shuffle the
third
bottom
one.
with the top. Yeah, then you'll be good.
So we'd have runaway, death, runaway, cancer. No, runaway, death, cancer, runaway, death, death.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, I can fix that. Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
No problem. You can use my chart too if you want to. Any of my stuff you have, if you ever need it.
I don't know. This charts are a little much for me, so that's what I can do. Let's see. I've got questions, several questions. First of all, we normally only cover half a day, and we're approaching very quickly their lunchtime. So I don't know. What I was going to do was portal everybody to go watch Matthew Harris's video that's going to drop. I think it's rendering right now. He's got a new video, drops every Thursday. And then I think Ivan dropped a new video as well, but then send everybody over to your channel for the second half of the day, which it looks like it might be the only half of the day that's going to be played.
Yeah. And tomorrow we've got a half a day too, because tomorrow I think they're not starting until 1 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow.
Which is 4 o'clock my time.
Yeah.
Our time. We're on the same time. So yeah, half day. Lots of vacation time coming in for me. I think I might have to go metal detecting. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
But no, it's cool. What's on the agenda? What's coming up?
I don't know. Let's see. Let me grab I have a calendar because I'm weird like that. I still have like an old school, like where I write everything on it calendar. And I know that we have
Google Calendar. I have one of those.
Mine is like an old school, like boring, Well, I can color coordinate these easier.
I'm going to have to go look
I
at a
know
picture. You're going to have to hold it up on your screen. Hold on one second. Let me pull up. Oh, wait. We might be getting court sound.
Oh, court sound.
We'll have to talk about what's coming up. If court sound comes up, we have to bail. But let's see. It's just early on. So this is going to be confusing because I've got 3. Actually,
Do you have court sound? I don't have court sound.
I've got a what do I call a subcarrier tone, something. It's negative 50 decibels, so it's very quiet, but it turned on, which means they made a change to the electrical configuration of because it was silent before.
So maybe they're coming back soon.
Yeah, maybe not. They might just bump a button. That's all.
Yeah. I know that we've got next month, there's Shabusiness has her sentencing, and there's a hearing for Melly, and I can't remember what else I have. I know that October is going to be like the busiest month ever, but
all at the same time. I mean, we've got to be on both sides of the country.
Yeah.
I've got to be in Idaho and Florida at the same time. I'm not sure how that's going to go.
Yeah. It'll be busy. I am, because Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans model, and then BK and Melly and Caitlin Armstrong, the cyclist.
Oh my goodness. Are you looking at Karen Reed at all? I'm leaning towards Karen Reed. I'm not sure when that's going to go forward, but that's the wife of the police officer that looks like he was like attacked by a dog, but they're saying he hit her with a car and looks like a setup. Because I can't touch OnlyFans and I can't touch Shabusiness. Those are just too spicy for me.
There's a note on Law and Crime that the judge has sent the jury to lunch until 4:30 Eastern.
Woohoo! Fun day. So you're going to have to pick up all of this, so we'll get it tomorrow. But
yeah, so we got a little bit more than an hour. Well, I'm going to look into see what else is coming too. But I definitely want to. I definitely want to do verdict watch together. I think that sounds like a lot of fun, especially since this is the first time you and I have covered the same trial.
Yeah.
So
we normally have like different trials that are going on at different times, but this one fell at the same time, and I think it's been fun. We have a lot of crossover, but at the same time we cover it a little differently, and schedules are different and things. So I'd love to do verdict watch over there on your channel. That would be awesome if you can like save me a spot.
Yeah, that sounds great. We'll do that. And everybody that comes back and forth, or we always pass notes. Anytime they say I'm going to, hop over there, we're always like, well, tell them we said hi. So we've been passing notes back and forth as people.
They say move the mic so I can see the goatee.
Do what?
They told me to move the mic so they can see my goatee. It used to be salt and pepper. Now it's mostly salt. That's what it is. Okay. Well, Brandy, I am super excited. Honestly, I'm excited. I'll tell everyone, if you're here right now and you want to see what happened in court today, if you're sitting on the edge of your seats and you're wondering, I cannot go another 8 hours, 12 hours before I find out what the outcome of this whole suspenseful moment was. Brandy's going to be live streaming that, and so I'd highly recommend you watch that over on her channel. It'll be live there. If you're on the other side of that coin and you're trying to hold your eyelids open with toothpicks, and you're like, this, please make it stop. I need to sleep. We will be covering this live tomorrow morning. Well, I'll be live, but it will be tape delayed, and we'll cover that in the morning. And I think that might be all we cover tomorrow. If they're starting a late start, we won't have anything in the afternoon because they won't have a morning, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So early weekend for us. You guys have to work till late Friday night, but we'll be out partying, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be late Friday for our channel, but that's okay. That's all right. We'll have fun anyway.
Well, Brandy, you're by far my favorite person in LawTube, and I think you belong. So you've earned that spot. You're amazing. You're wonderful. I appreciate all the help you give us and just the friendship and the camaraderie and everything else. Thank you so much. We love you and love all the 13th jurors and the 13th addicts and the recovery addicts. We have all three groups, and some people are in all three. But sleep is overrated. Yeah. But thank you.
Well, I appreciate it, and we love y'all too. And you're a lot of the reason why I'm even here. So I appreciate it. And And I'm looking forward to Verdict Watch. I think it's going to be so much fun. Just so you know, we have a tradition over here where you have to do verdict eyebrows. So we'll talk more about that and we'll get that worked out for you. But
hang on. I need, wait. Verdict eyebrows? Is this you like make faces, or is this involve some sort of makeup or
it's just better if you don't know till we get there. So we'll work it out for you. I'll make
a filter?
sure you get. No, it's I had a lady who told me that she enjoyed the stream, but she couldn't pay attention because my eyebrows weren't dark enough. They were too blonde. So I had laughed about it on stream, and so somebody sent me it's like how you have like the stick-on tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of our jurors sent them to me. It's like stick-on eyebrows. So it became a tradition. I put them on during Verdict Watch every time. So we'll make sure you get some in your post office box, and we'll have to do our verdict eyebrows.
It involves Elmer's glue.
No, just all you need is the verdict eyebrows and a wet rag, and you're good to go.
All right. I trust you. I shouldn't.
Okay.
I trust you. Brandy, thank you so much. Thanks for popping in. Good to talk to you. We have to do this more often.
Good to talk to you. I will see you all on, I guess, tomorrow.
All right. We'll see you. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Brandy is amazing. Awesome. I'm looking forward to that. I think it would be fun to do Verdict Watch together. I guess I'll have verdict eyebrows. Mrs. Ari, did you hear that? I have to wear like some sort of special eyebrow thing. Like, I'm not sure if it's painted on or glued on or tattooed on. Hopefully it's not the tattooed, but it'll be good. Let's see. Let's see where else we are. Okay, so we got the message. Came in as Brandy was on their phone with us that we are not getting a morning live stream from the court, that they've gone to lunch. They're just going to have afternoon. That means that we're going to wrap it up here, and then we'll pick up the once they start after their lunch, we're going to pick that part up tomorrow morning, and we'll cover that tomorrow. Then Friday, because tomorrow was Friday, yahoo! Friday we have the podcast for one thing, which is good. But we also will be covering the morning stuff, and then we'll have a break until the podcast. We might have some other stuff in there with the police chases, because you never know. It's Friday. Weird things happen in California and some of the other states that do live, police chases. So we'll have that. I need a black robe. I've got the gavel already. Thank you, Tish, by the way. So it's going to be a short day. It's a short day today because we're done now, and then it's going to be a short day on Friday. The rub-ons, verdict eyebrows look great. I've got some healthy eyebrows myself. I mean, it's not like I'm lacking in the eyebrow department. I was like doubly blessed, probably overly blessed when it came to eyebrows. I could probably go with a little trim for the verdict and call it good. But I guess I can go big or go home. So let's try that. Let's see. I'm not really an opera fan, but I have 3 words for you. Headphones. I don't know how to even pronounce that. Wow. It looks like a brand, and I bet they're nice. All right. Any questions we have to answer before any questions we have to answer before we wrap up? Mrs. R.A.'s here. Hang on. Mrs. R.A., you have to get up and talk in the mic. Are you going to be on camera this time or no? No. Okay. Mrs. R. here. And now here's Mrs. R.A.
Wow, you guys are clapping. I can hear you clapping. Okay, so here's the thing. I am totally hijacking this for just a second because I'm trying to come up with some science experiments for my kids for school for this coming year, and my brain is fried. So all of you, help a girl out. What kind of science oh, okay, and here's the criteria. I've got a 13-year-old kid who says, I do not want to do crafts or history and call it science. So he's not interested in learning about heliocentrism and Galileo. He doesn't care. Scott doesn't care either. But what he wants to know is the science of it. So with that criteria, the experiments really need to be sciencey and not really arts and crafts. I need an experiment having to do with plants. I need an experiment having to do with planets, so that's like green things that grow and big balls that go around the sun. And I need an experiment to do with rocks. Rocks are boring. Okay, that's it. Help!
I have a box of rocks. I've collected rocks my entire life. I have a box of rocks. They're not boring. You just have to look at them better. I have picked up many a rock when I'm out camping and hiking, and I don't know. You can cut and polish rocks, polish stones. That's good stuff. Okay. A potato clock. There's an idea. You can do the potato clock. Get on camera, and then we'll give you ideas. This is you must have learned from Brandy. She takes away the Lucy cam until you like her stream. Turning eggs rubber, placing in vinegar for days. Pop rocks. Ooh. The problem is our kids will just eat them. Something exploding. I'm on board with this one, Ellie. I can do that. I have all the chemicals to produce hydrogen using a chemical reaction and capture it in a balloon. I actually got a video on one of my other channels of me doing that, teaching you how to make hydrogen. It's a hazardous material that I'm using to make it, so I'm very careful. Actually, I'm not. I use zero safety gear, but I use an exothermic reaction to create hydrogen and then explode it, which is fun. Split rocks into pieces. Look at their age.
Wait, how do you do that?
Limestone fizzes when you add vinegar. Science experiments. I don't know about the age, Cachette. We'll have to. Are you talking like the type of rock? by counting the rings. That's the trees. You split the rings. You count the rings on the trees. I know that much. I have a bird, a potato gun. Also a great idea. Hey, Ivan, we've got a candy cannon, which is a potato gun size, times 10. It can launch a number 10 can of coffee, and probably double that in candy. Launch that. That's fun. Just with black powder. Had a dipping water bird thing until it dropped and broke a couple of years ago. That's like perpetual motion. Self-propelling soap boat in water. Elephant toothpaste. Everyone's very protective about the ingredients on that because it's very dangerous. Also exothermic reaction. Hydrogen then explode. I do that. Colorimetry bombs.
Oh, tell me more about that, DMB. What
DMB. What is that a thing? I have 400 M80s if you need any. I'm pretty sure I have a use for those, Ivan. Yeah, send them my way. All right, we're wrapping up with the chemistry talk, but we're actually done for the day. Court is on lunch break now. You have a science channel too. Bavarian Moon. My wife has a homeschool channel because she homeschools our children, and I taught a summer science class where I taught classes to our kids and a lot of neighbor kids as well, and so I'm a big fan of science, especially stuff those experiments that are a little different than you'd expect. Where magnets that pull towards each other until they get close and then they repel and never actually touch. Things like that. That people are like, wait, that's not supposed to happen like that. Those are the science experiments I like. Do you think they'll be like the Groucho eyebrows? I don't know, but I'm sure she'll send me some great ones. Build a solar system model and show moon phases. I was thinking a telescope.
We're building a telescope.
You're building a telescope? I was thinking buy one.
Oh, we're going to make one.
Buy one that tracks the stars for you, so you just have to plug in you put in Jupiter, and it's like bzzz, and suddenly it's pointed at Jupiter. Coke and Mentos. Is that like dry ice and water? Oh wait, with the open top or closed top? Never mind. Forget I asked. Have them pick an inventor and have them replicate what they invented. That's a good idea, my girl. There's some great inventors with some good experiments. Calorimetry, spelled it wrong. It's where you put food inside a thing, pump it full of oxygen, blow it up, measure the energy released to calculate calories.
So, DMB, I do something not nearly that cool. I give my kids an apple and say, okay, that just gave you this much energy, and that much energy can be worn out by doing whatever. I have them run around the house or do jumping jacks or something. I'm like, see, you got that from the apple, but nothing blows up. It's not as fun.
We've done the solar viewer for the eclipse, and we were in an area where we had almost a complete eclipse, right? I used Pop-Tart wrappers because I learned this as a kid, but
ooh, the celery stick one. That's a good idea for plants.
Coke or Coca-Cola, says Ivan. Let's see. Balloons and static electricity. Please read my last comment, and then add on them doing it with new moon phase right now. Let's see, let me, last comment, Molly. Looking. Could they do it with which birds eat or pick at seaweed at the sea/rock pools? I was watching birds do that today. Is that the one? Because I love anything water related. The ocean is incredible. We don't have many rock pools. It's just like sandy beaches here. Maybe we'd be on the sound side. Get that.
Ooh, there's a meteor shower. Who needs sleep?
A meteor shower starting tomorrow. This camera can capture those.
So I could sleep and just set the camera up?
Yeah. How Coca-Cola can remove rust or eat a penny. It eats a penny pretty well too. Throw an egg in the microwave. This is just we've strayed from the science realm, and now we're just talking about ways to cause a mess. Sit under an apple tree and see how long it takes for an apple to fall on your head. It's only August, right, Peter? It's only August. It would be months.
It's like a quiet thing. Let me know, guys.
Yeah. That's when we tell our kids, okay, let's see who can be the person who's the quiet the longest. Ready, set, go. About 25 sets of glasses for one of the upcoming Eclipse Glasses Company. Those are fun. We've used some of those as well. National Geographic. Ivan, you're being censored out. Marshmallows in a microwave. Well, I've got a vacuum. I've got a little vacuum device. We can. It's like a little bell chamber. We can suck all the air out. You could put a marshmallow in, and it actually explodes. Well, it grows up. You can put a cup of water in it and suck the air out until the water boils at room temperature. That's fun. Look at this. Ricky Watson has admitted to being an addict. He clicked the like button. I clicked subscribe. Thank you very much, Ricky. I'm not sure why you got unsubscribed, but welcome back. I know that was probably an accident. Meteor showers in the constellation Drago. I'll have to look for that one. All right, I think that's enough. Let's do this. It's a little disappointing because we didn't get to watch any live court today because of the issues that came up with the jury and with the items that the items that came up as well on with the council with their objections. So we missed out on that, but we will catch the afternoon session tomorrow morning. We're going to be back for that. It's going to be a half day tomorrow. We do have the podcast tomorrow with Thomas and I. You're not going to want to miss that. That just gets more and more fun. We're still looking at possibly bringing some more guests in. So some of the guests, the people you've met and heard and at least know through text might find their way on the podcast eventually. Not sure if it's going to be tomorrow, but that might be a thing. Let's see, Paula Mac, lunar eclipse. It posted many times. We got it. How does deheading petunias make flowers? Compare two plants. Science of balancing rocks. Why is Venus hotter than Mercury? Which is closer to the sun? Those are some advanced stuff, Mel D. Thank you for those ones. Tomorrow's going to be spicy. Yes, it will. It's going to be really good. The state was supposed to be done on Friday, but now I don't think they will be. We're reporting to Brandy. If she's still up, we will. Is she live? I think she's live. Yes, she's live. So we will portal over to Brandy. But here's what I do. You want to open another tab and go and click a link in another tab. So if somebody can type the link for Matthew's video, which I think, I don't want to watch it on here myself without you guys going to his channel, because that's only fair. Matthew Harris Law. Where's the newest one? Is it? I don't think it's. Yeah, Randy's on break, but I think she's still live. So we'll have people over there. Is it a short? It's still rendering, I think. I don't think it's posted. Still not up yet. Okay, bummer. We tried. So we're going to go over and portal everyone over. Is there anything else you guys wanted to talk about before we leave? We did a little Q&A here, sort of impromptu in our spare time. We blew up air mattresses and watched the meteor shower last weekend. Amazing. Saved our necks. I'm going to turn off this sound. It's driving me nuts. Okay. Even though it's very quiet. Gather up. Cruiser Chris says, gather up the leaves of trees around your area, then have your kids identify whether they're coniferous, deciduous, what kind of trees they are. That would be cool. We have an abundance of trees in the area. And a lot of pollen as well. How do you get to Brandy? Mary, I'm gonna help you get to Brandy right now. I'm just setting it up as we speak, so give me just 1 second. You will just have to sit tight for just a second because we're gonna portal over. And to do that, I have to start the music because that's how the portal works. It's music powered. Oh, I went to the wrong button. Okay, add a redirect to Brandy. Save. All right, there we go. All right, thank you for being here today. It's been a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow as well. You don't want to miss it. Court never came back. They've got a lot of issues with the jury, unfortunately. We're going to see what happens. It's going to happen tomorrow morning. We'll catch up on that. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. We're going to catch up and find out just what the judge ruled on and what happened with the jury. In the meantime, if you want to find out before me, we're going to portal everyone over to Brandy's channel. You're going to have to wait till the very last screen pops up and it stops and it freezes, the last frame. When it's done, the portal will open up. And at that point, just close your eyes, fold your arms over your chest, and just allow yourself to collapse into the portal. You'll be carried away to Brandy's channel, and you'll be able to follow. It's a gentle ride. It's all right. It's a gentle ride. It's no harm. No one is going to be harmed in this. It's not like we're ending up in jail or something, which we might. Okay. Anyway, thank you, everybody. So excited to do the live stream, to get that on the books with Brandy. We're going to live stream the verdict for this case together on her channel, which is going to be a lot of fun. In the meantime, thank you all. Thank you all to the amazing mods that make this all possible. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for sharing this with your friends. Thanks for likes, subscribes. Thanks for all the people that donate that make this possible, that I can keep doing this every day. Your support is needed and very much appreciated. So thank you very much. All right, here we go. Get ready. Oh, I've got the wrong picture. Wait. Okay, here we go. Wait for it.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Everyone take a deep breath.